making capital.
Just try again. Talk about fucking up my intro. Anyway, hello and welcome to another episode of With Enough Prep Time. I'm your host, the Nerdman, and today we will be talking all things DC fandom, and we're going to be ranking all the movies that were shown on DC fandom from bottom to what we thought was
English,
the
bro.
one that
English.
huh?
I said English, bro. You're
What do you
slurring
mean
your
English?
words.
I'm slurring my words.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really? You can hear that? You can hear
yeah.
it?
You're like, like, come on, it's got to flow. You know what I mean, Nerdman?
What are you
It's got
talking
a
about?
flow.
What are you talking about?
Freestyle it.
Jesus Christ.
Freestyle it.
All right. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna be talking DC fandom, ranking all the movies that they showed any footage of, what we're most interested in, what like got us hyped in terms of the DC fandom footage. We're also going to be ranking all MCU shows, including What If, and finally, if we do have time, all DC and MCU superheroes in terms of their castings. So how are you guys? What's going on, Jaded?
I'm pretty good. I finally finished doing that Batman trailer reaction video, so I'm sure I can get more
Batman.
people to hate me.
Oh, really? Okay, interesting. So we've got a naysayer in our midst for the Batman trailer. So my boy, what's going on, bro?
What's going on, man? What's good? What's up, chat? Glad I could be here. Yeah, I won't go that far as to say anything about the Batman movie. I can say it's trash just to piss you off, but I won't. So
Look, all I'm gonna say is DC fandom got my nips wet and hard, bro. I'm not look
it's too much.
in terms of should we go on overall impressions of the whole show?
Yeah,
Sure.
your show. Sure.
What were your thoughts, Anzo?
I thought it was good. You know what I mean? I actually kind of passed out halfway through it, but
Mhm.
I ended up watching what I missed, and I thought it was good. I think they showed the things that I wanted to see, and I was excited for it. I was like, okay, this is what they're doing. All right, DC, I see you. I see you.
Yeah,
So
right.
I was happy for it.
Yeah, yeah. And Jaded, what was your take on the whole event?
I didn't realize it was going to be so long, and I didn't realize it was going to be all this people talking and promoting. So I just basically tuned out, waited about half an hour till it was over, and just fast forwarded. Wait till I saw all the trailers. That was good. I wasn't sitting through 3 hours of them just promoting their stuff. I didn't care. I
Yeah,
just wanted the trailers. That was it.
I mean, I didn't know like the TV shows and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, I get it. Like you have to promote your TV shit, but
Mhm.
honestly, you know, to me, I'll say this. I think LDG man, if you want jump on, bro, definitely you're invited. Um, I'll say this. I think ultimately, without any
Please
announcements of
don't.
like a Green Lantern and a Superman, any DC thing from now on that doesn't have a Green Lantern, a Superman, and really a Wonder Woman 3 is a failure to me. Like they did mention Wonder Woman 3, which is good, but like they haven't mentioned a oh my boy AMVW. What happened? What happened to the MCU on Saturday, bro?
I'm gonna see you on Saturday.
What happened to the
I
MCU
guarantee.
on Saturday?
Don't let him bait you into saying
I'll
something.
tell you what happened to them, dude. They're basically, dude. DC fandom sucked ass so much, dude. Kevin
Okay.
Feige saw that shit and was just laughing. Kevin Feige was probably taking a shit. He was probably taking a dump. He was just like, dude, I'm just taking a dump. He's just like casually watching it and just laughs his ass off. That's what he's doing.
Oh shit! I tried to bait him into saying something. He just went the other way. He went the completely different direction. That's why. BW is on here, bro. You never know what he's gonna say. God, answer.
No, I said smart guy, very smart, and I'm exactly on his tip, right? Because Kevin Feige was like, "Oh yeah, okay, I see what you guys did," and you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna put out some kind of something that's gonna destroy everything that happened in DC fandom. Did it last year, and he'll do it again this year.
I don't think so, bro. I'll tell you why. Like, basically, I don't see outside of the Spider-Man movie, like, what is so exciting about what the MCU is doing at the moment. I think it's same old, same old. They're playing from the same kind of playbook as they usually have. Maybe Eternals, but Eternals isn't one of their big characters. The only thing that I would say that DC fandom did that like really fucked it up is they didn't mention fucking Justice League, which is big. I mean, that's not just like, the only thing. That's massive to me. They didn't mention Justice League. No mention of a fucking Superman movie. No mention of a Green Lantern Corps movie. It's like, what are we doing here, bros?
Wait. Did you expect them to announce a Justice League?
I didn't expect them to do it, but I thought, given the situation that DC is in, you need right now more than ever, because you look like you've got some fucking good films coming out. That's the fact of it. The Flash looked fucking tight. Shazam, I thought, looked pretty fucking tight. It looks like they're like everything that people loved about the movie, they're keeping it. Everything that people criticized about the movie, they're improving on. I think it looked fucking tight. So there was the Flash, there was that Aquaman. Look, it made $1 billion. It has fans, so I wasn't particularly impressed by that movie. But again, it looks like they've listened to some of the criticisms on that. That looked okay to me. Then what was the other? There was another one apart from the Batman.
Shazam?
So Shazam.
Black Adam.
Black Adam.
Yeah.
Black Adam looked
That looks
tight
sick.
as shit.
Hell
That
yeah,
looked
it is.
sick, dude.
Yeah,
And
Black Adam was
so
fire.
It's got Dwayne. Come on. How good
the
can it be?
movie, the movie's coming out, and what the movie makers are doing looks tight, and it doesn't look like MCU movies. It looks like fucking serious fucking takes on fucking superhero movies and superhero shit. These are people who are big, like big powers. They're big characters, right? So I'm liking that, but at the same time, I'm like, you need to compete with Marvel. You need an interconnected universe. You need these movies connecting and having some theme going forward as to how you're going to bring all these elements together. Otherwise, you're just you're not being competitive, because you're not making people go, and this is Marvel's secret. Even if my movie's shit, I have to watch it because it's leading into a next story. So even if this next movie is shit, it's leading into a bigger story. So we have to keep watching it to be able to get like this big TV show that's going.
The only thing we all know that Marvel don't make shit movies, though, nerd man.
They have. They have.
Yeah, they have.
Nah, man, all their movies are good.
Bro, wait,
They-
did you wait, I'm sorry, did you guys see that Marvel moved like all their release dates?
Oh no, what they do?
Okay, so basically, well, it's not like that drastic, but basically, like every movie got pushed back like one release date like later.
Oh really?
So like Black Panther 2 supposed to come out in the summer, it's coming out in the fall of 2022.
Mm.
And I don't know.
They're
All
still trying to figure out how to make it work.
I just heard Marvel don't make shit movies. Get this guy
Oh
out of
my
here.
God.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Phantom
Don't make
Zone.
shit movies.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Let him
They
get
got the
away with
logo
that.
on toilet
Why you can
paper
let him get away with
just
that
so
without
you're
Phantom
ready.
zoning him.
Thank you.
How did I let him get away with that without phantom zoning his ass, bro?
Why
Come
did
on.
you give
Come on.
this guy the link, nerd man? Oh my god,
You come on
why?
my channel
Like I said,
talking
dude.
that shit. You can't
Their
come on my
movies are
channel
so
talking
shit.
that
Their
shit.
number one selling app thing is toilet paper with the Marvel logo all over it. All right.
Thank
So you
you.
can wipe your ass after watching that shit.
No, dude, you know what's
They might
wrong?
have good special effects. They might have good movies as far as like production value, but as far as like substance or actually reaching out to the fandom, no.
Yeah, but how is that even
I
relevant?
wouldn't. I
Kept my
wouldn't say
attention better.
they've reached out to the fandom. I'm not going to say that, but in terms of substance, he's right, bro. Answer. Look, there's only
LDG, don't
one
you have people in
MCU
your
movie.
backstage?
Alligator Loki.
No?
Enough said. What?
You don't
Sorry?
have people in your backstage? No?
I got nobody backstage right now.
Shit. So I
No,
got to
you
do
know
with
what?
you.
I'm
No.
good.
Wait,
It's
yo,
okay.
hang on.
First off, you're full of shit. All right. So are you telling me that DC movies are better?
No, they're all
Yeah.
shit.
Oh,
None of
Yeah.
these companies are doing it right.
Okay,
No, I'm sorry.
okay,
Woman,
okay.
Wonder Woman 84. You kidding me? You kidding me?
No, hang
Yeah,
on. Wait,
well,
let
All
me
right,
just.
all right, keep that same energy.
Pile of
LDG,
garbage.
As long as you
LDG,
keep
don't
that
stop
same
talking
energy.
crazy, bro. Stop
As long
talking
as you keep
crazy,
that
bro.
same energy, bro.
Sorry, dude.
We've got the Dark
This
Knight.
is me.
No.
We've got the Dark Knight.
Some of them are good.
We've got
No.
Watchmen.
Eventually,
We've got
something comes
Watchmen,
out.
bro.
No.
after you see-
LDG, you were on a roll. Continue. Right?
No.
Continue.
Don't
Birds
do
of
it.
Prey,
Don't do it.
trash, right?
Don't do it.
Birds of Prey, trash, right?
Birds of
Birds of
Batman
Prey
versus
started out
is
great,
Batman
and then it
versus
just kind of
Superman,
like
trash,
ugh.
right?
Birds of Prey is a
Justice League.
mid-tier. It's a mid-tier
I
MCU movie.
Okay, now you're being biased, nerd man. Now you're purposely being biased.
It's a
Well, you know,
mid-tier MCU movie.
Okay, I can use LDD to trash DC too, so I'm good.
But I'm
You
like
know what?
duct tape.
No, I'm not here to trash the MCU anyway. I was just like trying to like
Rile me up. I know.
rile Anzo up. But that being said, that to me, as I said, the problem is you've got to interconnect these fucking things, and that's what I saw as the only thing that I was having a problem with this DC fandom for. I just didn't see a plan. I didn't see a Justice League coming out of all of these disparate movies. I saw several good looking fucking movies, like the movies that I think are going to be, dare I say, some of the, I hope some of the best superhero movies ever. But, in terms of where they're going, I don't know, and that's my only fear.
You know what the problem is? Is that like okay? So going way back to like 2008, or when was the year that Disney bought Marvel? Because I think Marvel was better off without Disney. Like because now like every single time that Marvel movie comes out, it's like from like a fucking like Disney assembly line. It has every single beat for beat for beat for beat. It's all Disney influence. Whereas DC, like you guys are right, they lack leadership. You know what I mean? They lack organization and structure. So
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree with you.
And
Nothing deserves, like when you get bought out by Disney, that's like an automatic. You're done. Check, please. Sold out.
Yeah,
Like
2009.
Disney does not need to be owning anything. Okay, seriously.
yeah.
They're the last people. I'd rather have Pornhub buy out Marvel. Okay, at least then it'll be more exciting.
I really wish another company had have bought the X-Men, dude. Like, I don't care about like, I what is it, Fantastic Four or whatever. That kind of fits the MCU, but like, I really just don't see the X-Men being done justice in the MCU. I really don't, unless Kevin Feige takes a swerve and does like an Eternals thing where
Yeah,
he
even
gives
in the comics.
the director a little bit more free reign. That's what he
But-
looks like he's done
what
with
I'm
the
saying- so, Nerdman,
Eternals. But
You're saying they don't think he's gonna do it, but he's probably gonna do better than the X-Men that we got.
probably not. I don't.
What?
I just. No, I don't see him.
The
I don't
X-Men that
see
we
him
got
making
maybe
a
3 good
Logan.
movies.
I don't.
Worship. I swear to God.
The X-Men movies that we got maybe had like 3 good movies.
Yeah, I know, and those 3 good movies are probably going to be better than most of the stuff that he does.
Yeah, but if you're
Look at
saying
Mortal Kombat.
if you're saying 3 of the movies are good, right? And what was there, like 9 X-Men movies or 8, something like that?
It's like 11.
Right. That's not a
Dude, the
that's not a
MCU,
good
you're
track
going
record.
on like the MCU has like a great track record. It has a great
It's
track
better
record
than the X-Men track
in
record.
terms of money, in terms of the money it's made, but in terms of the movies it's made, they're about, I don't know, they're about as good as some of those fucking X-Men movies. Like, I
Nah.
don't know, like,
Nah.
No, but here,
The
right,
top-
but no, sorry,
yeah,
no,
go
but
ahead.
like,
No, you first. Go ahead.
okay, yeah, sorry about that. No, see, I think I agree with you guys in saying like Nerdman is saying or sorry, whoever is saying the X Men, it kind of like they some of them are not the best, but the good ones are really really good. Like X2,
Trash.
X2, no, X2 First
Nah,
Class,
X2
X2
was
was
alright.
alright.
First Class
Class
was
was
amazing.
okay.
what was
First
it?
Class was
First Class
okay.
was amazing.
It
Not
was
the
okay,
okay.
it was amazing.
exactly, and then
That
you have
was okay.
and then you have Days of Future Past, which is also great.
That was amazing.
You had Logan,
That was amazing.
you had the first Deadpool.
I
Um,
hated Deadpool.
That sucked. That
Yeah,
was the
Deadpool
worst
sucked.
Deadpool
ever.
sucked.
They
Yeah, Deadpool
mutated
sucked.
Deadpool. They absolutely fucked him hard. Now, I'll say this. Deadpool,
I thought the
he
second
had
one was good,
powers
though.
he didn't even have. Okay? He's not a freaking quantum soup of magical powers. Okay? He didn't have eyes, lasers, and all this shit, and his mouth wired shut. And all
Oh,
this
he's
crap.
talking about
It's
the
not the
Deadpool
story.
movie.
No, he's talking about the Deadpool
okay.
movie. Yeah.
He's talking about the Deadpool movie.
Oh, I thought you were
Yeah.
talking about the X-Men that had Deadpool.
No, what they did to, what they
Oh,
did to him in
ah,
Wolverine, that was
Deadpool.
trash.
That
Yeah,
was
that was
trash.
fucking
That's what I'm
horrible.
talking about.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that was horrible.
Now, I'll say, when he came out with the Deadpool movie, even though it's still not canon, like original comic, but they did the best job bringing him back around.
I think
They did.
2 was better
They
than
saved
1.
him. They saved him.
Look.
What was
First
that?
of all, A and BW.
I said
finish
2
your
was
thoughts,
better
because
than
I
1.
don't think
Sorry.
you'd finished what you were saying, A and BW. So finish your
Oh,
thought there.
yeah, no. So I was gonna say that like I am actually kind of with you, Nerdman, on like how the MCU will like handle the X Men because given the MCU's like and plus like Disney's influence, like they it's just. I mean, do you guys honestly think, Nerdman? Do you think that they'll make a good movie as good as like First Class or like Days of Future Past? Because those are
No,
really really good. Like those
Yes.
honestly those movies are better filmmaking than most of the MCU. Like that's just like
they are.
legit. Like
Mm-mm.
That's
Mm-mm.
legit true. That's
Mm-mm.
legit true.
Mm-mm. Disagree.
Then individual, not in terms of the whole enterprise of the MCU. The whole enterprise of the MCU is some of the most innovative filmmaking we've ever seen in terms of connecting a universe together of characters and then bringing them together and like in an Avengers style movie. That is something like on a producing level. It is a coup beyond fucking imagination. And then getting a fucking character that's owned by another studio, like Spider-Man, and getting him into your movie as well, on a producing level, that is fucking unheard of. That's incredible fucking in terms of that as an enterprise. It follows a kind of TV model, like TV shows kind of thing, like a episodic kind of model. That being said, on an individual level, each movie, none of them can touch First Class. None of them can
You're
touch Days of
crazy.
Future Past.
You're
None of them
crazy.
can. They can't. I mean, like
Infinity War is better than Days of Future Past. Infinity War is better than First Class. My top 10 Marvel movies are better than First Class.
all right, go for it. I'm not even gonna interrupt you. Go for it.
Hold on. Let me go find my list and I'll tell you.
You actually wrote it down.
He's got a
Written
list.
it
Yeah,
down,
he's got
bro.
this shit freaking written on the
That's how
wall.
much he. That's
You know what I
how
mean?
much he's.
Nah, I've had
He's
this
got
list.
it written down in a shrine
No, I
form,
had this-
and like
I had this
like
list.
what the
Checking his
what
tattoo.
the Israelites do.
I've had
That's
this.
a
A scroll and shit.
I've had
Like
this
a Kevin
list since
Feige
2020.
scroll,
It's always been saved on my phone. That's
on
all.
your phone. Don't lie.
Yeah.
It's a scroll and shit.
It's on my damn phone. No,
They still
Go
haven't even
on.
set up mutants yet to even freaking go into X-Men. Like,
Infinity
this is what pisses me
War,
off.
Avengers, Civil War, Winter Soldier, Endgame, Iron Man, Black Panther, Guardians of the Galaxy, Doctor Strange, and the last one would be
Strange.
Shang-Chi would be my number
You
10.
made Jada just get up and leave.
You put
All those
what
movies.
the? Oh, that was in reverse. What are you upside down?
All those movies.
Seriously,
No,
I thought you were going to 1, not the other way around.
no. I went
You
from
were
1
going
to
to 10.
Yeah.
You're nuts.
Why? How
I
am I
think
not?
the only ones that even you can arguably say
All those
on the
10 are
same
better
level
than-
is
Doctor Strange.
Civil
Doctor
War.
Strange.
Doctor
Civil
Strange is
War.
Number
better than
9.
First
It's
Class.
not better than First Class, dude.
Yes, it is.
I would
Hands
argue
down.
that Civil War, you can maybe argue. Personally, I don't think it's better filmmaking, but certainly as a comic book movie, as an experience,
You're saying
you
First
could
Class was
say
better than Civil War?
better filmmaking. I'm not talking
not
about
even
like I'm
filmmaking.
not.
Filmmaking, the movie, the story, nothing better than First Class was better
Wait,
than.
all right. You're trying to tell me, right, that the director
Bro,
of
the
wait,
first.
let me finish my thought before you respond. The director of fucking Kick-Ass and The Kingsmen and also First Class. You're trying to say he's a worse director and filmmaker than the fucking who what are the brothers
But
called again who did Infinity War?
but even if
Russo
e-
The
brothers.
ones who came off doing sitcoms and then
but
recently did a fucking Chris
But you acting
Hemsworth
like just because he may
dumpster
be a
fire.
good director that everything he does is good. That's not true. There's
No,
directors
I'm
that are really
saying
good
it's
that have done shit
better
movies.
filmmaking than
It's
fucking that movie.
not.
It
What does
doesn't
that
have as
mean?
good a budget as
What does that mean when you say the filmmaking is better? I don't understand that. You're gonna have to help me out here.
okay. Visually, it looks better, right?
Absolutely not.
The acting is better.
Absolutely not.
The
Hold on.
score.
Aaron. I gotta cut you off there. You're telling me the acting in First Class was better than the acting in Civil War?
In most of the movies you talked about, yeah,
Absolutely not.
and yeah, probably
You
yeah.
had that black guy in there who was horrible, right? The butterfly girl was horrible.
Dude,
Fucking all
McAvoy,
you can
and
say is McAvoy,
Fassbender.
and those are the only two you can
McAvoy and
say, though.
Fassbender fucking kills all of them.
Those are the only two you
That's
can
all you need.
say.
No,
You need
Kevin Bacon.
McAvoy and
No,
Fassbender, and
bro.
you killed all
So
of
you're
your
telling
fucking
me
guys.
two actors in one
Who were the
movie,
main characters?
two actors, those two actors in one movie make everything in Civil War, all the acting in Civil War is bad. Because two actors in one
I
movie are
didn't say
better.
all the acting. Civil War is your best one. That was your best chance.
No,
That's
of course
like
not. Infinity War is the
that's your
best
best.
one.
But I'm saying all in all, the filmmaking, like basically one bigger budget. I bet you any money Civil War has a bigger budget, right? Then
Of course it does.
what's it called? What was
Let's
the other
see.
one you mentioned? There was a couple of others. Definitely got bigger budget. Definitely got bigger CGI.
Black
Whatever.
Panther had a bigger budget
Yeah.
than freaking First Class, I bet.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, in First Class, you had better villain, right? The way they displayed powers, in the image, the imagination behind how they displayed, like, what's his name? The villain's
This
powers
is the
was
weirdest
fucking really. Sorry, go on. What are you saying, Jaded fanboy?
Well,
I said,
floating
no,
a
I mean,
quarter.
like, talking about
Yeah.
the production and the acting and the score as a way of rating a movie
Right.
is something I don't understand, because to me, I care about story, I care about character
I was going to go
development,
into
I
that.
care about concise, I care about continuity,
Yeah.
I care about
Agreed.
making sure you get from point A
Yeah.
to point B in a logical, realistic in a superhero movie. I mean, I honestly, I don't give a shit. I mean, you can have a subpar actor, okay, as long as the story is great,
Facts.
and I'm in. I'm in. But it's like,
Yeah, but
I'm not
you,
gonna take a subpar movie and go, well, the acting was great.
Right.
The score, like, I don't give a rat's ass about the score. I love John Williams, but I'm honestly.
but Jaded.
I agree with Jaded
Yeah,
again.
exactly. All right, of course you do. But like Jaded, I was talking about the filmmaking, how the
Yeah, but
filmmaking is better in one movie, and that is
Production
what
quality.
comprises filmmaking: scores, visuals, cinematography, acting. The tone, the story, as
The
you said,
superficial
not
stuff.
having massive gaping plot holes, not having plot inconsistencies,
That's
not
story.
having characters doing things just so as to move on the story as opposed to actually making sense to who they are.
But that's
That
two
is the
different
problem
things.
that you have with the MCU. No stakes, bad villains, all of the fucking stuff that goes forward to making a compelling fucking
I
movie.
still don't understand the concept of how
First
stakes
Class
make
was
a
a
difference.
better story,
Absolutely
better
not.
movie, better acted, better
Absolutely
score,
not.
better cool, like
How can Nerdman,
everything.
how can
Cooler
you say it's
villain.
better acted when
Better.
only
Are you
two
trying to say it
actors are
isn't a better
good?
villain? Where would if X-Men First Class was in the MCU? Where would you rank what's his name as the villain?
Kevin
The fuck?
Bacon.
Kevin Bacon.
He's
Kevin-
Where
alright.
would you rank him?
You want me to? You think Kevin? Or what's his? I forget his.
Sebastian Shaw.
Sebastian Shaw.
Okay. First of all, Kevin
He's
Bacon.
3.
That movie's portrayal of
Sebastian Shaw was
Sebastian
horrible.
Shaw
Facts.
wasn't even. I honestly didn't even know that was supposed to be Sebastian Shaw. Okay.
Dude, you're okay.
Because
right,
I actually,
He's
because
absolutely right.
unlike the producers of these movies, I actually read the comic books that
Yes.
these movies are based on, and
Yeah,
that
they're
includes
not doing
DC as
exactly-
well as Marvel. Okay,
Yeah.
these guys get, as far as I'm concerned, the directors and producers of these movies get cliff notes on what the characters are supposed to be,
Facts.
and then go, I'm going to go from there.
Facts.
Any actor,
Emma Frost was wrong.
Any actor, any director, Kevin
Never
Feige says, I read the comic books and we tried to be true. They're all bullshit and they're all liars. Okay? Because they constantly prove how full of shit they are, movie after movie. Okay?
Right.
So,
okay.
that's Sebastian Shaw. Now,
And Emma Frost was wrong. Emma Frost was turning into diamond and not ice. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, what are you doing?
That's
Now,
not what Emma
as for
Frost
Kevin
does.
Bacon,
Emma Frost doesn't turn into diamond or fucking ice in the comics. What are you talking about?
She uses ice powers.
She's just
That's what she does.
telepathic.
No,
She's
she
just
has
one of
ice
the
powers.
most powerful telepaths. No, she don't have ice powers. Maybe in some early comics or some shit, but definitely since she's as a character, Emma Frost has had telepathic abilities. She doesn't have no fucking ice abilities.
She didn't have ice abilities in the X-Men cartoon?
People,
I'm sure she had.
No, she didn't.
Oh, maybe in the cartoon. I don't know.
Telepathic.
No, she didn't.
She was able to shape-shifting into organic diamond form.
What are we talking about? Are you talking about in some early comics or some like offshoot? Because in main fucking, I read the X-Men comics for a long time, and Emma Frost was a big part of that. She was one of the most powerful telepaths. That was her.
She's high level
telepath. But in the movie, she turned it into diamond.
Yeah, okay, fine, but like we're arguing about again. I care about people getting the core of a character right, the essence of a character right, not sticking directly like a Bible to the comics. They are comic. That's not how comic books themselves are fucking written, dude.
You cannot give Spider-Man. You cannot give Spider-Man wings and go, well, it's our interpretation. No, Spider-Man has a set of powers. Okay, Wolverine has a set of powers. Every supervillain, every superhero character has a set of powers. Now, 95% of the audience don't know shit on any of these powers. So you could do whatever the hell you want. 95% of the audience wouldn't know anything. The 5% of us who actually know, who aren't even the goddamn target audience anymore, because comic book fans have stopped being the target audience for comic book movies almost 8 years ago. Okay.
Do you like Spider-Man 2?
Do I like Spider-Man 2? The Tobey Maguire one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it.
Can Spider-Man stop a fucking train from fucking moving?
The way they did it in the movie, the way they portrayed it in the movie.
Yeah.
The way they portrayed it in the movie, it was viable. It was acceptable because
It was
of how he did it.
acceptable.
Yeah,
Him doing Superman shit.
he didn't do Superman
Him
shit. Not
doing
even
Wonder
close.
Woman Superman fucking shit.
That
That's
was not
stopping
even
a
close.
fucking
He kept
train.
using the webbing. You
He
saw the
kept using
strain
the
on his
webbing,
body.
and he's the strain on his body. He should have been. Spider-Man ain't that fucking strong, dude. That's
Well, he
maybe
was for, like,
maybe
a little bit.
since this comic book they've kind of amped his fucking powers up, but he was never that strong in the fucking comics. That
Yes,
was
he
not who he
was.
was supposed to be. He ain't strong enough to stop a fucking moving train,
But he
dude.
didn't
Bro,
stop
he
the
beat
train.
the
Hold on,
Hulk.
Nerdman. He didn't stop the train like he stood in front of it, put his hands out,
Right.
and then stopped the train. If he had done that, I'd be behind you. But he didn't stop the train like that. He kept slowing it down,
Dude,
slowing it down, slowing it
my
down.
point is this:
That's
slowing it down, dude.
Yeah.
He got in front of a fucking train, right? I was all waiting because when I first saw that scene in the cinema, one of the most epic scenes, by the way, and I love it. Don't get me wrong, I fucking love that scene in film history. I thought it was fucking great with that fight. I thought it was one of the most epic fights I've ever seen in a comic book movie with him and Doc Ock, lifted straight from the page of the comics. But my thing was, I was waiting, like, when I first saw that thing, I was like, how's he going to stop this fucking train? It's Spider-Man. He can't stop a fucking train like this. And then he did it like that. And I got the point of it. I was like, all right, that's a bit bullshit because I don't think Spider-Man from the comics can do that. But this is their Spider-Man. Their Spider-Man has the ability to fucking do this. Their Spider-Man, you know, like the same thing with the webs from the fucking thing. It wasn't part of the core of what the character is. Do I prefer Spider-Man with the web shooters? Yes. Do I prefer a Spider-Man who can't, you know, like, hasn't got the ability to like super strength like that? That's big time super strength. Yeah, I do prefer that. But I can see that, you know, you have to, if you want filmmakers, proper real filmmakers who are good, who can make a film like The Dark Knight,
quick.
who can make a film like The Dark Knight, to actually come onto these projects and use their imagination to create fucking amazing films, you have to give them a bit of freedom. You have to give them a bit of fucking leeway. And what they did with First Class is giving the person a bit of leeway while still being respectful to the fucking characters. I'm sorry. That was respectful to most of the characters outside of Darwin.
1 second. Just pop that up, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Just 1 second.
Yeah, that's the homage issue.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's the homage to
a cop car.
Yeah, it's the homage to
Superman's one. Yeah,
Action Comics #1.
Yeah. So what does that mean? That's not a train, though, is it?
Oh, it's not a train, but it is a freaking car.
Yeah, Spider-Man can lift up a car, no problem. I'm not saying he can't lift up a car in the comics. I mean, that's a completely different.
The way they portrayed it, but the thing is, Nerdman, the way they portrayed it in the movie, okay, it made it acceptable. They tried to make it work. Okay?
And so, how is Sebastian Shaw any different?
Because his personality, his entire personality of Sebastian, I'm not talking about power levels or his power abilities. His power abilities were mediocre at best. But this was supposed to be the leader of the Hellfire Club, and you suddenly made him a German, I forget what rank he was.
Nazi. Like,
you made him a Nazi.
He was a military scientist.
Why are you making Sebastian Shaw a Nazi? It's because they had this character idea.
To tie it into Magneto.
But what they did is they had a character. They had that Nazi character, which was fine. And they went, well, we need to somehow tie it into the X-Men universe. So they looked at a list of the X-Men villains and went, oh, Sebastian Shaw, we'll use him. Well, what's his character? What's his background? What's his what's his place in the X-Men universe. We don't care. We're just gonna make it Sebastian Shaw.
It's not a huge leap to say that a group of like mutants who have this kind of elitist philosophy or mentality about them, that their leader might have been a fucking Nazi.
But
Come on, bro. You're playing semantics, bro.
Don't crowbar in. That would have been like saying, why not just have Marco Kane be his character? Just have Marco Kane be his character. It'll fit. It'll work. We just never make him the Juggernaut yet. It's just Marco Kane, and we can tie it into Professor X because it's his half brother and he hates him. You can't just throw out a superhero or a supervillain name just so that you can go, oh, we're linking it to the X-Men. Make that Nazi guy his own character without any you didn't even need superpowers half of the movie in the first place because they were barely necessary because that wasn't Kevin Bacon's character in the movie. And I'm watching the beginning of the movie, and you got a young Magneto, right? And he's there, and he's like controlling him off. I'm going, why the hell isn't Magneto taking any of these sharp objects and shoving it through his head? You have him there safely going, oh, I can talk to this kid. I can abuse him. I can control him. I can take over him. And he's not going to retaliate in any way. Like he had some magical force field. And I'm going, at any time, Magneto, even as a kid, could have killed this guy instantly. But the movie didn't want them to. So he didn't.
Okay, that was a problem in the beginning of the movie where he like
that wasn't a little problem. Okay,
that was a little problem. That was a little problem. That was a little problem, dude. It was a tiny fucking problem. It was a tiny problem, dude.
Sure,
anyway,
sure.
Look, we're going way off track. We're going
as Thanos, not just willing the Avengers to death. Just small.
No, that was a big problem. That was a big problem.
Huge problem.
Yeah, see, when a problem is DC, it's small. When a problem is Marvel, it's big.
How's X-Men First Class?
I just rewatched Spider-Man scene
in any way.
How's X-Men First Class DC, first of all? Anyway, we're going way off the plot. I want to start by like going around and like just going everyone. What was your least favorite? Because we're going to react to some of this stuff. Least favorite trailer for a live action, TV or
Dragon Ball Evolution.
No.
I wanted to puke.
In DC Fandome, dude. In DC Fandome.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. Well, okay. There's room now.
I better go last because everybody's gonna get mad at my statement. So I better go.
I'm gonna go first. Opening gamut. And we can all watch this and react to this, and I we'll see where everyone stands with it. It's fucking Peacemaker, man. Like out of the big ones, Peacemaker was like, yeah, I know it's a TV show, but like out of the big ones that came out, showing trailers or whatever, Peacemaker was absolutely fucking atrocious. And it is again, I don't want to go into it, but like when DC is trying to go down a certain route and trying to appease certain people, they just fail. And it's when they stay true to like DC roots and like what the tone and whatever of the DC comics usually are, and also do more filmmaker driven films. I think they often do some kind of interesting stuff, at least interesting stuff. This was just appalling. I mean, really, really fucking appalling, the Peacemaker fucking trailer. So I don't know what everyone else's loss was on their list.
The only thing I didn't like about the Peacemaker TV show was they took the beginning the beginning character of Peacemaker, and that's what they took. Because by the end of the movie, right, Peacemaker was like taking down. I keep forgetting Idris Elba's character. The other guy, Idris Elba's character in the movie.
Hey,
Idris-
sorry, Nerdman.
Bloodsport.
Real quick, I'm sorry. I have to step out. Something just came up. Great show, guys.
No problem. No problem.
Superman Returns, I think, was my. I hated that intro. Love you guys. Be good.
All right. Peace. Peace.
By the end of the movie, he killed Colonel Flag. They were actually establishing that he is a guy that you do not mess with. Then I see the trailer of them in the diner, and these guys are like making fun of Peacemaker, and I'm going, this is a guy that can kill you in like 13 seconds. Why are you making fun of him? And he's kind of like, oh, you're just jealous because I have an ego. I was just,
it was complete goofball, and it didn't follow from what happened in the Suicide Squad. You're right.
Like they took the first part of how he was goofy in the first half of the movie, and they went, we're going to go with that.
And I'm really like stumped at what this Peacemaker character actually is. Like I'll react to the trailer with you guys, but like, is he supposed to be a clueless kind of Captain America kind of, like a spoof on Captain America or not? Because on one moment he's saying stuff like, oh, this shit is dope. Like, in the Suicide Squad movie, he was like, yeah, you shouldn't be a show off unless what you're showing off is dope, right? Which shows some level of being streetwise in some way, right? And then on the other hand, he's talking about babies coming, women giving birth out of babies' butts. I'm like, wait, what's going on here? Who exactly are you? Are you the clueless Captain America, or are you, or are you whatever the director feels is funny in a particular moment? There's no consistency with this fucking character at all. He's fucking terrible. He was terrible in the Suicide Squad movie, and this just crystallizes it. It fucking crystallizes it, dude.
He was good in Suicide Squad.
I liked him.
At what point?
I liked him when they treated him like a serious threat. They did it really well. Halfway through the movie, once he had to start stealing the thing that Amanda Waller told him, and Flag was trying to stop him, you saw like a stone cold face that's like, I don't care what you want. I am going to kill everybody I have to get what I want. That was an amazing character.
Hi. Yeah. You're talking about the latter half of the movie. He was like more,
He was more intense.
I liked him better then as a villain, but even then it was like the turn didn't work properly because the guy, like I saw it from the fucking beginning. He was a complete fucking trash heap asshole.
Well, there were scenes in the beginning.
But he wasn't really trashy asshole. He was just more about doing his job and doing it efficiently, which is what he says in the movie. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it wasn't really like, oh my God, this was so unbelievable that he turned like that. Not. Right. That's what he does. He does his job.
The only thing that
please, Anzo, tell me you thought this Peacemaker trailer was trash. At least tell me you thought the Peacemaker trailer was trash.
No.
I can...
No.
I don't know. Being hugged by the eagle was a little much for me.
The whole thing was a little much for me. The whole fucking thing was a little much for me. There wasn't a bit that was dude, he talked about butt babies.
So?
See,
Joker talked about a reach around. A wraparound.
The reason
I like that?
The reason they did the butt baby joke, the reason they did the butt baby joke was because in the Suicide movie, he goes, starfish is slang for butt sex or butthole. So
Mhm.
because everybody loved that joke in the movie, they're going to go,
Everybody.
oh, okay, we'll do more jokes like that in the TV show. That's what the butt baby joke was. It was just a rehash of the starfish joke. But the only
Yeah.
thing is, he only did that one really ridiculous, cringy joke once. And then the DC goes, okay, we'll make that his character.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't like the Peacemaker trailer, because
Yeah.
they focused on the goofy Peacemaker, and they didn't show any clips of the serious, he will kill anybody in his way, deadly assassin Peacemaker in the trailer. That's the only thing I didn't like about it.
Well, yeah. I mean,
If they
they.
had balanced it, it would have been a little bit better.
Well, look. Here's what we can do. We can watch the trailer again. You tell me exactly
Oh, I gotta
how
watch
this
it
is an
again.
okay. I know. I that's how I feel. Just even like, just it's only because I'm doing this stuff. I think it's going to be clear that the humor for Peacemaker is not going to be for everybody. You've got that right. You've got
I don't
that
mind
right.
if it's not for everybody, as long as they balance the badass character they portrayed him as in the second half of the movie. As long as they balance that out.
Oh wait, what happened?
Hmm?
I don't know what happened. What happened with Mads? Hi, Mads. But yeah. Sorry. Carry on, Jaded. I just saw
No,
something.
that was it. As long as they balance, the I don't want to say the hardcore, but the badass guy that he was in the second half. As long as they do that, as long as they do that in the TV show, and they balance out his goofiness with he's a hardcore, killer with an obsessive mind.
The man can't act. The man can't fucking act.
John Cena. What the hell did you expect?
He can't act, and he has no charisma as well.
That's true.
It's not even like The Rock.
His acting has gotten better. His acting has gotten better.
You know what he's good at? He's good at playing a goofball who, I don't know, like in a romantic comedy or something weird. Like he was good in Trainwreck. That was the best I've ever seen him in Trainwreck. That movie with you don't know this movie? The movie with the chick that everyone hates. Like now, all the anti-SJWs hate her. Like it's she's like she's kind of a comedian. She's kind of fat. She's always talking about like sex or whatever. Amy Schumer. Amy Schumer.
Oh yeah, like I'm gonna watch an Amy Schumer movie. Give me a break.
Yeah, she's again. She was actually funny like at a certain point in her career. So the Amy Schumer show, whatever, like was actually pretty funny.
I'll take your word for it. I didn't watch the Amy Schumer show.
Yeah, I just think her stand-up leaves a little to be desired. But anyway, Anza, what were you gonna say?
I forgot. You cut me off. I forgot.
Oh, sorry, man.
It's all good.
Sorry, dude. You were talking about Amy Schumer.
You were going to show the trailer, and then he was going to say something.
No, you were saying something about... Hold on, it'll come back to me.
John Cena's a good actor.
No, I'm not. He's not great,
that's what he said.
He's gotten better in his movies. Bumblebee was the start of it. Fast and Furious, he got...
Yeah, he was in Bumblebee. I heard he's terrible in it.
Nah, he's not terrible.
I heard he was the worst part of like Bumblebee.
Nah, that girl was the worst part. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That little girl was the worst part.
To be fair, he wasn't the worst part of Suicide Squad, so.
And he was in the last one, Fast 9. He was pretty good in that as Dom's brother, and he was better in this. So his acting is going up.
Tell me something about these DC trailers. I've heard a lot of people have had to put the volume down or some shit like that. Like, are they like taking streams down because you play them or not?
I haven't played one yet, so I don't know. But I mean, if you play if you play it, they'll just suspend the stream until it's finished, and then it'll pop back up if they do that. But I don't think you should have an issue.
Well,
playing
we'll
the
see.
trailer.
All right.
Even so, probably just do like a couple of. Don't do the whole trailer. Maybe.
I won't do the whole trailer. That's what I think I'll do. So where is it? Yeah, okay, volume zone. So let's watch this beautiful James Gunn fucking creation together. Fantastic. He loves the mopping up.
What does that mean?
Scene in the beginning.
You're supposed to be in prison.
For what?
Superhero stuff.
What superhero are you?
Peacemaker.
Get out of here! There's no superhero called Peacemaker.
Dude, I'm famous.
Oh. Really?
You're a born killer with expertise in every weapon known to humankind. I'm giving you the chance to stay out of prison and work for me.
Kill people.
Bad people.
This is Hardcore. Be a handler in the field. John Economist, Tech and Tactics. And this is our new recruit, Adebayo.
You don't have to shoot people after you already killed them.
Right. Who's the guy that's peeking out behind the trash can?
Vigilantes, trying to be helpful.
Hey! Our first target is Senator Royland Goff. Goff may be traveling with his family.
Are you sure those two kids came out of those parents? That's an attractive couple. That one looks like it came out of them, but the other one looks like a butt baby.
A butt baby.
Yeah, my older brother told me there's two types of babies. One that comes out normal, and then butt babies. Worse in every way, they come out of a woman's butt. Oh, I believed I was a butt baby until I was like 14.
That explains a lot. There's something about him.
Have you had enough yet, or?
Yes.
Hey, Dad.
How did my smart go into a Nancy?
Fine to me.
No, lately I'm just thinking maniac.
No!
That's because we're born killers. What separates us from other killers is we only kill bad people. Usually. Unless there's a mistake.
You use being a jerk as a way to push people away.
Do you know what the problem is as well? Every one of these jokes has been fucking used before. Every single last one of these fucking jokes has been used before.
It's gonna be really hard to do nowadays.
No, but it's not even like, I mean, like that one in the beginning where like, oh, I'm a famous superhero. No, you're not. You're not a famous superhero. Nobody knows you. How many times have we seen that fucking joke, dude?
Yeah,
now,
Nerdman,
it's so obligatory.
Nerdman,
it's
here's
terrible,
the thing,
dude.
I agree, except here's the thing. There's always a new audience all the time. So the new audience that's going to be watching this show, they haven't seen all of the movies and TV shows you have. So to them, this is going to be the first time they've heard those type of jokes. That's the thing. Okay? Like I'll see a meme that'll pop up and go viral. I'm going, that meme is like 10 years old. But for the new people watching it, it's the first time they've experienced it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing you have to take into consideration. So to us, it's old. But to the target audience, it's all new jokes to them. So they're not going to be upset as much as you are.
Well, I'm not saying they're going to be upset, but it's not even delivered in a way that puts a new spin that makes it funny in any way. I don't see it. I don't see it. I know
you want to be the target audience, but you're not.
Oh, it's fine. I don't mind. I'm never going to watch the Suicide Squad again or this movie. I don't honestly. That doesn't bother me that this exists. I'm sure it has its fans. Glad if it makes them happy. I think it's absolute fucking 150% garbage. Worse than the MCU MCU TV shows. Worse, because at least there's some authenticity to that. This is so obviously trying to be a ripoff of something else that works in a different brand. I don't know if Anzo is sleeping at different points. Anzo, I could have sworn I heard Enzo snoring.
I'm sorry.
Is he trying to like fucking mock
Is he
me or
out?
some shit? He's
Nah,
trying to
good.
mock me by
He
snoring.
tuned you out.
Yeah, I'm mocking you with your bullshit.
He tuned you out so much that he fell asleep.
Trust me, Nerdman has that effect on people, boy.
I know.
Holy
That's
cow.
why it already happened to you once.
All right. Let's go anyway. So we're going on to. Yeah,
But Jade
I
is
think
right though.
Peacemaker is the worst.
But Jade is right though. Not everything is made for you, Nerdman. So you know what I mean. If that's not for you, it's not for you. But I can't see how you can sit here and honestly say that the first Suicide Squad was better than the Suicide Squad.
Oh, I don't think I've ever argued that.
You've said that.
I've said that I think I like it more. I'd prefer to watch it than the second Suicide
So
Squad.
you prefer to watch it, but it's not better.
Just in terms of the fact that the second Suicide Squad has a story, any kind of story, that has a beginning, middle, and end, and it doesn't feel like, hey, wait a second, where was the second act of this movie? You've gone straight from the first act to the third act, to an elongated third act. I think just in virtue of that, you can say, yeah, the Suicide Squad altogether is a better movie than Suicide Squad. That being said, I like the characters in Suicide Squad way better. I like Will Smith better in that. I like Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn better in that movie. I like I think Boomerang was funnier than anybody in the Suicide Squad. I think the dumb shark character is fucking horrible. I prefer Katana over the dumb shark character, even though Katana only had 3 lines. I mean, I thought it was entirely just a fucking dumb frat boy, mean-spirited movie. And I don't like it. I honestly don't like it.
You know why you don't like it?
Why?
Because a Marvel director had to come over to DC and show DC how it's done.
Yeah, by making no money.
Wait a minute. Are you saying a Marvel director was the one that did the second Suicide Squad movie?
Yeah, James Gunn.
That explains so much. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
You had stock. This is what I mean by the directors and the studios not knowing the comic book. You had Starro the Conqueror taken down by rats. Okay? That is the single most pathetic takedown of a supervillain I have ever seen in my life.
No, that was good.
Oh, it wasn't.
Look, I'm not gonna harp on about this. I've done my Suicide Squad thing. I think it's bad. I don't think it would have made that much money even in a normal situation. I really don't. And I think movies that have come out recently have proven that. The Suicide Squad it was just there. Even if you enjoyed it, it's like an enjoyment, like you would just be like, oh, that's enjoyable, move on. It's not a movie you're going to come back to. It's forgettable. It's not a movie that you're going to come back to. It's not a movie that's going to mean a hell of a lot to you.
I'd come back to it before I go to the original Suicide Squad.
Well, it made more money and it made more money even in opening weekend. I think it would have. Look, dude, the fact of the matter is,
what made more money? The first Suicide Squad?
The first Suicide Squad made quite a bit of money.
The second one came out on HBO Max too.
Yeah, it was way
and during a pandemic.
And during a pandemic. Let me make clear what I'm saying. The first Suicide Squad movie would have always made more money.
Nah.
It would have always made more money. And here's why. The characters. The Joker was in it.
Trash.
I'm not saying he was I didn't say he was good.
Okay, but people didn't want to see it because of that. There was there's no way.
That's why it made as much money as it did, bro.
On a regular time, the Suicide Squad would have made more money than that.
It would have topped out at 400 million. Go on. Sorry.
The reason the first Suicide Squad movie made so much money is because people went to it because they were told Batman was going to be in it. That's why it made so much money in the beginning.
Yeah, Batman
Because
and the
they
Joker,
went in to go see
and Batman and the Joker, and it had more, well-known DC villains in it.
But you can't say the Joker because nobody liked the way the Joker
Okay,
looked.
and let me add another let me add another little thing. Will Smith is a bigger fucking star than Idris Elba. Always,
that's true.
always is, always will be. Right? He's going to make more money. So again, look.
With love, nerd man, with love, love.
I'm not. Again, look. There's a number of different reasons. I also think the quality of the movies, in terms of the identity of the movie. I think the identity of that movie, the first Suicide Squad, was much more welcoming to a bigger audience than the Suicide Squad was. There was, I don't know who the Suicide Squad was marketed to, just like I don't know who Birds of Prey was marketed to. The critics came out. The critics came out. Yeah, exactly. I would have said they're similar types of movies. One's just better quality, right? But they're very, very similar types of movie, Birds of Prey and the Suicide Squad. It's this kind of irreverent, childish, dumb humor, right? And like trying to make Harley Quinn a Deadpool kind of character and doing it's just doesn't work, especially for the DC fucking or the audience that the DC has built up so far. If they're trying to completely switch their audience, then maybe a film like that might work, but you can't just do that. And that's why I think Birds of Prey fucking bombed. It bombed big time. And that was go on.
With the Suicide Squad, both of them was the first one. They went, let's try and make Suicide, because Guardians of the Galaxy and that funny thing worked so well in Guardians of the Galaxy. They went, well, let's retool the first one to be more funny and accessible, like Guardians of the Galaxy. And then for the second one, they went, well, instead of trying to pretend to be like James Gunn, let's just have James Gunn do Guardians of the Galaxy, but with the Suicide Squad. That's what they did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, let's move past this.
That's why it was so off compared to the rest of the DC movies.
Onzo, if you want to defend Suicide Squad a little bit one more time, I don't know, but I want to move on to something next. But that was my least favorite of the trailers, definitely. I'll then go on to like what do people agree, or was that because Jada, you said you had a bit of a you said you had one that was a little bit more.
The one the trailer that I had the least like for was the Black Adam one.
Oh, really?
I didn't say, not because again it was just a trailer, so I was just a teaser. It's just that I don't like the fact that they took. I'm gonna have to say Shazam, because if I say Captain Marvel, it'll confuse people. Because they took Shazam's supervillain and gave him his own movie. So it's like, but no, like I was expecting Dwayne to portray Black Adam in a Shazam movie, not his own movie. And if the Black Adam movie outshines Shazam, which I'm pretty sure it's gonna do because it's got The Rock in it and everybody loves it. If the Black Adam movie outshines Shazam, how are you gonna have Black Adam fight Shazam and people are gonna root for Shazam? People are gonna root for Black Adam.
No, they won't.
Oh, I think they will. I think
if you make Black Adam a badass, like a real badass, they won't root for him.
Yeah, they will. I think they'll root for him.
That's like saying people rooting for the Joker. I root for the Joker when he's facing Batman. I mean, like straight up.
Yeah, you root for the Joker.
Yeah, I root for the Joker, but that doesn't take anything away from Batman. That just means, oh, he's cool. Batman's cool because he's got cool villains.
But here's the thing:
if Shazam's got a cool villain, that's just going to look better when he comes and meets Shazam. My problem with it is Dwayne trying to say that he's too for the Shazam franchise, and he doesn't want to. He wants to be Black Adam, but he doesn't want to face Shazam. That I'll have a problem with. If this isn't building into a Shazam confrontation,
right? But you never heard Rock say that, did you?
No. So that's
my only fear about the Black Adam is that the Black Adam is going to be too big to be in the Shazam movie, and that's my problem. But the movie itself may very well be amazing, but that's the only concern I have about Black Adam.
Yeah, but again, he's been talking a lot about facing Superman, facing the Justice League. He hasn't been talking about, Black Adam isn't like a Justice League level villain for me.
He can't be. That's the problem.
Not really.
No, they can make him that though. They could easily up his power level to go. He's going to be the villain in the next Justice League movie. Again, I'm not saying they're going to. I'm just saying if the Black Adam movie becomes as big as I think it's going to be, they're going to have Black Adam go up against the Justice League as opposed to Black Adam going up against Shazam.
Well, that will be a problem for me because the Justice League need to be. The Justice League need to be facing Darkseid. They need to be facing Brainiac. They need to be facing, characters like that. That's who the Justice League need to be facing. They don't need to be facing Black fucking Adam, where it's just a punch up. There's no ideological difference between Black Adam and the Justice League. There's an ideological difference, between like Superman and Brainiac, or like Brainiac and the Justice League, or Darkseid and the Justice League. That's what I don't.
Man, as you said, DC needs to integrate their movies more. So you can't if Black Adam becomes a big success, to integrate the DC universe more. They're going to have to make, because people are going to go, hey, we know who Black Adam is. He's a badass supervillain. That would be a perfect villain for the Justice League to deal with in the next Justice League movie. But if in the next Justice League movie they introduce Brainiac, people are going to go, well, who the hell is Brainiac? We already know who Black Adam is.
I personally, I'd like to see just a Brainiac versus Superman movie. That's personally, I'd like to see, like, say, a Legion of Doom versus the Justice League, and then go to Darkseid. That's what I'd like to see, like the progression. But
again, you can't say
Brainiac would be better than Black Adam.
I agree, but again, you're saying DC needs to integrate the movies like a storyline or like a TV show, like Marvel did. Well, if that's what you want, and if that's what you're suggesting, then the thing that makes the most sense is if Black Adam does as good as I think it's going to do, for them to follow your rule, it would only make sense for Black Adam to be the Justice League's villain. If you want the Legion of Doom, you got to introduce the Legion of Doom first, and then integrate it to going, hey audience, this is the Legion of Doom. This is how badass they are. This is who the Justice League need to deal with. You just can't introduce them, because that's what DC's been doing, and that's what's causing DC to not be as good as Marvel. Because Marvel introduces the bad. That's why the Doctor Strange. Nobody knew who Dormammu was. So it's like, okay, Doctor Strange is defeating this villain that we don't know about. But you take a character that people know about and then introduce it to the audience, like Ultron. Enough people at least knew who Ultron was, and you had the origin of Ultron in the movie for people to go, oh, okay, how are you going to introduce the Legion of Doom in a Justice League movie for the audience to be able to connect to them.
Right, but I think they should be all introduced in individual movies and then come together to face the Justice League.
But that's going to
how I
take
would do.
years.
But yeah, but that's why they need to be doing these. They need to be doing that now. They were talking about 4 movies a year coming out. Why am I not seeing fucking Green Lantern? Why am I not? It's kind of crazy. But speaking of Black Adam, what did you make of Black Adam? Because Black Adam for me is quite high up, and so on the list of the teasers that I liked.
Second to the Batman trailer to me.
Yeah. I fucking.
I'd rather wait for a full trailer, to be honest.
That's fair, but I thought it was amazing. I thought it was done really well. I enjoyed it, man. When he grabs the guy and turns him to bones, I'm like, okay, he's definitely gonna be a bad guy. He's gonna fight the JSA. Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Yeah, no, and what I liked about it, again, like all of these trailers, was the tone there. There was, I was completely expecting some obligatory, like, humor, jokes, whatever, like in some of these trailers, and they weren't like that. They were like, they had a specific tone that really was very different from what I'm seeing in the MCU. Again, MCU, great, what they've done overall, right? Like, I might have problems with the individual movies, but like what they've done overall and tone wise, they found their audience, and they're not like switching things up on their audience, pulling the rug from out their feet, and like just completely changing their style. They're keeping to it while expanding on their universe. So I thought, oh no, DC is going to start like thinking, like, let's just copy that tone and try and like appeal to that kind of market rather than keep to their own. And from the trailers I saw, actually they didn't do that. There was no obligatory joke at the end, like to shoehorn like the trailers
or something.
They were and this Black Adam one was fucking serious, as you were saying, Anzo. So I'm gonna play the Black Adam one, and
the
just
fact that he didn't say anything just added more to his menacing, like his menace.
Yeah, to the mystery and menace of the.
What up, Mike? What's going on?
Hey, Mike. So let's see this one. Loving the visuals as well, man. Like, just the way it visually looks.
I think
I agree.
A thing where all the women are the ones that release all the bad guys. It's always a woman that releases the ancient people.
Shazam. And she says Shazam as well, dude.
Yeah.
I love that. But she actually says Shazam. So that connects it, bro.
Yeah, that's what's.
Look at this shit, dude. Oh, Mortal Kombat electrocution style, bro. And then the head just, dude. And the way he takes this bullet as well. Fire, dude.
I mean, in all honesty, after he disintegrated the guy and he turned his head, if they had stopped the trailer there, if they had stopped the teaser there, it still would have been amazing. Like, they didn't even need to do the shooting or anything. Like, just that was just. I appreciated that.
I love the way, like, his super speed was so fast it didn't even look like he did anything, man. That was a good fucking. And I'm looking forward to the full trailer now. Looked amazing.
The only problem I have is that it's Dwayne being Black Adam. That's the only problem.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how he does in terms of the acting of Black Adam, but I don't think it needs to be a superb crazy superb performance. He just has to be cold and menacing, and hopefully the story is good enough to make up for some of his lack of acting chops. But the spectacle, is what I'm looking for as well.
I'm just wondering what scene he's going to be covered in baby oil with.
Probably most of them. Oh, AMDW is back. So we just looked at the Black Adam trailer just now, and we also talked about Peacemaker. You want to tell us your thoughts on Peacemaker first, and then go on to Black Adam?
Yeah, I like the Suicide Squad. I did like that movie, but I don't understand the point in giving Peacemaker his own movie. I mean, no, show,
Yeah.
right? Like, I mean, here's what I think. They obviously greenlit this show before the Suicide Squad movie came out, so they didn't.
You think so?
Yeah, no. So the reason, so obviously at that time they greenlit it, they didn't think that movie would bomb, let alone bomb as hard as it did. So now I'm thinking, like, how does this show lead into the greater scheme of plans of DCEU? And then I remembered it's a DCEU. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't have a plan. So it's like, of course it doesn't make sense. So you know what? If I'm bored, if I have nothing better to do, I will watch that show. I like DCEU, but I'm not a huge fan of this character. And obviously it's not leading to anything bigger, so it's, but
like
yeah.
it's a standalone thing.
Dude, like, I don't even think they know what they're doing. They're just like throwing shit at the wall and just seeing what sticks. Like I like Superman. I think Henry Cavill's underrated as Superman. I think Ben Affleck got like a really bad deal when it came to Batman. But it's just like we were saying, Nerdman, earlier, like DC, they don't know what the hell they're doing. They have no end game. You know what I mean? So they're not like Marvel in that regard. So I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like, I just even if you did like the Suicide Squad movie, which I wasn't particularly a fan of, it's fine if you like it. I can get it. But even if you do like it, what's the point of a Peacemaker show? I mean, really, like,
Dude, he
I
wasn't
don't
even,
get it.
No, man, like, dude, what's his name? Bloodsport was a badass character in that movie. If anyone, he should get his own show. Like, dude, even the freaking Rat Girl. What's her name? Rat Girl or Rat Catcher too.
She was more intriguing.
Yeah, dude, John Cena, like, his character's just there. Like, what does he add to it?
I think Ratcatcher was one of the worst characters in that movie.
Thank you.
Her acting was horrible.
Superpower? I have a rod that controls rats.
Thank you. Her acting was fucking horrible, by the way. Yes, you're right. But I do think her story was more intriguing than Peacemaker.
Oh yeah, I will.
I'll agree with your story.
I will give it
that.
Mainly because she's the only
that's
one.
That's not
that
hard. Yeah.
She's the only one that had one.
Never mind. I'll be right back.
No problem. And then I was gonna say, like, even the Polka Dot Man. I thought, like, I honestly, I was like, the only thing that disappointed me about Polka Dot Man, even though I liked him in the movie better than probably anybody, the only thing that fucking disappointed me was, hey, of 22 number.
Now you're in trouble.
Hold on. I don't mean to come storming in here. I just got to say something. I'm counting my new books and all that stuff, but you guys don't see why they're doing a Peacekeeper series. You do know John Cena is, like, his audience, regardless of however you think of him, regardless of whether you can see him. Do you know how big his audience is? I mean, for the longest time in wrestling, he was the top merch seller. That's one of the reasons, allegedly, that they never turned him a heel, because they felt that if he was heel, then the merch sales would drop down. That's why they made a Peacekeeper series. So I hear this.
So that's their audience,
dude.
They're
by the end of it, John Cena.
Kind of like, look at. Wait. Who's the other movie?
All right, let me ask you.
The movie that you were talking about immediately before Suicide Squad. What was the name of the movie?
Wonder Woman 84.
Nope. You weren't talking about that. You were talking about the movie
Black Adam.
Thank you. And who's the movie starring?
The Rock.
Dwayne.
And what did Dwayne used to do?
He was
a wrestler. Stop giving wrestlers movies.
Okay, so
Yeah, no,
see,
but wait a second.
dude.
Please don't compare Dwayne the Rock fucking Johnson to John
Why?
fucking Cena.
Why not?
Because
Why not?
all right, let's throw it out there. Let's throw it out there. Okay, in the rock and wrestling era, can you name me like 8 wrestlers outside of Hulk Hogan?
Seriously?
You serious?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Ultimate Warrior.
I presume you don't like most of us.
Do you really want to go through this?
Like huge wrestling. Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I could go through this. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what point you're trying to make.
Okay.
Because the fact
no.
the fact that Cena was as popular as he was in the quote unquote PG era after the
Austin,
the Attitude era. After that, dude, that speaks volumes.
Wait, just answer the question though. First of all, name me 8 wrestlers.
Roddy Piper, Jimmy Superfly Snuka. Actually, Shawn Michaels wasn't before then.
He was
still a wrestler.
He was
Andre the Giant.
He was the Rockers.
Excuse me. Yeah, but that wasn't until like the early '90s.
Yeah.
You're talking about the '80s.
Yeah,
you're talking about like all the ones like on Captain Lou.
All the good wrestlers.
And all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ultimate Warrior.
Mr. Perfect.
Big Boss Man, Mr. Perfect, Honky Tonk Man. I mean, what's your point? I don't get
Macho Man, Randy Savage.
Are you saying what? Are you saying they should get
wait,
shows?
No, wait, dude, you could damn near name the whole fucking roster from Hulk Hogan's fucking era, right?
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
What about their Attitude era, the Rock and Stone Cold era?
Kurt Angle, yeah, Chris Jericho, Bret Hart came back.
The football player.
Owen Hart,
Mark Henry,
The
Undertaker, Kane.
Kane,
the guy that did the spear.
Mankind,
Mankind,
you could go on, Triple H, all of those
Sting,
guys, right? Sting. All right, name me 10 fucking wrestlers from fucking John Cena's era.
Oh, I can't because I stopped watching. That I can't answer.
Right.
Mysterio.
Rey Mysterio was before. Rey Mysterio was before John Cena.
Rey Mysterio was WCW. He was kind of like towards the tail end of the Attitude Era. He wasn't the Attitude Era. He wasn't the Attitude Era for WWE. He was in WCW.
Yeah.
Wouldn't see him.
He was more when Kurt Angle was like top dog.
Well, Kurt Angle was still top dog when John Cena's first match was against Kurt Angle. Come on, dude, stop. Your point.
No, all right. Let's go on though. Rey Mysterio. Go on. Who else?
Edge.
Big Show.
Edge was before.
Big Show was part of WCW.
Edge was Attitude Era, dude.
Dude,
what's the point? What's the point?
Edge blew
My
up during
point
the
is
PG
this.
era.
My point is this.
Shawn Michaels came back after finding his smile. He disappeared for how long?
Oh, God, don't talk about him.
Okay,
listen,
come on, man.
John Cena was the face of wrestling when wrestling was not even fucking interesting, dude. Nobody was interested in
clearly
that
says
shit.
you.
And he was a false artificial face. They pushed him to that fucking space. The Rock, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, all of those kind of guys, they were there because audiences, organically liked them. Fucking John Cena was pushed for 10 fucking years. Look, do you know how long it took John Cena to get into the fucking movies? About 10 years. Do you know how long it took The Rock to get into movies before Hollywood was interested in The Rock? It took about like fucking 2 years. That's how big The Rock was in comparison.
Really?
With fucking...
I don't think so. You might want to do some research on that, nerd man.
Dude,
why does that even matter?
When he was top dog as The Rock, he was getting into movies very, very quickly. It must have been about 3 years or something.
What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, because everybody wanted to see him as the Scorpion King. Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah, remember that? And the
Hollywood came knocking very, very quickly.
Yeah, and they gave him 5 or 6
John Cena, how long has John Cena been top dog? He's been top dog for almost 15 fucking years.
They were pushing him, and they never got anywhere with him. Name me, out of all of his movies, name me any that succeeded.
Nerdman, I'm going to say something that may come as a surprise to you, but your point is fucking ridiculous. I mean, I'm sure you've never heard that before, but I don't know what dots you were trying to connect.
It's
but,
the Rock. It's Dwayne.
Dude.
They kept trying to push Dwayne as a movie star, and nobody bought it. Just because he was successful in the Fast and Furious movie.
Fast and Furious. Dude,
okay?
And
that
John
was
Cena
it.
was... Who else was in the Fast and the Furious?
Vin Diesel. When they tried to get Vin Diesel to be actor, and he couldn't cut it.
Dude, they'll put anybody in Fast and the Furious, man. Stop.
That's kind of true.
Your point's and besides, here's the main thing. HBO Max needs content. That's the reason we got assaulted with fucking Zack Snyder's Justice League, dude. Because they needed content and they bought that. Okay,
yeah, no, that is part of it. Yeah.
Don't tell me this is a no-brainer.
But it was way better.
You know what?
It's way better than Suicide Squad.
You got James Gunn. James Gunn is willing to work on it, dude. It's a fucking no-brainer.
James Gunn is done with me, bro. I'm done with James Gunn. I was kind of like.
You made an enjoyable DC movie, which is kind of rare these days.
You know, I was like, he's okay with these Guardians of the Galaxy movies. I was like, you know what?
It's the first
James Gunn's all right. James Gunn's he's all right. Like with these Guardians movies, I kind of like I put him on a little bit of a higher level. After like what he's done with Suicide, this is James Gunn off the leash. This is James Gunn when he doesn't have a PG fucking thing hanging over his head. This is who James Gunn really is.
James Gunn when he doesn't have to prove himself anymore. James Gunn proved himself on Guardians of the Galaxy, and we're going, okay, you get to do what you want. And James Gunn is going, great, I don't have to try anymore.
Right.
Nerdman.
Bro.
I'm going to leave you with this, okay? Right now, my shirt is indicative of one of the greatest stories ever told from DC. Usually, I do have a Bizarro shirt that I'm wearing, which I feel I should be wearing now, because talking to you is always the fucking opposite of fucking sanity, dude. You're ridiculous, man, okay? There's nothing wrong with James Gunn, okay? There's nothing wrong with, I mean, there's a lot wrong with John Cena, but you know what? He gets shit done. And outside of that, his philanthropic work, like doing all the Make-A-Wish things, like if you can do, and you've seen some of them on the internet, if you could do what he does in his position, like people don't do that shit, dude. Because
they do. They do.
They don't. No, they
They
don't.
fucking do. They just come on.
For Christ's sakes, the Undertaker had to do it too.
Stop it.
All of the fucking wrestlers were doing Make-A-Wish, dude. All of those fucking wrestlers were doing Make-A-Wish. Don't give me that. They just pushed John Cena
when you
and
get
that
off
whole
here,
Make-A-Wish.
research the stats on how many Make-A-Wishes that wrestlers have done, okay? And then compare it to John Cena's. Okay, you do that. That's your homework.
Because that's the only one the kids know. The kids want the face. The kids want the kids want the good guy.
Right. And so those kids that came that grew up in the PG era, let's see, would they be of age to watch a Peacekeeper series? Why? I think they would. Oh my goodness! I'm starting to see some sort of logic here. Wait,
you mean all those kids? You meant all those kids who've grown up now who went to see the Suicide Squad?
Yes. Suicide
and they
Squad.
Loved it. And they loved it.
The streaming numbers for the Suicide Squad.
You know what? Nobody.
How come it's only when
the
Zack
streaming
Snyder's
numbers?
League do people go off with? Oh well, the streaming numbers in Lithuania or something were big. And everybody accepts that as fact. What the hell is this doing over here? Anyways,
streaming numbers don't fucking matter in terms of who brought in a bigger dude. If you go and look, no, Mike, I'm not gonna have this anymore. This is my channel. I'm not gonna have you coming in with your MCU love. No.
Has DC ever announced something they've never delivered? Yes or no? Don't tell me what it is. Just say yes or no. Have they ever announced a project that they've pulled out of?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that, if Suicide Squad performed as badly as not you all, but this dude in the upper left-hand corner is saying, don't you think DC would have had the balls to pull the project and say, you know what? We're not wasting money on this. If it was going to take...
No, they filmed it already, dude.
Okay. It was
filmed
not
the shit.
It was not finished filming.
They were filming it before Suicide Squad came out.
Dude.
They were filming it before. When did the Suicide Squad come out? Are you trying to tell me
Mike
within like
comes in just to cause shit. Isn't that interesting?
May?
Dude, it
Was
came
it
out
May?
in May,
April?
right?
May?
It came out
Something
in
like
May. You're trying to tell me they shot a whole fucking Peacemaker show just in between it coming out and
I'm on
fucking
my
now?
phone.
You're full
You
of
know,
shit.
I'm
You
on
are
my
full
phone.
of shit.
Well, look,
you
you
just
know what?
lost. You made your final point.
I lost
and
nothing.
you
I lost nothing. We're getting a
absolutely
Peacekeeper series.
fucking
I lost
ruined
could
nothing.
see
yourself.
What are you talking about?
Mike could
You
see
lost.
nothing.
You made your final point and absolutely
my
fucking
God.
trashed your own fucking argument, dude.
You know.
And as
you know.
look,
You got it. You have
Wonder
to warn
Woman
people.
1984, I don't like it. Wonder Woman 1984, I don't like it. Zack Snyder's,
I don't even think
Zack
we're
Snyder's
necessary anymore.
No, I'm gonna let you guys speak after this. But Zack Snyder's Justice League, I do like, right?
Sorry to hear that.
You know, and whatever. I can understand people not liking
That tracks with you.
But the
That's on
fact
brand.
is,
Yes.
they brought in subscribers. That's what you should care about, not how many people watch who are already subscribed to HBO Max. Nobody subscribed to HBO Max for Suicide Squad, dude.
So wait, you're saying that there were no subscribers for the Suicide Squad? The numbers that Suicide Squad
not the
did
numbers,
don't matter,
not the numbers
for
Wonder Woman
Zack Snyder's
1984
Justice
brought
League
in.
too.
Not the numbers Wonder Woman
Zack Snyder fans that were
1984.
saying do not subscribe to HBO Max because they weren't. What was the reason? What was their reason? There was a reason. I can't remember what the controversy of the day was, but they were saying, "Oh, boycott." I think it was maybe had to do with Ray Fisher or something like that. Whatever. It was something fucking ridiculous and stupid.
Almost
But they were
like
like,
a
"Oh,
wrestling match.
cancel your HBO Max. Don't watch Zack Snyder's Justice League on HBO Max." There was some reason. I can't remember what it was because it's always something with them. Dude, stop.
Dude, just tap out, bro.
Stop.
Just tap out, bro.
You know what?
I've got you in the figure four leg lock, man.
Dude,
I've got you in the figure four leg lock, and I'm fucking holding the ropes while the ref ain't looking.
I am
you
Bret
need to
motherfucking
tap
Hart,
the fuck
okay?
out.
And you are Doink. So shut up, okay? That's how much of a clown you are, bro. Okay? But anyways, whatever. Have a good stream. I gotta go back to work.
You too, man.
Goodbye.
Peace. All right. Anyway, back to normalcy, back to rationality. So, yeah, what was your take on Black Adam, AMDW?
Oh, it looks sick. It's fucking awesome. But see,
Yeah.
here's the problem. Like, a Black Adam movie should not be the main event of the DC cinematic universe. Fucking Superman, even Batman. But you know what? They're making a Batman movie, but guess what? Matt Reeves is such a fucking pompous ass that he doesn't want that to be a part of the DCEU. So there's no unity. They don't know what they're doing. Even their own directors are rebelling against them, dude. This is ridiculous.
I still think they could convince him. Like, let's see how big the Batman kind of gets.
Oh, it's gonna be big.
And I still think they
be
could
huge.
convince him to maybe do a universe within that. You know, like we like do something there. No, I honestly I wouldn't mind that because I think the biggest problem with Zack Snyder was his storytelling. He finds storytelling, you know, telling a story coherent from A to B or A to C, like really difficult. Clearly, and so to get a director who's doing a mature types of movies but can actually tell a story, I think you know. Give him something like the Justice League and see what he can do with it, you know?
All right. Well, don't you think that, like, if, you know, obviously, you know, like commenting on the tragic passing of his daughter, like, if that hadn't happened, if none of that stuff had ever happened, and Zack Snyder was not let go from Warner Brothers, like, do you think that what he would have given us would have been better than what we have now?
How do you mean, like, I think the DC universe would have been more popular because I think if they had just continued, it would have been an upward trend of people, you know, they would have built up an audience. Basically, they were building up an audience. They have a big audience around the world of people who actually like the DC movies.
Yeah, but like the
I don't know that I would have liked them. I personally probably, you know, I like the Justice League, but again, what he seemed to be wanting to do afterwards, I didn't like. I didn't like that whole, you know, especially the idea of going straight from that first Justice League movie to another evil Superman versus Batman movie in an apocalyptic future. I didn't like that idea at all. So who knows? Who knows? I might have liked it. I might not have. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it would have been interesting if, like, like they hadn't, if they had actually released like his cut into theaters instead of the one that we got originally. Like, I mean, think about it. Like, that movie would have come out before Infinity War. It would have gotten the jump on Infinity War. That's an epic movie. There's no, like, it would have done this huge box office numbers. It totally
Yeah.
would have gotten the jump on Marvel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They should not have let him go. They should not have done that. That was a miscalculation on their part. And now look at the clusterfuck that they have now.
I do agree with that in some ways. I think. Yeah, go on, Jaden.
Oh no, I mean, I don't understand this necessity that it has to be DC versus Marvel. Like, I'm sorry. I love DC movies and I love Marvel movies. I don't see how DC has to trump Marvel. I don't see how Marvel has to decimate DC. Just enjoy the Marvel movies. Just enjoy the DC movies. Like, why is there this picking sides bullshit? I've been waiting all my life for all of these superhero movies, and it's like I'm supposed to now pick sides. What are you, nuts?
Well, see, here's the thing. No, Jaded, and I'm with you on that, man. I think both of them should just do their own thing. But here's the thing. No, but here's the thing. It's not just me that's saying that, right? You look at literally everyone else. The majority of them are going to inevitably compare and contrast the two. Right now, or not just right now, but for the past few years, ever since Man of Steel or BVS came out, there has been an unfair bias towards Marvel. And whatever comes out of DC, whether it's a Suicide Squad or if Black Adam comes out and that makes $1 billion, it doesn't matter. They will always be compared to each other, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And also,
this is going to come a shock. This is probably going to come as a shock to all of these people. I don't give a shit what you think. I hate to break it to you. You can say that, Marvel is doing better movies. I don't give a shit. I'm going to base every movie on its own.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. What he's saying is right. AMBW is correct. There is some perverse enjoyment of destroying and decimating DC movies that, they have some flaws, but dude, to talk about even say Batman v Superman, which I clearly do think has a lot of flaws, and I can understand a lot of the criticisms towards it. But to talk about it in the same level as Batman and Robin, which is what some critics were saying, it's as bad as Batman and Robin, right? It's it's just
who were the supervillains in that one?
Who were the supervillains? It was
Batman
Doomsday, Lex Luthor. Oh, are you talking about Batman and Robin or Batman?
Which one was Batman and Robin? I
that was Poison Ivy and Bane.
And Mr. Freeze.
Oh yeah, that sucks.
And Mr. Freeze. Yeah. yeah. So I'm just saying
with George Clooney and Val Kilmer, other than Jim Carrey one.
See, here we go. Rogue Comics. It was as bad as that. Here we go. It's just it defies all kind of sense of objectivity on
that's why I don't
kind
give
of
a shit.
movies.
That's why I don't give a shit.
I know, but in the end, it has a cascading effect on the box office, which is people are just trash DC movie. For God's sake, Shazam was a good movie. Yeah. Shazam was a fucking good movie.
Okay.
Right? Why did that make the amount of money that it did? Because it wasn't an MCU, or it wasn't a Marvel movie. It wasn't, it just.
Here's why I don't care. Here's why I don't care, and here's why it doesn't matter. Okay? Because 95% of the audience that are going to go see these Marvel movies or these superhero movies, okay, don't give a shit what the 5% of the comic book fanboys argue about.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
You can be a Snyderverse fanboy. Okay. Nobody outside of your group of 200 people give a shit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You can say, DC should be doing this to beat Marvel. 95% of the audience doesn't know this conversation exists. They're just going, oh, look. Like, you got some people who don't even know the difference between a DC supervillain or superhero or a Marvel superhero. They're just classified as superhero.
No, but dude, Jaded, they're much more keyed in these days. I teach kids.
They are now. I
teach kids in the Czech Republic, and they know about the MCU. They know about the MCU, and they bought into the narrative as well. DC is whatever, right? Like, I have this argument, like, also with them. But
look, get a backbone and make your own decision.
But here's the point. Here's the point. Like, I think AMBW like has said this quite eloquently before. It's like, it doesn't bother me either, right? That what people think of the DCEU, right? I happen to like most of the movies in the DCEU. I like Suicide Squad. I even like BVS. Man of Steel, not really my cup of tea, but I will
never understand why you don't like Man of Steel.
Anyway, get to your point before we segue.
But anyway, I still think that nonetheless, objectively speaking, when you go to a film like Shazam, when you go to a film like Wonder Woman, when you go to a film like Joker, these are fucking really, really good comic book movies.
Okay.
And still the narrative, you can't even argue it from any side that they're like bad movies. But still, the narrative maintains that somehow they are inferior to the Marvel fucking products.
Because they're not Marvel movies.
To me, is fucking crazy. That's where it gets crazy, and that's where I'm like, okay, now you're just enjoying bashing DC. Because I could even get what you were saying about BVS or Man of Steel or whatever. Maybe it wasn't quite, they didn't quite get the characters right or whatever. Shazam's one of the most comic book accurate comic book movies of all fucking time. Wonder Woman was pretty fucking comic accurate as well. I just don't get it when it comes to those movies. People are just trying to trash, and then they tried to trash Joker, but the audiences rejected that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the critics tried to bring Joker down. 64% fucking critics. In what fucking world is that a 64% movie in comparison with other comic book movies? It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but it's
There's
Rotten
a fucking
Tomatoes.
agenda, dude.
Who takes Rotten Tomatoes seriously anyway?
Yeah, but no, like, I just want to point out something really quickly. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but like Warner Brothers, they are notorious for listening to like fans online and critics. Like, they are sensitive to that reception. That's why the whole time after BVS didn't do as well as they hoped, they freaked out and hired Joss Whedon and basically say, okay, scrap the Snyderverse, no more dark.
Let's try and make a Marvel movie.
Light, exactly. And then what happened? They just made it worse. So they do listen. So that's the thing. They do listen to receptive, feedback. Like Marvel, maybe not so much. Here's the thing. Marvel, I think they're overhyped, overrated as fuck. I don't really like some of the earlier stuff. I enjoy more than like some of the more recent stuff.
Oh, 100% agree. Yeah.
But dude, Marvel is king, dude. Marvel is king.
Oh, not again! Jesus,
dude! I swear to God, the level of bullshit that's being said on this stream is like astounding. Like,
go ahead. Prove me
I'm
wrong.
not even going to argue this time. I'm going to let AMB.
Tell me what I said that was wrong. I'm listening.
Do you ever stop and think? So you're saying that 68% of the critics, which I have to give you credit where credit is due. You actually got a figure right for a fucking change. 68% of the critics on Rotten Tomatoes, which is a bullshit. Like, as was said here earlier, I don't know who it was, but Rotten Tomatoes should not be any standard whatsoever.
Right.
It's like, whatever you do, you go, you watch the movie, make up your own fucking mind. This whole dependence on critics and what critics say and all this other stuff, they're like fucking lemmings. Ignore them. If somebody says the Joker looks like shit, which it was, but if they say it looks like shit and you think it looks good, go see it. Go see it. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to them. Go see it. But I don't know what the point is. There's the Joker. The Joker was not a comic book movie, number one. And this victim.
Do that.
What?
No, I'm agreeing with Mike. Don't call the Joker a comic book movie.
Okay.
It wasn't. And this victim narrative that you're trying to perpetuate here, Nerd Man, it's ridiculous. It's like the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. DC is nowhere near a victim, bro. They with the wealth of characters they have, what AMBW said is true. They are not trigger happy, but what is like when something
they're
like
reactionary.
Very like at the drop of a hat. Like if somebody says something wrong, oh, we got to go the other way. That's exactly what happened with Zack Snyder. I think it was that they felt having Batman Superman front loaded with the Trinity and it not doing what it should have done, because that should have been $1 billion movie.
Yeah,
that should have been $1 billion movie here in America, not international,
not worldwide.
America alone. Yes, but it wasn't. And when they saw that,
okay,
they were like, you know what? We want to do crowd pleasing movies that people are going to like, that will entertain them the way Marvel has been doing them. Yes.
Marvel movies. Okay, yeah.
Have you ever? Why is it that when something tanks? Oh well, it has to be because you're just like a Snyder fan, dude. You say, oh no, they just don't understand the delicacies of Snyder's masterwork because it just blows their feeble little minds.
I'm not even talking about Snyder.
Maybe it was a movie that nobody liked. How about that? It is a possibility.
Dude, Dredd didn't do well as well. Dredd didn't do well in the cinemas. I thought that was an awesome fucking movie.
You thought. That's fine. And I'm glad. I've liked movies too that haven't done it. And you know what? I don't care. That the only way it affects me is if it, like you say, they were going to do a sequel or something like that. That's the only way it affects me. If I can see it and I can buy it and whatever else, fuck everybody. I don't care what it makes. As long as it doesn't hinder.
All right, Mike. I'm going to let AMBW respond to your nonsense, but go on.
Nonsense.
AMBW. It's nonsense, dude. But go on, AMBW. What's your response to that? And then we have to get back on track to the DC Fandome and Black Adam and everything to do with that.
Okay, so I agree with a lot of what Mike is saying. To back that argument up, yeah, they are not a victim. Like, let's compare the fact that obviously, you know, what Mike just said, like, unlike Marvel, DC has complete access and control to all of its characters, right?
Sure.
That being said, they should not be doing as badly as they are or have been doing. And again, I've said this before on this stream and other streams too, like, DC needs like a fucking Kevin Feige. They need better leadership. They need someone that understands and understands they have the budget. They have all the money in the world. You know what I mean? It's just like, but the thing is like, you know, for a studio that is, you know, I don't know. It's just all mismanagement. There's no end game, no pun intended. There is nothing. You know what I mean? They rushed to Justice League. Even Zack Snyder's Justice League happened way too soon. It should have happened a few years later. You know.
Okay, pause that. AMBW. Do you think they're rushing into Flashpoint too?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. I agree.
Yeah, they are rushing into Flashpoint. But I'm hoping it's a two-parter. I still have this real feeling that there's going to be a bookend to that movie that makes it a two-parter where it's going to be...
The problem, Nerdman, is sometimes you confuse hope with delusion.
Right? What if they made it? What if they made it an HBO series?
I know you hoped it's going to be a two-parter, but it's not. It's not going to be a two-parter.
What evidence do you have? I have as little evidence to say it's a two-parter as you have to say it isn't. I mean, it's just
because they wouldn't promote it the same way they did.
They wouldn't. No, because it could be. That's like saying they should have promoted Batman Begins as a two-parter where they're going to introduce the Joker into stuff. Maybe right at the end you're going to see a teaser for what's going to go on in this Flashpoint universe. I don't think he's going to get back home like by the end of the movie. I think it's going to be a surprise where he doesn't get back home, and you might end up like in a universe where like actually it is the Atlanteans versus the
because we've not seen anything from DC to even hint that that's a thing that they'll do.
Who knows? But like I'm just saying that I'm hoping
here's the other thing too.
That might be the case.
I don't necessarily. I wouldn't if DC didn't. Well, see this. God damn it! If I was gonna say if DC didn't do Flashpoint direct as the comic book, I wouldn't necessarily be mad at that because Marvel does the same thing where they like cherry pick what elements of the storylines they're going to use in their movies and stuff like that. So to say that that's okay, but then when DC does it, but see, the difference between the two is that Marvel actually took the time to invest in the characters, so you got to know the characters, and then they don't. Oh God, you can't just throw shit in a movie.
He's right. He's right.
No, he isn't right.
Or don't understand it.
He isn't right at all, dude.
How come?
Do you like Terminator 2?
Yeah.
They did. You like Terminator 2? Did it take 60 movies to build up to understand the Terminator? Did you have to have 60 movies to build up?
But how long?
Like, let's build up the movie as an origin story. Marvel did that, and that's great. Marvel did that, and that's great. But you don't need to do that to have you care about. You don't need
characters. Sarah Connor and the Terminator.
Wait a minute. Birdman. How many movies did it take to be able to get the Alien versus Predator movie? How many movies did it take to be able to establish an Alien versus Predator movie? It took 4. It took 4 movies to create what?
Six.
No, because after Predator, it was there was Alien. There was Alien 1. Oh yeah, right, because it came after Aliens 4, right?
Yeah, sure. Okay, I see your point.
It took 6 movies.
It would have taken 2 movies. No, it would have taken 2 movies. It could have taken 2 movies to do that.
No, it couldn't.
1 Alien movie and 1 Predator movie.
No, because the first Alien movie doesn't. No, because Alien and Aliens are 2 different genres.
Look,
can we vote Nerdman off the island? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. The hell is wrong with you?
Dude, we're going in complete fucking circles. What I'm trying to say is...
No, you are!
No.
You don't!
We're on the straight and narrow. We are
Dude, you're trying to say building up a universe of characters where most of them were just these quippy, substanceless fucking characters for over 40 fucking movies was what you needed to do to get you to care about. I didn't care about the characters in fucking Infinity War. That's the problem. I got honestly
$1 billion that says you're wrong, okay? I got $1 billion, and that's all you need to know. $1 billion, bro.
Dude,
okay? No.
Birdman, that's not a fair comparison. That's not a fair comparison. They took 4 movies. Marvel took 4 movies for the audience to care about the Avengers movie. Okay? They didn't take 40. They took 4 movies to make you care. You didn't need Iron Man 2. You didn't need Iron Man 3.
Fanboy, why are you wasting your breath? You're shooting we know his equivalency is wrong. I mean, don't do it. You're buying into it.
Marvel needed 4 movies to get people to care about the Avengers movie. That was it.
No. They needed 1 movie. They needed 1 movie.
You needed Iron Man.
Because the only character I cared about
doesn't matter. That's irrelevant.
Was Iron Man.
That's irrelevant.
You care about 1 character, but you know what?
Dude, those movies didn't make
like 1 character.
Ashley cared about the Black Widow. That was her second appearance. Yeah, well, dude, her name is the Widow. She loves the Black Widow. Yes.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So, but what I'm trying to say is that different people related to different characters because they had an opportunity to know them. They didn't just throw them in a movie and then expect everybody. Oh, well, yeah, I like this dude. I like that dude. Like almost building off nostalgia.
Even
if Blue Arrow says the point that Flashpoint was supposed to come out 3 years ago and we can't get a proper trailer tells me WB has no confidence with this movie. Sup guys, sup man. Again,
I think they're putting all their eggs in the basket. They're counting.
I think they're putting all their eggs in Black Adam, to be quite honest.
And you know what's even worse? You know what's even worse though, Nerdman? Here's how. Wait, hold on. Here's how this is ridiculous.
He tells me the fact
that the CW has been able to pull off what the fucking movies can't, because every time they do a crossover, every fucking time it is good. They did Crisis on Infinite fucking Earths, dude. It was good up until the end. Up until the end. They brought in the Kingdom Come Superman. They brought in fucking Batman 89, the Batman 89 universe. It was all there. And if a TV show can do that and the movies can't, dude, what A&BW said is true. It is a fact. They need leadership. They need somebody to coordinate everything. They need Nerdman. If you want to give them a Christmas present, I don't know if you celebrate Christmas in the UK or if you're a pagan or whatever, but send them a dry erase board so they can start organizing this stuff, so they can put everything out and have it make sense, and people will go see it. This is what AMBW is saying. They need somebody to do this, and they don't have anybody.
If you're telling me that DC needs to build up a film universe, I understand that. What I'm saying is what the MCU pulled off, right?
No. I'm not saying build up a universe.
Decent...
No, Nerdman. I'm saying have structure. I'm not saying build up a universe.
Have structure. Whatever you want to call it, have structure. I think what we're talking about is building to Justice League movies. Right, that's what I think.
Justice League should be the Avengers of the DC universe. Yes,
right.
Yes,
that's what it should be. Like those kind of movies.
You get, and then you can also have the world's finest movies with Batman and Superman, but they don't do this shit, dude.
Okay, all right. Let me finish. But you're talking about like Marvel having done this special thing, like which is build up, over time so that people were invested and cared about these characters. And what I'm saying is that care and investment in those characters, ultimately, I think it's fairly fucking hollow and artificial, because apart from Tony Stark...
It is, but what's the point?
Apart from Tony Stark, maybe Captain America, I don't see... I don't know why Hawkeye's reason for being. I don't know what his,
Hawkeye?
He's the smart ass. Who's the smart ass?
I don't know what his thing is. He's got
a boy band. He's the smart ass.
Yeah. Okay.
Because he's one of the two. I'm going to tell you his reason for being.
Wait. I don't want to hear his reason for being.
No.
There is none.
You don't understand.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Don't you want to be educated? His reason for being is so we as normal humans have a way into this world where there's super soldiers and fucking people that are gods and fucking dudes that are like hyper intelligent and that create technology. These are just two regular people, him and Nat. Those are the two regular people. Nat can bounce off of 3 or 4 stories and get up and walk. But
I was there to justify.
You know what? The main thing is
Hawkeye's there to be another toy figure.
These are comic book.
To be another toy to sell to kids. That's why he's there. He's the bow and arrow guy.
You mean like this? Yeah, I got 10 of these motherfuckers, and you know what?
Say your kids into bow and arrows for some reason. Let's get a bow and arrow guy for your kid to be able to play.
Did you have any toys when you were a kid?
That's not why Hawkeye was in the movie.
This explains a lot, dude.
All right, Jay did go. Please.
Hawkeye was in the Avengers to justify being able to have Black Widow. You needed to have another human level character to justify, because they wanted Black Widow in the movie because they needed to attract, gear to the female audience. So you can't have Captain America, Thor, Iron Man, and then Black Widow. It wouldn't work.
And you know what? Surprisingly, these characters were also in the Avengers too, so it wasn't unheard of.
Yes.
My point is,
Quicksilver and Wanda. I mean, they were. Why did they have to make them separate? You could have easily have had Wanda and Quicksilver as part of the Avengers. Why not?
As what you said before, they had issues as far as the rights. They have something that DC has. They own all their. They can do all their characters, whereas Marvel couldn't. So there was the thing with Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch about them being mutants, and then the whole Fox thing, and blah blah blah, and whatever. So that's
but didn't they retcon that they weren't
right,
dude? Did you need 22 movies to build towards a fucking Hulk who was a Professor Hulk who was a piece of trash?
Nerdman.
Or a Hulk that didn't come out in the whole fucking movie. Let me look. That was not a character you cared about. Don't fucking lie to me.
You didn't care about. I love the Hulk.
Thank you.
You love Professor Hulk.
He doesn't get this.
And I hated Professor Hulk.
You love Professor Hulk. You needed 23 fucking movies to build towards Professor Hulk.
Nerdman.
They didn't
get none of it.
They had 3 of them.
That's what you're saying.
Accurate, Nerdman.
Or movies.
It did happen in the comics.
Or movies.
You needed 70 movies. You needed 70 movies to build towards Fat Thor. This is real fucking character. This is.
I don't know why you get drawn into this. Seamless. I swear to God, I should know his BS by now.
Character development. Seamless character development to move towards Fat Thor. Oh my God! Look,
But
he's
that's not
fat
how.
now.
But that's not what they're doing,
For
Nerd.
fuck's
You
sake.
know this.
That is what they were doing, dude.
Dude.
Who was Wanda? Who was Wanda? How did she get together with Vision? How did they even get together with Wanda and Vision?
You know what?
Why
You
were
know
they
what?
in
We
love?
didn't-
What
we
was the
didn't get a movie
relationship?
we didn't get a movie about Scarlet Witch, but we did get a TV
There was
show.
no
and then everybody could pick and
fucking
choose on whether
development.
that was
There
good
was
or
a
not.
bunch of
But at least they
fucking
did.
jokes.
But they
There
were
was
the
no
bad
character development.
guys.
There was a bunch of
All right.
jokes.
What are you talking? I don't understand the
Nerd man.
problem.
He has many problems. He has many problems.
I don't know. No, hold on. Let's stick with Wanda. Let's stick with Wanda and Quicksilver. What was the problem with Wanda and Quicksilver?
Their relationship was rushed.
But they were the
There was one
villains.
movie.
They
There
were
was
the
one movie.
villains. But they were the villains. They weren't established as being part of the Avengers. They were established as the villain. So I'm again, what was the problem with Wanda and Quicksilver?
As heroes.
No. They were villains. No, they started
Originally,
off as villains.
yes, the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, dude. They're Magneto's kids.
Oh, that wasn't in the movie.
Well, no, but I'm saying, I'm talking about comic books.
I'll tell you the problem with Wanda. I'll tell you the problem with Wanda.
Go ahead.
Here we go.
In the first movie, she had the ability to fucking go into people's minds and fucking control their minds and shit like that, and do all these visions. Second movie, third movie, fourth movie, fifth movie, 77th movie, she hasn't yet got the ability to do that anymore. In crucial moments when that power would have been fucking incredible to be able to use. Right?
Wait a minute.
Now she can't use it. Now she doesn't have that ability. Right?
Hold on.
Because the film.
Do you want to rebuttal?
Wait,
listen to Fanboy.
Wait, fucking second.
No, because then we could.
I've had enough of your shit. I've had enough of it. I've had enough of it. Why? Because the film couldn't have, because if they, had her have her full set of powers, which they established in the first movie, those movies would have been over a lot quicker. Because she would have been able to solve the problem by her fucking self.
She didn't have her full set of powers.
Civil War should have been over. Civil War was done. Civil War was done in the first 20 minutes of the movie if Wanda has her powers. That's why. That's your character development for you.
No.
That's character development in the MCU for you.
Somebody, please stop.
Nerdman.
Trash, bro.
Nerdman, the only reason Wanda had those powers in an Age of Ultron is because the movie needed her to have those powers. After the Age of Ultron, they didn't need her to have those powers anymore. Right. That's why she doesn't have her powers.
Nerdman doesn't realize that sometimes things happen because if things happen the way he said they would, it would be a very short movie.
No, Mike. Things happen in the movies because the directors go, we need this to happen. If we never need it to happen again, we're going to conveniently forget those powers.
AMBW, did you just see that? They just agreed with me. So the character development
in the MCU it happens in DC movies too.
But that's not
character development. DC movies with the stupidity that happens.
Character development.
Or the TV show. In DC movies, it's character development. But in Marvel movies, they're just picking and choosing what they want.
Are you saying power development?
Whatever. Stop. See, this is what happens.
That's part of the character.
And Marvel fans can't get together.
It's superhero movies.
Mike,
okay,
there's no way.
All right, we've gone for powers. All right, let's talk about her relationship with Vision. Do you care about that?
Was incredibly forced. That was like, they have it in the comic books, so we got to do it in the movies. Let's do it in a 20-minute time period. That was absolute bullshit.
Okay, thank you. So the only real characters in the whole MCU,
the
only ones that you can actually care about,
let me respond to that. Do you want Marvel to give them?
I'm not going to turn this into an MCU stream because of you.
Did you want them to give Wanda a solo movie?
Mike, I'm not going to turn this into an MCU stream because of you.
They could have used the WandaVision movie. They could have used the WandaVision TV show to establish the romance, but because they already had the WandaVision TV show established and set up, they had to force that romance to justify them wanting to get married. In what, a 20-minute time period? blow me.
Civil War, there were flirty overtures between the two because he clearly was
Vision is
feeling
being
something.
flirty.
Yes.
Do you understand how ridiculous that is?
No.
Vision was being flirty.
Vision is not a normal
beautiful character. It was one of those beautiful character building moments when he was talking to her about fucking making a paprika sauce.
Making a
Vision.
Vision.
That was real character development.
Sorry.
For a superhero.
They weren't surfing the net for Pornhub together, nerd man.
No.
But things don't work the way
in
you
20
want them
minutes,
to,
they forced
okay?
a romance because they
Christ.
needed that romance because in the comic books, they get together. And, by the way, they have 2 kids. I love how they had 2 kids that had absolutely no relevance to the entire story arc of the TV show. But because since they had kids in the comic books, we got to have them have kids in the TV show. What value did the kids?
Wait.
What value did the kids have in the TV show?
No. Nerdman was over here saying that it's comic book, like Shazam is the most comic book accurate. So
not really, but whatever.
But he's proposing that things need to be comic book accurate. So they have kids in the comic book. She's with Vision in the comic book. So that would be comic book accurate, but that's not good. It's only when DC does it. It's good.
No. I'm saying it's not good because it was forced and they didn't actually have a purpose for it.
Would you have wanted a solo like rom-com movie with Scarlet Witch and Vision, seeing them getting together in between Civil War and Infinity War? What?
You mean Wanda and Vision getting together?
Wanda and Vision getting together, yeah, like a rom-com where they fall in love and everything.
That would have been interesting. That would have actually been an interesting concept.
But
as long as it was
there you go. See,
something to get them together.
Because they're boring, hollow characters. That's why I wouldn't have wanted to see it, because they're boring. If they were interesting, dynamic characters, then I might have wanted to see that.
Maybe that's Marvel. Maybe that's Marvel's DCism. Maybe that's Marvel's DCism because they felt, you know what? People read the comic book, they have the shorthand, just like DC does. Oh, you know what? We don't need to introduce this or explain this because everybody's going to know this because, it's Batman. So when you see Batman, you're just going to know everything about him instead of explaining.
Can we talk about
but Mike, that's not fair because you know as well as I do, 95% of the audience have never read a comic book in their life.
I don't disagree with you. But I'm talking about like both companies, not just Marvel.
So those kids, so that romance between Wanda and Vision didn't need to happen in Age of Ultron. But because they know the fans know that there's a romance, they crowbarred it in.
Why didn't it
all right. Can we talk about how...
Why was it necessary? It didn't progress the story.
We've gone so way...
How?
What do you mean how?
Go ahead. How did it progress the story?
We're getting to WandaVision.
If they never had a romance, what would have been different?
Nothing.
Maybe at the end of Infinity War, she wanted
to
come
in Age of Ultron.
Right. No.
They did not have to force the romance.
Dude, there was the intimacy between the two, and that's what made the end with Infinity War when she's trying to get the.
I'm not arguing. And if they had spent a movie or two building that up, that would have been great.
You know what? That would have been great, but we didn't have that luxury because
Why not?
I guess they didn't see Scarlet Witch. I mean, as someone that would be like have a solo movie or something, like they were kind of DCing it again, like DC does.
DC.
What are you talking about? They had planned on Wanda being able to take down Thanos.
See,
they had already established that Wanda was going to be one of the most powerful Marvel characters.
Fanboy, just like I agree that Black Widow should have had a movie way before Captain Marvel. They didn't do it for some reason. I don't know why.
As long as we agree on that. Okay.
According to the reports, it was because the guy that was in charge didn't want because Black Panther was supposed to be in like phase 1 and
really?
and Black Widow, but he nixed
both of them.
So
So
you gotta be what a screw up.
And you know why they brought it out? Do you know why they came out with it in the
And
end?
that's what happens
Because
when
of
you have bad
fucking
leadership like
Wonder
DC
Woman.
does.
Because
Okay?
of
They
Wonder
make
Woman.
boneheaded
That's why they
decisions.
came out with female-led
I
superhero
would have
movies because of
loved
Wonder
Black
Woman.
Panther in Phase
Okay.
1 and had
What
him be
does it
part of the
matter?
Avengers.
What does it matter?
Anyway.
Why it happens as long as it happens,
All right,
even
look,
for DC.
look.
This is what I don't understand with fucking DC fans. You know what? Copy Marvel. Copy Marvel. Not what they do. Not like, making the movie quippy and whatever else, but their business plan. Release the movies individually so you get to know the characters and then do the team up. Don't do what they're doing because clearly it doesn't work. So do what Marvel does.
All right,
But
let's
DC
go
fans don't know. We don't want to do that. Because then we don't want them to be Marvel movies. They're trashing their own movies. All these fucking
Why
cyber
are we
people
trashing
are like, let's
DC
review
right now?
Suicide Squad because
Let me ask you, why are we trashing DC right now when literally just on Saturday they came out with 4 trailers that is doing
MSK
exactly...
videos were chaotic.
And I can't... Dude,
They
MSK sat
came
there
out
on
with...
stream... MSK sat there on stream reading tweets from people, from DC fans, and maybe they were Snyder Bros, trashing Batman, The Flash, and Black Adam. Okay,
Well,
they're
stupid. I don't know what
that's because they're Snyder fans. If it isn't incorporated into the Snyderverse, it's not acceptable.
Exactly. That's bullshit. But I want to get back on focus. Sorry, this stream is about something. Let's get back to the DC fandom. We want to get back on fucking on track here. We all like the Black Adam trailer. It's a teaser trailer. There wasn't much to it, but we all like it. I think that was dope. Let's talk about the Flash trailer. I'm going to put it on first, and we can also talk about what our opinions were on the Flash trailer. I'm sure there's some strong opinions on either side here. So, by the way, Ezra Miller, what he was wearing in the beginning of the thing, I think he was doing that basically because of a lot of criticisms that he's got recently. So I thought that was quite funny. That
the choker and the hair?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Someone's going through their emo phase.
Tell me something.
Right, let's go back to the beginning of this.
We're not seeing it.
Yeah,
Tell me something.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
You can go anywhere you want, right?
Well, that's Keaton, right?
Yes.
Yeah, everybody's saying it's Keaton based on the ears. And I'm going, my God.
The voice. I think he was talking about the voice.
Yeah,
the voices too.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, let me do that again.
I'm going, how detailed do you have to be able to recognize a Batman based on the size of the ears of the outline? Holy crap, guys.
All right.
Tell me something.
Can you hear it, guys?
You can go anywhere you want. Any timeline. Any universe.
Yes. Yes.
Why do you want to stay and fight to save this one? You changed the future. And you changed the past.
See that?
Are you in?
That feels the worst thing except for this one.
Holy
Now, I do have a question for you guys. We all know, I mean, I'm sure there isn't a person on the planet who is interested in Batman and DC movies that doesn't know. We all know that Keaton's going to be in this. So why didn't they show him? Like, why didn't they show the Batmobile? Like, I understand,
because they want you to watch the movie to see it. You know that, Mike. Come on. You know that.
But what, I mean...
You heard Keaton's voice. I mean...
I know. I
Not like
trust
they
me. It
were
was
hiding it.
glorious,
You
dude.
want
It
to
was
see
fucking
Keaton
glorious.
you want to see Keaton pay $14.50 or whatever it is.
No, well, no,
Listen,
they're gonna.
I want to start.
You don't think
talking
they're gonna
about
show him before? Because see, this is the thing. You really don't think they're gonna show him in any of the marketing before the movie?
Oh, I think they
I
will.
so disagree because nowadays even Marvel does this shit and it really annoys me. They spoil the shit out of everything, dude. Like even that scene in Avengers where they do the sweep around the camera thing, you know. I'm like, that would have been so much cooler if you had first seen it in the movies, like on the big
You think
screen.
they're
Instead,
gonna
they spoil it in the trailer.
Oh, okay, I
Like,
see your point.
and like even
AMD.
DC, when Batman Superman came out, why tell us Wonder Woman was in there? Wouldn't it have been so
I
much
see your
cooler if
point.
we're watching it and then she just shows up out of nowhere and like, I mean, that would have been awesome.
By going by that, then yes, they'll probably show Keaton.
That's what I'm saying. They will. It's because they can't help themselves. Like I always wondered. I always wondered why they show 30-second trailers on YouTube. Marvel puts up these like little 30-second things, and then I think it was MSK or KDOT said
like the TV spots.
Yeah, well, it's not even TV spots. Just like 30 seconds of a clip of the show or whatever, the movie or whatever. And it's like, why are you doing that? And then they say, well, because it's monetized and they make money. So, and that makes sense to me. Then, you know, I mean, they're trying to maximize their profit. And you can't say something bad about that because that gets more movies.
True.
So DC should do that too.
And I want to go into this whole Michael Keaton thing because there's been a lot of criticism of this trailer and everything that everyone's focused on Batman. Everyone's focused on Batman rather than the Flash.
But that's so true. That's so true.
I'm gonna say that AMBW hasn't spoken for a while, and I want to know what did you dislike about this trailer? Your thoughts on this film? You know.
Oh, he doesn't look impressed.
You know what? That was a great Batman trailer. That was a great Batman trailer. I don't know about the Flash. I didn't even realize it was his movie until
I think he has a cameo in it. AMW. 5 to 10 minutes in it. But you know what? They gave us 2 Flashes because it looks like there's 2 Barrys. So
all right, but what did you like about it, and what did you dislike about it? No, AMBW. And then we'll go to Mike and then Jaden.
It's for me personally, it's confusing because I read all the leaks, and obviously we all know that there's like an evil Barry, so there's 2 Barrys. But if you look at it really closely, I think it's like the one Barry that is like uncovering the Batmobile. That looks like he looks like the bad one, right? Because his hair is different. Right. So it's just like, to me, like those little details, I'm confused. I'm kind of intrigued, but I'm also kind of confused. Like, and then not only that, but you see both Barrys with Supergirl at the end, and they're like, "Will you join us?" And they're clearly talking to Batman. So like, if he's supposed to be the villain, then what is the context of him standing with the heroes in the last shot of the trailer? You know what I mean? It's just it's kind of. I'm interested.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
I don't think he's the villain. I really don't. I somehow feel like they're pulling a swerve on us because he was painting. If you notice, when he was painting the Flash suit, there was at least a homage to Reverse Flash, right? Because it was yellow and then red, right? It was yellow and then red. So I'm thinking something's going on with with the Reverse Flash in this movie. Like they're hiding it, but he's there. He's somewhere fucking there. Oh my man, K Dots, bro.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Just talking about
the prodigal son is here. The prodigal son is here. Listen to this, man. Good thing I'm only on 1% of my phone. Let me just say this. Let me just say this because my phone's probably going to die pretty soon. Not really soon. It's on 1%. I was more excited for this trailer than I was for the Batman. This was probably the best trailer. Actually, the Shazam footage I like too.
Yeah, I was going to go on to the Shazam footage as well. Yeah, but go on. So you like this trailer? Whoops, I think his phone's dropped. Yeah, like I mean, I agree with you. I'm worried about this. I don't like the fact that you have a Flash movie that isn't exploring Central City, that isn't exploring his villains, that isn't exploring his world more. But then somehow I feel like they might be able to balance it out and do a balancing trick where they do explore enough of the Flash mythology while pulling Keaton in. I just, it's just a shame that, you've got your first Flash movie and I believe half of it's going to be in Gotham rather than Central City, which is another interesting place in the DC universe if you read the comic. So Jaded, and then I'll go on to K Dots, bro. Jaded, what did you make of this trailer? And
Okay,
what are your...
here's the thing about the trailer. I don't know very much about Flash. The only thing I even knew about Flashpoint was basically because of the animated movie. Okay. So I was literally looking at this trailer based on what I knew of the DC movies. So I was honestly looking at it as a general audience. I was confused because I see Barry with these two other guys, and I'm going, who are they? And I'm like, I don't know who they're supposed to be because I don't know them from any of the movies. Then I see that it's got Batman, and I'm going, and it's Bat. I go, okay, why is he talking to Batman? And then like, why is it supposed to be Michael Keaton? So I'm going, I don't know. I don't know why he's talking to Michael Keaton Batman. He's got a new costume change. His costume is a lot different. And I'm going, I don't understand why his costume is different. Why is that a big deal?
But isn't that intriguing?
No, I agree. And it's intriguing, but it's like I got too many questions of I'm lost. I'm watching this trailer because again, I don't know as much about Flash as everybody else because I'm only going by what I know from the movies. And it's not that I'm curious, it's like I'm lost. Like, did I miss a movie that I don't know what, because I don't know what's going on in this trailer. Why is he when he opened honestly, when at the end of the trailer when he lifted the canvas, I honestly went, what is he supposed to be? What was he supposed to be lifting up? And then I'm being told, oh, it's supposed to be the Batmobile. And I'm going, why would he be doing that in the trailer? I was honestly confused because the movie was
it's the 89 Batmobile.
I agree, I understand that, but I didn't know that until it was explained to me because I had no reason to understand why he would be lifting the canvas to the Batmobile in the goddamn first place. And to me, as a person who's not a Flash fan, I felt lost in that trailer. That was
sure, interesting response. K Dots, man, what was your response to the Flash trailer?
I'm not sure if you saw my trailer reaction during my stream.
No.
I'm intrigued. I actually liked it.
Yeah.
I thought I was gonna hate it. I thought I was gonna see some stuff like, oh, this is crap. Why does this look like this? I was thoroughly surprised because they showed changes at the last Fandome, right? You know, Andy said that, you know, we're gonna change the suit, the lightning and all that. And I was like, I gotta see it to believe it. You know, they showed concept. They showed concept, right? Not saying concept is not, you know, it's concept, but I have to see it in the film to truly be out like, okay, this concept can work. So when they did that and showed the trailer, I was like, okay, they are making changes that are going to work. They fixed his lightning. They fixed his suit. Yeah, his cowl is a bit big, but the rest of the suit is looks amazing, right?
Yeah, and I don't think the CG is even finished on some of that. So I think it's going to look even better. Like once like the post production's done.
I was getting a Tron vibe from his outfit though.
Well, they said they actually wrapped filming today. They're probably in like post production.
Yeah, I know, but the post production will, you know, there's a bit where it looks a little bit on the fake side where it's Tron Flash suit. I think that's going to be fixed because a lot of people were mentioning that, but I think that's going to be fixed by the time the movie comes out. Like, you know, so
like Sonic.
No, Nerdman. If you think that suit's going to stay because that suit is exactly just like the Flashpoint suit. It the lightning glowing in the suit. It lights up.
No, I don't mean like that. I think visually it will look the same, but I think it's just going to look more rendered. Right?
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, I know what you mean. I mean, well, for the most part, that scene where he was at the waterfall definitely didn't look finished. But the scene when he ran to the house, that looked finished to me. And I was like, damn, that looks pretty good. Because, you know, even in the set photos, the person they have in the Flash suit was that big. And look, because he looked kind of big, like he was, buff and stuff and a little bulky. And I was like, it's kind of big. So I think that stuff was done. It's adding up. And also, hey, we got Michael Keaton Batman, right? They showed just a teaser of his head.
90-year-old Batman.
Yeah, look, this is my thing, right? He's probably gonna be like a Batman Beyond Batman.
That's what I was thinking.
Maybe they might flip the script, and he's gonna be in the movie, but maybe we might see Terry McGinnis. You might see Terry McGinnis. I don't know. He might be taking over, and he's working with this Barry, and Bruce Wayne's also working with them.
You guys are reaching.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I think that would be a bit too much in the movie, to be honest.
Hey, I'm not saying this is definitely going to happen. I'm saying what can be, because this is the thing. Just like how Jada said earlier, he doesn't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on either, because there's no Reverse Flash. This is kind of like the Flashpoint comic, but it's so drastically different from the Flashpoint comic. But they still have some of the same beats. They at least have.
That's why I'm telling you. I think it's a two-parter.
I do have a question.
I think it's a two-part movie. I'm telling you, I think it's a two-part movie, dude.
I do have a question. There's a lot of discussion about the evil Barry and the Reverse Flash. What info from this movie even gets that discussion even going?
Some person from the set of the film that was leaking like the photos and everything.
Oh, okay, so it was leaks. Okay.
Yeah, someone put out an article saying there won't be a Reverse Flash. They leaked a picture of a guy that's playing a stunt double for Ezra. They're probably doing the same technology they use for Paul Walker's brother to make him look like Paul Walker.
Okay.
But he's filling in for that other Ezra that's in the trailer.
Okay.
So
it's based off of belief, not actual information.
Yeah, the lease was true, and this trailer confirmed that.
I was just curious where that all this discussion even came from. Okay.
But look, I'm like this, Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. Before this, I was like, this movie needs to have a Reverse Flash. He needs to be the villain of this movie and stuff. And I'm just looking at it like this. So far, like they got the suit right, from the Flashpoint story. They got the Yellow Lightning right. They got the. It's not. They don't get hate. They have the wrong Batman. It's supposed to be Thomas Wayne Batman, but they have a Batman in a story, and
Thomas Wayne. You're right. Okay, now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Because
exactly.
He's taking over for Thomas Wayne Batman in his version, and
right. I
remember. They're doing a part with the mother. The only thing missing so far is Reverse Flash. That's only one thing, right? And I'm like,
yeah,
I can.
That's a big thing, though. That's a big.
What's the evil Barry then?
I don't like this evil Barry idea at all. I mean, I don't mind like an evil Barry necessarily, but like there has to be a bigger villain, dude. Like even Mirror Master or something to be like a fucking Flash villain in this movie, dude.
Nerman, it got to be a speedster, not.
No, it could be Mirror Master.
I like Flash.
I know that Flash has some wacky villains, like
I like Captain Cold, and I like
Captain Cold and Boomerang. Even though I like them, I'm like, how are they really going to be a problem for the Flash? Really, they're not going to be a problem.
You know why?
But at least Mirror Master, it's like, I can see that somehow being a problem for the Flash.
I mean, I can see Mirror Master more
like that.
I'll explain why. That'll help establish a Legion of Doom concept. You get a whole bunch of little B-rated villains, and then you have all that. You introduce the concept of a Legion of Doom. Have their own Sinister Six type thing. That's why I think a bunch of smaller villains would be helpful.
Yeah,
I'm not saying they will.
I would love to see Flash go up against the Rogues, but like like Gorilla Grodd. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think that would be cool. You were going to say something, K-Dot?
Yeah, I mean, hey, I agree with you. I think even in the first Justice League movie, before after Zack Snyder fucked up everything, we should have got Justice League versus Legion of Doom. They should have started small instead of so big.
Small. Introduce it.
Yeah, you don't have to jump to like Steppenwolf, who's one of Darkseid's like lieutenants. It's like, all right, I get it, you want to get there, but we're like fourth movie in, you're already introducing Darkseid. Like, relax.
Well, he was going to do the Legion of Doom in the second movie. That's what he was planning to do. Legion of Doom in the second movie, and then the third movie have it be, I don't know. It's Darkseid finally invades. So, I mean, here's the thing about this Flash movie. I really liked it tonally. It looked interesting to me. It looks like it might be quite fucking epic. It looks to have
It has
a
the
tone.
potential.
It looks to have a tone that is intriguing again to me. I do like Ezra Miller as the Flash. Like, people rail on Ezra Miller as the Flash. I don't necessarily know why. Even in the Justice League movie, which was, not very good, I thought he was one of the funner parts of it. And definitely he was better. He was, probably my favorite character from the Zack Snyder's Justice League movie. So I like what Ezra has done, even though he's been limited in his capacity because he's just been a bit player in these movies. I like what he's done, and I want to see him fleshed out as a character. I feel like this movie might focus enough on Flash, and this is where I'm going against the criticism of Michael Keaton being in it. It might focus enough on Flash that it doesn't completely be taken over by Michael Keaton.
Because
so
let's
those are my hopes, and I just think it's such a big swing that DC must have something up their sleeves to justify not having done just a solo Flash movie. I don't think I think they must have learned the lesson from BVS by now. For them to do something that rushed,
it
could be that they're trying to make Flashpoint a starting point to something.
Yeah. But again,
that would be better.
Again, I think this is going to be a Flash movie more so than a Batman movie. I really do. I think that it might get people to come along, like the fact that Keaton's in it. But I think it will by the end of it. But I think by the end of it, people will like the Flash. They'll like this movie for Keaton as well, but they'll like it for the Flash because the Flash will be a cool character in it as well. So we'll see. But that was my takeaway from this. I like the tone of this. I like the tone of Black Adam. Didn't seem like it was trying to copy the MCU too heavily. Loved the cinematography. Was even feeling the score a little bit for this Flash thing. It was one of my favorite trailers of the whole thing. I like this and Black Adam a lot. I haven't ranked them yet, but these are pretty high.
Well, I really don't understand the appeal to going, oh my God, it's Michael Keaton Batman. Because 90% of the audience is going to go, who's Michael Keaton Batman?
What do you mean who 90% of the audience are going to say that? People
because
know Michael
the majority
Keaton
of the people, their introduction to Batman was the Nolan films.
And
a lot of people's only first introduction to Batman were the Nolan Batmans.
Dude,
How many
people know Michael Keaton Batman, dude.
How many people do you? Okay, hold on. Take the general audience of the 14 to 30-year-olds. How many of them do you think saw the 1989 Batman movie? The general audience of 14 to 30-year-olds. How many of them saw the 1989 Batman movie?
I think a lot of them.
Likely people above the age 25. Look,
after having seen Batman Begins, they'll sit through 10 minutes of Keaton Batman and go, "Yeah, this sucks."
No,
I don't blame them if they say that.
I think Michael Keaton's first Batman was, Michael Keaton's first Batman was problematic, but the second one was pretty good. But I'll say this: even if they haven't watched it, they'll know of Michael Keaton, and then there'll be a generation. Wait, jaded. Then there'll be a generation of those, like older, like slightly on the older side, who fucking are gonna be like, Michael Keaton's back. I'm going to the cinema to watch this. I'm taking my children.
Oh, come on.
Are you kidding me?
You got people who think that who consider Nolan's the Nolan Batman as the Batman. That to them, that's Batman. Anybody else is just a carbon copy.
Dude.
Okay? You try and
I
show
think
them
you're
a nice.
underrating. I think you're underrating how fucking people beloved Keaton is, dude. People like
No.
Keaton.
Those of us who grew up with it and saw it, we
Yeah,
understand the difference. But 14 to 20-year-olds don't even know. They
but
know.
that's the cross-generational fucking.
I agree.
And remember, they've got Ben Affleck Batman in this as well, dude.
That's right.
It's why the army's coming for
Whoa. How many Batmans are going to be in this movie?
2.
So they're going to have Ben Affleck and Michael Keaton's Batman.
Yep.
Why?
Who knows? That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the movie is going to be about. Dude, trust me, I don't know.
And then you were wondering why I was confused?
Dude.
And you're wondering why I'm confused. Did I miss a movie? Because I don't know what's going on in this Flash movie.
That's true. AMBW, man, what have you got to say to all this before we move on to Aquaman?
Uh-oh.
He's just gone to the toilet or something, man. I don't know what else is going on. All right. K-Dots. Yeah, I mean, I still think this is a very intriguing trailer. Would I be surprised if this movie's complete shit? Absolutely not. I wouldn't be surprised at all. It could very well suck. I wouldn't put money on it being good. But what I saw was good.
Are you saying
this trailer was good? Yeah, the Flash movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I in this thing, right? I feel you. I feel you, and I feel Paul on it about this situation with the Flash movie. I'm not shocked that this movie would suck because this is the most important movie of these 4 next year.
That's another question. Why?
Because this is a movie where they're doing the reboot. They want to fix everything. They're going to try and reboot, start over, get to the new Justice League again and stuff. Because after Zack Snyder came in, fucked up everything with his dumb ideas.
So this is like a crisis event then.
Basically,
yeah.
You know, after he killed Dick Grayson, Robin, and all that. And look, I'm not gonna say it's all Zack Snyder's fault. Also, Warner Brothers' fault too for allowing certain ideas that was detrimental to building a universe.
Yeah, universe.
Hurt it, you know, like. This I'm starting over, and mind you, this is new leadership, and this is what, and you know, Walter Hamada is in lead of this, and he's the one who's probably overseeing this and telling Andy, you know, let's do it like this, let's go in this route.
And you know, Jim as well. What's his name? Jim Lee is big in this, and I don't like that at all because he's a fucking huge just Batman fanboy. I prefer Jeff Johns because Jeff Johns, at least in the comics,
he wrote
was not he's a big DC fan. He's not just a Batman fanboy. But we'll see how it works out. We'll see.
And Nerman, I'll say this, Nerman, I'm hoping by the end. I don't want Mike. If those rumors is true about Michael Keaton Batman becoming the main Batman, I don't want that. I just want to get a young Batman again, whether it be we have 2 Batmans, whether it be Robert Pattinson and this other Batman in the main cinematic universe, and you have your one-off Robert Pattinson Batman. I just want a young Batman again. That's all. Give me a young Batman for this main Justice League team, and I'm good with it. Ezra Miller, I feel like they're going to fix a lot of things in this movie. They already fixed 2 big things, and when Jada said earlier, like, you know, he's confused by what's going on. I'm confused by a lot of things that's going on too. Because, like, if you really think about it, we're coming off of Justice League. He just had like blue lightning, and now he just has red lightning. I mean,
yes,
yellow. Yeah, yellow lightning. It's like how? Because that's a huge drastic change. I think, like as I said,
about that. That's a different director's interpretation. That's fine for me. I don't mind that.
Yeah, I mean, even though it's a different adaptation, it's still a drastic change. But look, I will say this:
he's got yellow streaks on his fucking clothes, so maybe that's why he's got the.
No, I mean, I think that's his own. Well, that's his own lightning and stuff too. But I'll say this about it.
Sure, whatever.
I think the director is going to do a total 180 on his character. Meaning he's going to fix that running. He's going to fix the way he acts. You know, he already fixed 2 big things. Once he fixes that running, man, I'm in love with this director. Once he fixes that running, and did you notice that they didn't show us him running in that teaser?
What was wrong with the running?
Well, people somehow don't like how Ezra Miller apparently runs, even though it was like a CGI fucking thing. But
no, it wasn't a problem. No, it wasn't. They have.
What was the problem? Okay, Doc.
Because he runs like he's ice skating.
Oh, okay. Because he's running, sliding.
Yeah, he's like running.
Okay.
He's like gliding and stuff on the freaking ground. I'm like, what's going on, man? You floating?
Oh, I guess that was trying to establish he's frictionless. I guess maybe.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think as well, and I think it actually makes a little bit of sense. I like those scenes where he's running and he goes to save Iris West, but he doesn't just grab her, because if you did that at super speed, she'd get whiplash and break her fucking neck and all burn up just from the friction.
Yeah, but
so he has to.
Iris, he wasn't even running like that. He was like speed walking. Well, he was speed walking to saving Iris.
Right. But I think it's those little touches of actually thinking about the impact of how a superhero's powers would impact the real world. I actually like that the DC.
I didn't have a problem with him sliding. I thought that, to me, that was like, oh, okay. Because as soon as I saw him sliding, the first thing I thought was, oh, okay, he's frictionless. That's why he was sliding.
Yeah. But anyway, moving on. Aquaman. What did we make of Aquaman? Let's look at the some of what it has to say.
Something to say.
Not the whole 2 minute 41. Let's get to the point where they start talking about like what's going on.
Highlight that bandana, AMBW.
I love the music though. If they use this music properly in the sequel, it will be good.
Yeah, I think for the sequel they need a better, score and stuff. The music from the last movie was kind of like too poppy, like Fast and Furious.
Yeah,
soundtrack score type.
More mature. I like that.
Wow.
Yeah, you got to get some orchestra in there.
How do you even remember this? Jesus Christ.
You got to get that Hans Zimmer. Got to get the cliche Hans Zimmer on your score. You got a masterpiece movie. Nerman, are you playing? Wait, I'm confused. Is he playing the trailer?
Nerdman, are you starting it up or are you just playing it?
Sorry?
Have you set it up yet?
Oh, shit. Is it not playing?
No, my God, woman.
No, it is.
Oh, my God. Try again.
Sorry, dude.
I'm super excited to be back making the sequel. I have so much invested into it. I love this character. I love what it represents. There's nothing that I've ever been a part of that's like this.
People are going to be in for a treat. When Aquaman 2 comes out, they're going to get a movie that's more mature.
I like that.
But yet still retain its fun. To give the audience.
I hope they get a better script writer, though.
Before. The success of that movie is the biggest DC movie of all time. It shows what James Wan and his team were able to do. And in this second film, we have turned the dials up to 11. It has the action, the fun, the heart.
Action! Superheroes and supervillains have entertained generations of fans across the globe.
Good, you got it? We put that in the movie?
To play around with this cast again, it's quite a trip. We're having a blast. This movie's a lot of fun.
You see how they left Amber Heard out of the whole fucking thing?
Oh, really? I didn't even notice. I didn't pay attention.
Really excited to go all out.
This is an exciting scene. We better get to a little bit of action.
It's gonna be a fun adventure. Like it was the first time. Just better.
Dude, I need this score to be. Oh, that Black Manta suit does look sexy. I need this score to be like more prevalent in the movie, dude. I really do, because I think the score for the trailers of Aquaman was sick, and the score in the movie was all over the place, dude. I didn't know what they were doing.
I think when it got to the final battle of the film, that's when the score was like, damn, like boom.
Yeah.
But other than that, it was very too poppy. too much pop music and stuff. It didn't really fit this vibe of this movie about this guy who's trying to be king.
Right. But what did you make of the Aquaman footage? Generally speaking, guys, we can go around. Start with Jaded, go to AMBW, and then.
To me, I no interest in. I was gonna watch it anyway. So, and what little they showed really had no relevance to me anyway.
Yeah.
I like the first Aquaman. I was gonna watch the second one anyway.
Yeah. MB.
I don't really care about Aquaman because the first one was just CGI porn. There was no emotional attachment whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I sat there for I sat there for a long ass time, 2.5 hours or however long the movie is, waiting to get sort of just emotionally invested in it.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's kind of hard to when you have a fucking movie that has a fucking octopus playing the drums. But I mean,
was an octopus playing the drums?
Yes.
Yeah, there was.
I didn't even notice.
No, but I will say this though. I like James Wan as a director, for the most part.
Yeah.
So when he says that the next one is going to be darker
and more mature,
then I'll try to give it the benefit of the doubt. But,
yeah. Okay, Dots. Before I go,
as I said, I like the first movie. Yes, I do agree with AMBW. We need a more emotional attachment to the second film. While the first movie was CGI porn with great action and stuff, great camera work, beautiful suits, I need to be invested and attached to it.
It needs a script.
Yeah. And when, James Wan said this movie is going to be mature, that's going to have to, garner a better script writer. So for them to do this mature story, they're going to have to get a better script writer to do that. And I think they will.
I'm curious as to who the script writer is. They must have released that by now, right?
Yeah, you can find on IMDb now.
We already know the writer for Aquaman, just to see, because if it's the same fucking writer, I've got a problem. If it's the same writer, then I'm off this movie, bro. Because AMBW, you hit the nail on the head. What? It was fucking CGI porn. And don't get me wrong,
it was amazing CGI porn.
Amazing CGI.
So the person doing the screenplay is someone called David Leslie Johnson.
And apparently he did both.
He did the first one.
No, sorry, Aquaman and the Lot. No, sorry, never mind.
Oh no, it's a chick. Yeah, she wrote Aquaman 1. She did the screenplay for Aquaman 1.
Oh well, then fuck this movie then.
No, it was two people. So let me show my screen. It was two people who did the screenplay for Aquaman 1. I'll show you who doing the screenplay for Aquaman 2.
David Leslie Johnson and McGoldrick Will Bale.
Yep.
Let's see who this is.
David Leslie Johnson. That's a chick. That's her whole name. That's a long ass fucking name.
Yeah.
Will Bale.
Okay,
so the first Aquaman movie. Story was by Jeff Johns.
Yeah, okay. And then what's the story wasn't bad for Aquaman. It wasn't the story that was the problem. It was the dialogue. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't great either, but it wasn't terrible.
Wait, so hey, is Black Manta the main villain this time, or is he a side villain?
I think
he's the main villain.
He's the main villain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll tell you where I completely switched off during Aquaman 1, AMBW. It probably was the similar thing for you. It's when he went to the center of the earth and there were dinosaurs.
Wait, are these the?
I was just like, what is going on in this movie?
Where?
Do you not remember? There was they went to the center of the earth after being chased by the.
Oh, when they went down the Marianas Trench,
monsters.
And they found his mom.
Yeah, when they went to the land of the lost and saw the dinosaurs and stuff. Yeah, that was tight.
What the fuck was going on in now? It's like Jurassic Park.
When they found his mother.
Yeah. Just before.
I don't remember dinosaurs.
There were dinosaurs, bro.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't remember. It's been a while since I've seen it.
I might have been tripping because I actually thought maybe I took mushrooms accidentally when I went in and watched that movie anyway. So I might have been tripping, dude. But seriously, I swear there were dinosaurs in that movie in the center of the earth. I
remember.
I remember everything and the kitchen sink at that movie.
Creatures, but that's about it.
I don't know why they got the Aquaman creators as writing credit on here since Paul Norris is dead and Mort Weisinger.
Wait, what else has she written? What the screenplay writer for this Aquaman Lost World? What else has she actually written?
Let's see. She wrote Orphan. Orphan's a good movie.
Orphan's alright.
Okay, Red Riding Hood and The Conjuring. Okay,
I mean, Orphan. Oh no,
that's producer. That's producer.
Okay, go to writer 11 credits. Open up writer.
Okay, The Walking Dead, The Conjuring, Wrath of the Titans, Red Riding.
Oh, dude, Wrath of the Titans was a bad one.
Yeah.
Wrath sucked.
Yeah, Wrath of the Titans was not good.
Wait, Orphan was great. Orphan was pretty good. That was a good horror movie. Well, slasher thriller.
I'm wondering
but look at it. That's her first thing. That's what got her in. That's what got her in the door in the first place.
Yeah.
And then what about Red Riding Hood? What one is that? I'm trying to think if that's the one I'm thinking of.
Amanda Seyfried and Gary Oldman.
Because I thought that one was quite. Oh no,
it was trash. The movie was trash.
I don't know which Red Riding Hood you're thinking of, but it wasn't this one.
No, it wasn't that one. All right, well, the movie's going to be trash, bro. That's going to be the one that's going to be like, everyone's going to be like, see, DC's shit again. Like, you know, they'll do one bad movie and then it's like, DC's terrible. I don't think
it's going to be, look, this is the benefit that there's only one thing that's hurting this movie is Amber Heard, right? But I don't think people know enough about the Amber Heard and Johnny situation.
Why? Who cares about what she did, like, in her personal life?
No, wait. Let me make this clear. I'm not saying everyone in the your average individual knows about this Amber Heard and Johnny stuff. Mind you, this is beyond movies. This is actual domestic situation stuff. This is going to get more traction than this shit Aquaman here, right? But as I said, she was in Zack Snyder's Justice League. She came back for reshoots. People knew she got reshoots, and they supported that movie. So I think they're gonna. Look,
I think she should be fired, like personally.
Yeah.
But that being said, I don't think people should just turn against the movie because, like,
she's in it.
I know people have personal feelings towards it. People have personal feelings, and I completely understand. I'm not trying to like go against like the evidence that's come out against her, but like honestly, it's none of our business, dude. Let the legal system deal with it.
Right, but I mean, she lied, dude. This girl lied on the fucking stand. That's fucking perjury. She should actually be in fucking jail.
So let her. Yeah, nothing to do with the movie. Nothing to do with the movie. Sorry.
Yeah, her ass should be in jail, and she shouldn't be in this movie. It's true. I don't know why
Unless her jail time affects scheduling, that's the only thing that matters.
No, but I'm saying that she should not have been rehired for this movie, given everything that came out.
Yeah, because this is Jada. This is the thing about it. They fired Johnny Depp from his movie for this domestic abuse.
Yeah, and they were wrong for doing that in the first place.
Yeah, that's
and
why
they were wrong for doing it.
That's why I'm not trying to pick sides. I mean, Amber clearly has no wrong, but at least be fair and fire them both. But they
shouldn't have fired anyone.
Then you're justifying having fired Johnny Depp. You fired Johnny Depp under false pretenses, so to make up for it, we're gonna fire Amber Heard. No,
I'm not saying he should be fired, but if they're going to do that,
you're going to fire somebody,
get
fire
rid of her
both
too.
of them. Yeah.
I'm sorry. What?
I'm not saying he should be fired, but what I'm saying is
he shouldn't have been fired.
Shouldn't have been fired at all. Shouldn't have been fired at all.
I'm agreeing with
no
that.
Justification. No justification until he was taken into a court of law and criminally fucking convicted. He should not have been fired. Period. Period. It's none of their business.
Go ahead, Jada.
Let me give an example. Let's say, hey, I'm a black kid, right? And I'm with a freaking white kid or something. I'm not saying this is how it's going to go. And we both steal an apple from a store, right? And it's by some.
Hold on. What part of the country are you doing this in?
Alabama. Let's say it's Alabama. I'm in Alabama. An old white dude owns the store, and we steal an apple. He's more than
One
likely
apple.
he's more than likely gonna be a lot. He's
Like
gonna
you
be
do
more
it together
likely.
or what? How you chop it in half and then half you take half.
Nerd
you take
man,
some,
let
or
him
what?
finish. Jesus. Oh, let your son finish.
In that situation, I'm definitely gonna go to jail because he's gonna say something like, "Oh, I broke something and blah blah blah. Please take me to jail." And the white kid, he's like, he didn't really do nothing, but we let him slide. I'd rather it be like we both did something wrong. Send us both to jail if you're going to call the police on both of us.
Okay. Both of you should have ran. Both of you should have ran your asses off and not get caught.
I agree. We should have ran.
Should have ran and not get caught in the first place.
In this situation.
That's why I said, "Are you sure you're a black man?"
Hey. I'm a modern day black.
Look, all I'm saying is it seems to me that, and I don't care about this honestly, but it seems to me like Johnny Depp and her were in a very, very toxic relationship, very full of passion and whatever, and they probably both went at each other at certain points. I don't completely dismiss everything she's saying. I think she probably wants revenge on him. She's a jilted woman. Either way, I don't give a shit. It's fucking boring to me. I don't care.
Nerd man, we don't disagree with you. This should be a non-issue. But I just had to hook back up because a customer came in and was talking to me about NFTs, which sound really intriguing now. But as far as comic books are concerned. But anyways, the reason that I called back in was because I heard you say something when you were making your guests do the work to try to find out exactly who wrote Aquaman, the script. Okay, so after you put your guest to work with the information that, as the host, you should have known already, you said, and I quote, well, then everybody's going to say that, DC is shit again or whatever. You yourself were saying that movie was going to be shit. And how do you expect Marvel fans to break that cycle of saying that stuff when a DC fan is there perpetuating this stuff? Just because I don't know what this chick, you guys were talking about, whatever movies, I didn't hear the movies, but whatever movie she wrote before that.
The Aquaman.
Yeah. She wrote Aquaman 1.
No, but whatever other movie, you were basing it based
Red
on
Riding
her previous movies. Right. Yeah. Whether this would be good or not.
I was trying to see if she wrote Aquaman 1. That was my main thing, and she did.
Correct. But your comment after that was that, the movie's going to be shit. You had basically, I'm writing it off or whatever. So this is where you embolden the MCU fans that want to hate on DC for whatever reason. When you're a DC fan, you're a DC fan hating on DC.
I'm not a fanboy. I'm not a fanboy.
Dude, you are a fanboy.
Everything that DC does is good.
A fanboy.
Like MCU fans, it's like, Doctor Strange.
Whoa.
It's a mediocre movie. What are you talking about?
Do you know how many alleged MCU fans I've gotten into arguments about WandaVision for? Do you know how many?
How many did you get into an argument about Infinity War and that stupid time travel movie they did after?
Actually, many? I would say most two handfuls. But you know why? Because Infinity War was the best MCU movie, so there was nothing really to argue about, dude. What are you talking about?
Because here's the thing. Here's how I classify the difference between a DCU fanboy and an MCU fanboy. Mm-hmm. With a DCU fanboy, you can point out a problem in a movie and they'll go, you know what? Yeah, you're right, but I still liked it. Mm-hmm. You point out a mistake in a Marvel movie to an MCU fanboy, they're going to go, no, it doesn't count. That's the difference. A DCU fanboy will actually admit to the problem, but still say they like the movie. An MCU fanboy will defend to the death.
There's a whole contingent of DC fans known as the Snyder Bros that
that's different. I'm not talking about
but you can't segregate. You can't segregate the people you don't want in your group.
Because Snyder fans are like MCU fans.
Not that bad.
They are. No. Snyder fans are, because Snyder fans
they're not.
will not admit
because MCU fans will admit there are certain movies that they didn't like,
and they wouldn't also automatically hate on something because
one or two.
But at least they'll do that. But at least they do that.
No, 1 or 2, and that's because one
Nerdman,
star's a
no.
woman and the other
Nerdman.
star's an ethnic minority. And I'm sorry, that's
No,
fucking
Nerdman.
true.
No, that's not the truth. That's the
That is
opposite
the
of
fucking truth.
That's
That's
your
the
truth,
only
maybe.
one that's the only one I hear
Nerdman.
MCU fans that are like go, oh, collectively they don't like. Whereas Captain
wait.
Marvel is as good an origin story in the MCU as most of the fucking
It is
movies.
poorly written, and they didn't really like. I don't know. And again, I always ask people.
And what's
this
the problem
because
with Black
listen
Panther?
to me. Listen
Go
to
on.
me. The only exposure I've had to Brie Larson, and I've said this multiple times, are the 2 episodes of Community that she was on, and she was only in it for like 5 or 10 minutes. So I have no prior experience with Brie Larson's acting. However, I do know she did win an Oscar. Now, I don't know if that means quality or anything, because it depends on your opinion of award show. Yes, I don't disagree with you, fanboy.
Why do you
but
keep trying to listen to an MCU discussion anyway, bro?
You're the one that brought up Captain
don't
Marvel.
care.
Dude, I wasn't. I mean, I agree that's not a good movie, but
trying to
you
listen
think it
to
is, so I just have to prove you wrong.
I don't think it's a good movie. I'm just saying it's the same quality as Thor. It's the same fucking quality as Thor. The same quality.
Whether you want to believe it or not, Thor was a good origin movie, especially taking all the different elements that it had to juggle and explain to normies. Yes, it was.
Thor didn't have to bullshit its way through the storyline. Captain Marvel had to bullshit its way through that entire goddamn movie. Because they had no idea what they were doing.
Dude, it's because of the writers. It's because of the writers.
Doesn't matter if it was boring. Thor was consistent throughout the entire movie, and that's all that matters to me.
You know what it is, Nerdman? I think Thor, when Chris Hemsworth took his shirt off, I think that made you feel things in your nether regions that you were unprepared for. So I think it's like a latent disturbance that you felt this way about a man.
I would admit
a golden
to the
god.
things I feel about Chris Hemsworth. I have no problem admitting how I feel when he takes his shirt off. That's why I didn't like him fat. But that's not the point here. The movie was trash. The movie was not good.
The movie wasn't trash.
In fact, sorry, it wasn't trash. It wasn't trash.
Which one?
It was perfectly mediocre.
No.
That's what it was.
No.
Thor?
Perfectly mediocre.
Are you saying Thor?
The first Thor movie.
Yeah, okay. It was mediocre. Yeah, it was just
like Captain Marvel.
No, Captain Marvel was trash. Captain Marvel was a piece of shit.
Captain Marvel was trash. I agree with that.
Perfectly mediocre, dude.
That wasn't mediocre. That was a
average.
Those directors,
average MCU movie, dude.
The directors were also the screenplay writers and the script guys and whatever else, like the 2 levels of story there is, the writers and the script, and they did both of them, and they were bad, and they directed the movie
too. Too much credit to Captain Marvel by calling it mediocre. You were giving it way too much credit than it deserves.
And she's a good character in the comic books. At least back in the day, she was a good character.
Decade?
In the comic books, back in the day, she was a good character. But
the only good thing she ever did was let Rogue take her powers.
Not been that good.
The only good thing she ever did was let Rogue take her powers. Outside of that, she is trash.
She did not let Rogue. She did not let Rogue take her powers. Rogue took her
Rogue
powers.
taking her powers or stealing her powers was the only good thing she ever did in comics. Apart from that.
Whoa!
Absolute
Chris Claremont was writing her. Chris Claremont does not write trash comic book stories. Okay, so take your shit back.
Yes, he does.
Stop.
He got so lost on the X-Men after 300.
I am not going to get this turned into an MCU thing. We're getting back to Aquaman.
Chris Claremont loves doing side stories, and then 3 years later going, "Oh yeah, remember this side story? I'm gonna finish it off."
He was the main writer for almost 20 years, and
when you're writing a book
for 20 years, you can let a plot point dangle for a little while, and then come back to it 20 issues later. That's called being a good writer and dotting all your I's and crossing all your T's.
It's called having so many subplots. You forgot them all.
No, he did not forget.
He needs a spreadsheet. To remember all his subplots.
And
all
I'm
right,
sure
thanks, guys.
Spreadsheet.
We are getting back to fucking Aquaman.
Yes, have fun with that.
That is it.
Later,
I'm sorry. Bye. Later on, dude. We're getting back to Aquaman. Chris Claremont was good, by the way, as a writer. But in any case, Aquaman. Just reading everything they said to me is now bullshit after reading who's writing it. Unless she was asked specifically to write in the style that she wrote for the first movie, and actually she's a better writer. That sometimes happens. They can ask a screenwriter to write in a specific style, like that's how they want the movie, and then they can write something different because they're good writers. Unless that's what's happening here, that one's gonna be maybe a little bit of a dud for me, but we'll see. The first one made $1 billion. I don't know how it did it. I was
Because it was a fun
amazed.
movie. That was why it chose to be a fun movie.
I didn't find it fun.
It was China. China also made it, dude. For some reason, like China just, I think it was because of China. Aquaman made more in China. That's how it made $1 billion.
Yeah, it made less than Wonder Woman in America.
Oh, really?
But Wonder Woman 1 made more money in America.
Yeah, Wonder Woman's a better movie.
Yeah.
Nah.
It is.
Sure. Okay.
Are you trying to tell me it isn't?
Wonder Woman is better than Aquaman.
Yeah.
Okay. It's two different type of movies because Aquaman was meant to be a fun popcorn movie. Wonder Woman wasn't. Wonder Woman was meant to be, this is a character that we have to give a lot of respect to and we have to push up because she's part of the Trinity. Whereas Aquaman, we can do
a fun, crazy.
We can have a fun, nonsensical movie and no one's going to care. But with Wonder Woman, you had to give her movie had to have gravitas. So it's two different types of movies. So I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying it's different.
The gravitas, the heart, the emotion made Wonder Woman.
You needed that. If you gave anything less to the Wonder Woman movie, people would have been pissed.
Right. Anyway, all right. Let's forget about that. Aquaman. Okay. I'll say now it's not very high on my list. It's it's much better than what I saw of Peacemaker. I'll give it that, but it's not very high on my list. All right, so let's go on to Shazam and what we make of this.
I should have a little tag, and I play Shazam. We all established something very special in the first movie. And in Shazam, Fury of the Gods, we expand on that.
Now they have to balance their life with being superheroes.
This is where you hang out with your superhero friends, isn't it?
These goddesses come to our world.
Our incredible new villains, Lucy Liu and Helen Mirren. She's kick-ass as Calypso.
We have mythological creatures.
Minotaurs, harpies, and dragons.
When I talk about upgrades, we got an upgrade, a huge upgrade in the suit. Bigger action sequences, bigger set pieces.
We go from Athens to Philadelphia. We go from the Rock of Eternity and the Library of Eternity to the Realm of the Gods. So,
dude, I'll tell you what, I'm feeling this. My nipples are getting a little bit milky. This is one of my favorite ones, man. I love everything they're saying. The scale is getting bigger. They've got fucking dragons and shit in this one. The whole fucking deal, man. I really liked it. I liked the first movie. I think they even listened to the criticisms of the first movie and they seem to be taking it on board. I like it, dude. It feels DC, and it feels, and it feels like they're celebrating this character in a good way. I love the Shazamily. I want to see more of them in this movie. I thought the Asian kid, actually, in Shazam 1, the little bits that he had were really, really fun, and he seemed like a little kind of charismatic actor in and of himself. And I like the older Asian Shazam. I like the little black girl as well.
Super smart.
He wasn't super smart. He just was into computer games.
Oh, okay.
In the comic, he's super smart, but like in this one, he's just into computer games. And I like the little black girl as well. So I want to see much, much more of them. I don't like me to be like a SJW blah 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 about it, but that was one of the things. Even though I like the multiculturalism of the first movie, I didn't like that they just focused on the two white male leads. Basically, they're the ones who had all the lines, all the things. I would have liked to see it more of a Goonies style movie where more of the kids. And actually, the funner parts of the movie were when it did become a Goonies style movie where it was all of the kids going on a little magic adventure together. So I want to see more of that in this one. That being said, I did like the two white male leads, the little kids. So it's nothing against them. So yeah, I like this one a lot. So what did you guys make of the Shazam footage? I'll go with AMBW first.
It was fun. I mean, like, I don't like it. Wait, so hang on before I say anything. Is this one supposed to be darker?
I don't think so. I just think it's supposed to be bigger and more elaborate.
Yeah, because I think they should totally stick with the tone that they had in the first one. Because that was very good. That does distinguish it from all the other movies, you know, from from every other movie basically.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit nervous about the villains, like who is it? Like Helen Mirren and Lucy Liu, right?
Yeah, but that's good casting though, dude. Helen Mirren.
I mean, I like Helen Mirren, Lucy Liu, not so much, but Helen Mirren,
Lucy
yeah.
Liu's got charisma. I think she's got charisma, if nothing else. Like
She's okay. She's okay. But whatever. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fun at the very least.
Yeah, I liked it anyway, man. I think the first movie is really, really underrated, dude. I really do. So I don't know. What did you make of the kids in the first movie, by the way, MBAW, before I move on?
Yeah, they were fine. I think like a big part of what made the first one so good is because of all their chemistry, all their performances. You know what I mean? But now that they waited, like, how many years has it been? Like, it's been what, like 3 or 4 years? This last one? Like, I mean, they're waiting so long. These kids are gonna be what, like in their 20s by the time they do like part 3. Like they have to hurry up. This is why they make those Harry Potter movies so quick, because kids grow up really fast. You know?
Yeah, that's true. That's what I was saying. I think they should have casted Billy Batson a little bit younger, personally. Even though I like the kid, it wasn't his fault or anything. I just think you need Billy Batson to be a little bit younger, and that would have distinguished it a little bit as well from the new Spider-Man franchise, where, you know, obviously Tom Holland is, you know, like 16 or something. So having Billy Batson 15, it's kind of like he's just like a disgruntled teenager rather than the, you know, happy, the kind of, what would you call it, the plucky little kid that he is in the comics sometimes, you know, where he's like 12 years old and he's just, you know, full of wonder and whatever. Anyway,
say this about if y'all on Shazam now.
I was gonna have Jaded go, and then
All right. Go ahead. I can wait.
I like the first one. The fact that they had the Marvel family at the end of the movie was fine because I preferred them focusing on Shazam. The fact that this movie is now going to have the Marvel family is probably why they have to upgrade everything, because you're going to have some of the Marvel family fighting a dragon. You're going to have some of the Marvel family fighting a griffin. So you're spreading it. I think what they're going to do in this movie is, because since everybody's got the exact same powers as, you know, Shazam, they have to like split them up into teams. And I don't know how that's going to work. That's the only problem I have with this.
Well, I don't think they have the exact same powers. They have a power.
Well, again, they're all very powerful. All of them are all very powerful. So you can't have. So you're going to have to split them up to be able to have an opponent that's, you know, equal to dealing with them. So you're not going to have. I think most of the movie is you're going to have these two doing this thing, these two doing this thing, and these two doing this thing, and then eventually it's all going to taper down into they dealt with all their own separate little adventures, and then at the end of the movie it's going to be them against the two Fury, whatever they are.
Yeah.
That's what because if it was just Shazam by himself, because that's what I would have preferred, it would have been a different movie. But they got to find a way to give, you know, like six people. You got to give 6 people something to do. So
yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully, it retains the same fun that the first movie had, because I thought the first movie had some really unique concepts that.
Yeah. Set it apart. Yeah, no, definitely. I think as well. K-Dots, man. It had substance as well, that first movie. A little bit.
Really?
Not,
like what?
Not a great deal of it, but like just the family heart thing, like with him and his mother. There was like, I'm saying there was dark moments in it. Like there was darker moments in it. Like it wasn't a think piece. I'm not saying it was a think piece, but like I'm just saying, it
wasn't all jokes.
Gut sometimes. Yeah. K-Dots.
I'll say this. You brought it up. Billy Batson is a better teenager superhero than Tom Holland. That's all I got. I have to say that. I have to point that out.
But that's not saying much. That's easy. That's obvious.
He's the teenage superhero I want, but Tom Holland cannot give me because he's so trash. He's so trash. And also, I'm also sexist too. I don't like the fact that women are the villains of this movie. I prefer men. No, I'm joking about that. I'm joking.
Where's he going with this one?
Where do you want?
I'm joking.
A thin line there, K-Dot.
Yeah, I'm joking, dude. We're just gonna see Lucy Liu again. I haven't seen her since Charlie's Angels. I missed her. I haven't seen her in a while. I'm glad she's back. Helen Mirren, I'm not sure if I've seen her in any of the movies and stuff, what she's famous for and stuff.
She's a great actress, dude.
She might be a good villain. I think she looks like she can pull it off. She's a lot really wrinkly, but she looks like she can pull it off. And I'm loving the fact that JD brought it up. I do like that they put the Shazam family at the end of the first movie. I kind of wish they didn't show them in the first movie because I felt it was a bit too early. But at least they waited until the end to do it. They didn't It wasn't like, they didn't do it in the beginning and then you have to focus on other characters.
And to be honest, it didn't take away from Shazam because, like, he
it didn't. It actually upped the movie.
With Dr. Savannah. He was the one who beat Dr. Savannah really in the end. He was the one who figured it out. And when they say he didn't have the wisdom of Solomon, like some people criticize, he did, dude. It's just they didn't beat you over the head with it.
Don't worry about it.
They didn't beat you over the head with it. That's how he was able to defeat Dr. Savannah. He was able to use his wisdom to see how to manipulate him and whatever. And there were elements where he showed that wisdom anyway. But
I wouldn't say that. No, man. I say the power is there, but I'm saying that was all Billy himself, not him using the wisdom of Solomon. Because wisdom doesn't mean
He barely used the wisdom of Solomon in the comic.
That was all him. How he figured out to defeat him and stuff. The power is there, but that was Billy though. Not saying it was in a bad way, in a good way. Billy thought of how to defeat the villain. He remembered that. He didn't tap into somebody else's ability. And mind you, wisdom doesn't mean you're smart in a sense or you're intelligent. It's just, you're wise. You got some experience. You know what to say in certain situations because you lived through it and you have a very wise.
Well, I'll say this. I think the wisdom of Solomon was more shown in that moment. And let's not go on about this too much because
I think
I think it was shown more in that scene where the demon, where he was Dr. Savannah takes him to the Rock of Eternity. And all the demons are around him, and he's trying to say to Dr. Savannah that demons are manipulating you. Can't you see that? I think that was more the wisdom of Solomon, right? And then what you're saying in the final act, I think that was him being more street smart and figuring out a way to beat him by using his street smarts essentially. So I agree with you on that. But anyway. Have we done all the trailers now? Is there anyone that I'm missing? I can't think of.
I've done. Yet?
I did. No. That's what I'm saying. I want to move to the Batman, basically.
Oh yeah, Batman. I was gonna say Batman.
Well, I'll say this one last thing about the Shazam movie. I'm excited for it. It looks like this is the biggest thing I needed the director to fix from the first movie. The action was super duper underwhelming, very underwhelming. I think in this movie. He's about to up it. And I don't mean that quirky type of, these characters run out and they punch things. I want to see them have skills with their fighting style. I just want to see them running around punching things. Because anyone can run around and punch something in a suit, but I want to see, I'm not saying give them
use their powers.
Yeah, I'm not saying give them martial arts and make them some martial arts expert, but just don't show them running around punching. It's like in Thor Ragnarok when you took away his hammer, he was just punching things. He didn't have a style with his fighting style, unlike Captain America or Black Panther. I want to see some fighting like that, but don't make them some martial arts experts.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Sometimes I think like the MCU's action doesn't necessarily make sense to the characters. And this isn't like a huge criticism. Yeah, I mean,
Loki became a martial arts expert during his TV show. Yeah, I love that part.
Yeah, it was just like, well, he was fighting Captain America on a pretty equal level, like in terms of fighting style. But it was just like, even Captain America, just because he gets a super soldier serum, he somehow becomes a martial arts fucking expert all of a sudden.
No, because they had to compress the fact that he was in World War II and he had all that training in the comic books. So they had to do that montage to establish his training.
Yeah, but he was already like, I can just immediately do all the stuff with the shield.
They had to. They
had to speed it up. I mean, it was kind of like that in the comics. He really didn't train that much. He just kind of sped through it.
Yeah, because I mean, I would have much.
You can't forget he went to boot camp too when he was skinny.
Yeah. No, but I would have much preferred him, like, given that he just gets the super soldier serum, to be much more like John McClane or something. He's got the super strength. He's got the super strength and whatever, but he's got more grit. Like, he's got the grit, like the whatever you want to say, like the American kind of like, never back down, like whatever. And I would have preferred to see that and then him develop his skills as a fighter over time than just like straight up like he just comes out of the. But he's not even the biggest example of this.
In the first movie, though. He's not. He didn't start doing like fancy combat until Winter Soldier, really.
Yeah, but I was going to say he's not the biggest example of this because I was listening to you having a discussion, K-Dots, the other day where you were defending the Trinity fight at the end of BVS.
Oh, yeah.
And people were saying, Batman didn't do anything. Well, yeah, because
he can't do anything.
He can't do anything. He shouldn't be able to do anything. And I feel like sometimes the MCU.
Yeah, well, that was accurate to
if that was like an MCU directed scene, you would have seen Batman doing combos on Doomsday, and it's just like.
Or it could have been like a DC animated TV show where Batman is evading Darkseid's mega beams. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't make sense. It was more realistic the way it was shot. That Batman was like being the decoy, and that Wonder Woman and fucking Superman were doing the heavy lifting in that battle. It would have made no sense to have Batman like doing the shit, like being in the mix-up.
He was there with the kryptonite gas and Wonder Woman. And the only dumb tactic I didn't like in that fight was Superman not asking Wonder Woman to take the spear and stab Doomsday herself.
Right, that could have been done. Yeah,
the fight was good, but it just there's just one dumb tactic in that fight or plan to defeat Doomsday.
No. The worst thing about that scene was the way Doomsday looks. That's it.
Yeah.
Bro, they shouldn't even
mind you. It was a nice action scene, not executed properly, but a nice action scene. I wish it was longer. It's enormous. The same thing I said for Avengers Endgame when Captain America, Iron Man, and Thor fought Thanos. Cool fight, too fucking short. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like, look at that. That's a perfect example. What is Tony Stark? What is Tony Stark doing fighting Thanos? That's a great example.
Hold on. How was the fight too short, K-Dot?
Jaded, that fight was short. It was short like this. If we go back to Infinity War, remember Iron Man was like literally taking hits from the moon and he was, hanging in there with Thanos. And this movie, he has a better suit and he gets beat up by Thor.
Okay.
He got knocked out by Thor. just one hit from his hammer, he got knocked out. But the last movie, he's taking hits from a piece of a moon.
Okay, you do realize that in that movie, they purposely had to weaken Thanos
I know,
to make that fight. Like that fight was way too long in the goddamn first place. Okay.
So you mean because Thanos should have beat
Thanos should have destroyed them in like 3 seconds.
The only person who should have been standing in that fight was Thor. That was the only person who should have been even. Yeah, no, exactly. Thor should have been the only one who was even in the conversation in that fight.
Right.
Iron Man and fucking at least they made sense a little bit of Captain America because he picked up Mjolnir in the end. But really, why is Captain America and Iron Man?
We're getting into a whole different discussion.
Yeah,
all right.
Better go back. And I just wanted to ask AMBW what he was going to say before because we kind of like cut him off just as he was about to say something about this.
No, I was going to say that
it was about Doomsday.
Yeah, it was about Doomsday. I was going to say that I like BVS. I just didn't like how they shoehorned Doomsday in there. I feel like he needed... If they were going to use anybody else, use some other alien, or just don't hold off on killing Superman until you can actually do an entire plot around Doomsday, because Doomsday is a legendary character. Right? So why is he shoehorned into the third act? You know what I mean?
That was crazy.
Yeah, people forget Doomsday was the first person to put Superman to sleep. He didn't die; he went into super sleep.
Yeah, I don't defend that, K-Dot. Because if you're going to try and defend the Kryptonian sleep, I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes trashing you.
Hey, man. Technically, he died. Nah, he didn't die. He went into super sleep. But shouts out to
I didn't die. It was a Kryptonian sleep.
Shall we go on to the pièce de résistance? Yeah. Oh, God.
Yep.
Oh, God. What is... Go on.
Uh-oh. Oh, don't tell me he's going to defend the Kryptonian sleep.
No, he's going to defend the Trinity fight with Captain America, Iron Man.
God, that's even worse.
You know something?
It's
so amusing. It is so amusing to hear two DC shills, Nerdman and his son, as well as someone who just doesn't like anything. And AMBW, I think you're kind of Switzerland in this thing. I'm hoping, but it's amusing to hear you guys argue about a company that you say is trash and that you say the character is trash, and it's also weird that to prop up and admit, because that Shazam, honestly. That Shazam thing was the thing that got me excited. I would say it was neck and neck with the Flash. Like both of those things, I felt were the best things of Fandome, even more than that trash Batman thing. But it was funny that your first inclination when Nerdman asked you for your comments about that trailer, the Shazam behind the scenes thing, was that Shazam as a teenager is better than Tom Holland. Why does it always have to go back to Marvel? Why does it always have to you?
Hey, Nerdman brought it up first. Nerdman brought it up.
I did not bring that up. Don't lie, son. Dude. I did not bring that up. You brought that up. That was your own thing. I didn't even mention it afterwards.
Like father, like son. I swear, he definitely came from your loins, bro.
He's right.
No, he's not right. He's not right.
There's look. I don't want to get into an argument over this, but
Mike,
in my opinion,
teenager.
Tom Holland. I like Billy
but it's
Morgan.
It's not even.
I like how AMBW is like, I'm not even part of this.
It's not even a conversation about comparison. It's the fact that this is the reason that Nerdman, you're saying that there's like this this victim thing with DC. It's because they do this shit. Like, appreciate the things that you have. I don't dismiss. I don't say that there aren't some Marvel fans that do that. Oh, well, this is better than. But it's like, we appreciate the things that we have for what they are. We don't say, oh yeah, this Spider-Man is better than fucking all the kids in Shazam combined or whatever.
You guys say this Spider-Man's the best Spider-Man of all time, even better than
actually. We compare that to our own stuff. Our own stuff, yes. Toby's trash. Toby's trash. That's an established fact. But that is not a DC as far as I know. I know they didn't keep the license. They sold it to somebody because they had to get out of bankruptcy in the 90s. But I'm pretty sure they didn't sell it to DC. So as far as I know, Spider-Man is still in the Marvel universe. So if we're comparing Tom Holland now until Spider-Man in the past, then we're not comparing Marvel to DC, which is exactly what DC Dots just did.
He's basically saying you always have to pot shot Marvel no matter what.
But we don't.
You do. You're always
no,
pot
we
shotting
don't.
DC.
No, we don't.
You are always pot shotting DC, bro. And look, I'm not gonna get into this argument, but I will say this though: I do think he's right.
Because you don't want to lose.
Flash.
Oh, because I could spend 2 hours on it.
In the DC universe is comparable to Tom Holland. So is Billy Batson, and I like them both more.
I say Flash is more comparable to because Flash is more comparable.
Which Flash do you think is better, the one in the movies or the one in the TV show?
I think both are better than Tom Holland.
TV show.
Now, see, Nerd Man, I asked you to compare the two Flashes. This is your fundamental problem,
you keep
bro.
moving his point, Nerd Man. Stop it.
Problem. I know. This is what he does.
It's not.
Yes, it is. He asked you, which Flash do you like? Better than Tom Holland? Who cares? What's one of the options?
All right. I like
he
Ezra
can't help
Miller's
himself.
Flash more. I like Ezra Miller's Flash.
Seriously?
Really?
Yeah.
How?
No, all right.
Yeah.
I will say
Based off of what?
I will say this. I'll say this. Ezra Miller fills out a Flash suit better than Grant Gustin, but Grant Gustin is a better Barry Allen.
Yeah, well.
But
I mean, if you're talking about like just from the
Flash
comics,
way
but I
better.
think as an interpretation.
The animated Flash is still the best.
The animated Flash is way better than both of them.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, wait,
Hey,
Nerd
hey,
Man, how many
Either
episodes
Animated
of Flash
Flash
have
had
you
dinner with
watched?
2 women at the same time, so hey, he wins.
How many
Yeah,
episodes of
and
Flash
I
have you
like
watched,
the
Nerd
one
Man?
from the Flashpoint. The one from the Flashpoint one. What do you mean? I love Flash. I collect his
How many
comics.
episodes have you watched, though? Because I remember backing you up as far as for what was it, Smallville or whatever, and then finding out you only watched like 3 episodes, one per season. No, Supergirl. It was Supergirl. I had your back. You're like, yeah, you know what? The first it ended around season 3. Then it got kind of weak. And I'm like, you know what? I agree with you. And like, I only saw one. You only saw one episode of each season, dude. No, you didn't, dude. We'll go back to that stream. It is there.
Pardon me.
It
It's
is
the
there.
first 2 seasons I watched. Because I was into it. I was really into it in the beginning, and then it just went off like a cliff. Like I think it must have been it's either the 2nd or 3rd season that it just went off a cliff. I don't remember, but it had too many episodes. It should have just been like a neat 9-episode series, and then I think they could have done something. I also loved their interpretation of Martian Manhunter in that series. And
Supergirl?
The actor, the actor who played Martian Manhunter was dope, I thought. I mean, I'd love to see him in the movies. He more fits it than what Zack Snyder was doing.
Oh yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Anyway, on to the last trailer. But I think this is the last one. We've done Aquaman. We've done Flash. We did Peacemaker.
Wait, did you
Shazam?
We did Black Adam.
Black Adam. I think that's it. It's just the Batman.
That's teaser for me, by the way. That Black Adam little snippet.
Yeah, that's pretty much general consensus. I don't think anybody really disliked the Black Adam one.
Yeah, I think the Black Adam one.
But I'm saying, like, I think it was the best one of the movie teasers.
Oh yeah, I don't
disagree.
It got me.
Like I said.
It got me the most excited. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
That's why I say it's the best for me. It got me the most.
Oh,
excited
it's the best for you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I get that. It did. I didn't think it was going to be that. I thought it was going to be some jokey joke thing.
The problem is it's just a teaser. God knows what's going to happen in the trailer.
Wait, so Nerd Man, what would it be for you? What was your answer? What was it for you? Which one was for you? Yes.
Well, I was going to do it after. I was going to rank them after I saw the Batman trailer.
Okay. Go. Okay.
So, Batman trailer coming up next.
Yeah, show my bat and sin. Now I know them Batman all day, guys.
All right.
DC fanboys, Batman.
Yes.
DC fanboys assemble.
Already loving it, bro. Already loving it.
I like his hair. It's very elegant. Better than his
hair.
Look at this shit, bro. Riddler.
I like Ryan's in the cut. Better than yours.
And they're
So that
calling
means that
him
the
the
barista
Riddler.
is the Riddler. The barista was
The barista's the Riddler.
Fear is a tool, bro.
That light, it's the sky.
Fear is
It's not
I don't know, Mike, that might just be Riddler. He probably let himself get captured on purpose.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I've been trying to reach you.
Marvin died! What have you done?
That bit is shit.
Riddler's the man.
Yeah, his Batman voice.
Welcome to your new Batman, because that's it.
That's a tribute to Bale.
It won't be long before you've nothing left. I don't care what happens to me.
It's only going to get worse for you.
Whoa, take it easy, sweetheart.
That's
Hear
what I call
everything
him.
they say, ain't you?
The Penguin is tight in
It's
this,
not
bro.
the Penguin. It's not the Penguin. It's Oswald Cobblepot.
Yeah, I can see that.
Dude, Batman is just living his best life in this trailer, bro. Batman is living his best life, bro.
That was not in the trailer, yeah. There was nothing else to compare it to.
Over.
I like his style here when he's doing
Yeah.
I got you! I got you!
Come on, bro.
Really?
Your Batman fanboys are
Look at them chicken legs, guys. Look at chicken legs.
Wow.
Dun, dun, dun. I got the chicken legs.
Wow.
God's here.
Dude.
The next time Marvel drops a trailer and all those little Marvel fanboys, the ones that like have like, you know, Marvel fan pages or whatever, goes off about how this is the great blah, 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 blah. I don't want to hear any shit coming from anybody, well, with the exception of Fanboy and, AMBW, because you guys are ridiculous. There's nothing unique about this trailer. This is
Thank you.
This is like if a film
Mike,
student, if a film student was watching Christopher Nolan and decided
First
to mimic
year, a first
the best
year,
part.
a first year.
Yes. There's nothing new. He's bringing nothing new to the Batman character. This is shit we've seen before. It's all the same thing, and everybody. The only thing we haven't seen is the Riddler as a gimp, and we're going to be seeing that. So I guess that's a good thing.
Mike, I'll say this.
The first trailer actually did something different. This trailer was to make you go, oh yeah, by the way, you know all that interesting stuff that we were presenting in the first trailer? Yeah, that's not going to happen. It's going to be this movie.
Dude, you're all excited about like a fucking question mark in the fucking the cappuccino or whatever the fuck that is. Yeah, that just meant that the fucking barista is the Riddler, dude. Either that or he makes his own fucking coffee. Like, it's stupid. It's stupid.
How simplistic do you guys
This is so stupid. I'm telling you. And you guys sit there.
Let's go round table.
And you critique
Let's
Marvel
go.
fans when they get all super hyped about. Stop. You have no leg to stand on anymore. I don't want to hear any criticism from this point on. Eternals, fucking Doctor Strange, fucking Spider-Man, nothing. I don't want to hear any word. If I see one negative post from either
I'm
of you
bringing
guys,
this up.
watch.
If they do, I am bringing up this trailer.
Okay.
Yes,
wait,
clip
wait.
this.
All right.
Clip this shit.
about how I feel
We've
about this
heard.
Batman trailer.
Let's son, set these fucking clowns straight, bro.
So
And then
Now, let me say
AMBW.
this. Yes, I can agree that we're not really seeing nothing new from all the Batman we have seen over the years.
Yes.
I do agree. But we're getting a little bit of everything now within this Batman. That's what
How
I'll say
so?
is very
I'm
true.
curious about that.
Because with Bale, sure we got the great Bruce Wayne and the stealthy side of Batman, but we didn't get the great action. Ben Affleck, we got the great action and the look, but we got the shitty Bruce Wayne and the bad reasons for him being Batman.
Okay.
Michael Keaton Batman,
watch it.
Michael
Go
Keaton
ahead.
Batman.
Tread carefully.
Didn't have all the good technical stuff, but hey, he did a pretty good job of Bruce Wayne and stuff and all that. We're getting a little bit of everything with this Batman, right? Mind you, when I saw the trailer with MSK, I told him we're not really seeing nothing new. We're just seeing stuff explored more that we should have got explored, like Batman deep diving.
And we wanted to see the Riddler.
Keep diving into what? Keep going.
Batman deep diving into a murder mystery story.
A murder mystery story. Okay.
Yeah, we're about to get that, because let's be real. We have seen in every Batman movie there's a detective work besides BVS. Every Batman movie features detective work. Batman trying to figure out who the villain is.
Really? How so? I want to hear this part.
I mean, just Batman trying to figure out who the villain is. In
You mean like every other superhero in every other superhero movie? Trying to figure out.
There's.
All right. Wait. Before anyone continues, I want to sit here AMBW. Let's sit here AMBW because he doesn't.
The only rational one here.
Yeah. AMB.
Go ahead, AMB.
Visually, it looks cool. I have faith in Robert Pattinson. I think he's actually a pretty good actor outside of the Twilight movies. Yeah. But I asked this question, why the fuck is this movie not being part of the DCEU? I thought the DCU, that's the whole point of creating a whole shared universe, all their characters that they own. Why is this sort of,
because they're rebooting in the middle of they're rebooting.
AMBW, it goes back to what you said earlier about them not having structure. It goes back to his earlier point. It's what you said earlier, man.
No, you're right. I know. As a standalone movie, I'm sure it'll be fine. It doesn't look horrible. I disagree with Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman.
Wow. I mean, I did before this trailer.
Dude, even in the trailer, I don't see in the trailer. I don't see her doing anything Catwoman-like except flirting with Batman. Is she robbing anyone? Is she a thief? Is she a burglar?
That is all Catwoman does, just flirt with Batman and run away.
Well, I'd say she's better than Anne Hathaway.
Look, she looks tight. I thought she looked tight. Have you do you have more? You have some more to say, positives, negatives, anything?
I think I'm trying to keep my expectations kind of tempered because I think there is a shit ton of buzz surrounding this movie, and I don't want to go into it with heightened expectations because of that. So I'm yeah.
You're right, and I want to temper my expectations, but based on this trailer, if this movie is anything as good as this trailer is, I will fucking bend down and give Matt fucking Reeves and his squeaky voice fellatio, bruh. This fucking trailer, bro.
He probably cut the trailer, right?
Not bad.
Look, yeah, sure. I mean, it had everything I wanted. It's basically what I felt Nolan's third movie should have been, rather than the trash that I got. Or not, it wasn't trash. It wasn't the story.
It wasn't the story you wanted.
I wanted a Riddler. I wanted the Penguin. I wanted to see them being taken into a more kind of grounded Batman story and see how they would function within such a grounded Batman story. And instead they gave us Bane, who's never been one of my favorite characters anyway. And even the things that are special, he's totally overrated. And even the things that are special about Bane, they took it away in that movie, like the Venom and stuff like that. That would have played good in a grounded universe. How do you explain Venom in a grounded universe, for instance? All of that was taken away. So this one, it's a cerebral fucking detective story with the Riddler at the center of it, with beautiful visuals. I fucking loved it, dude. I fucking loved it. If the movie is like this, I'm not gonna say DC's disappointed me before, so maybe it might be not as good a movie. But if the movie is like this fucking trailer and like the first trailer, Matt Reeves might have to, like, I'm going to be offering up sex to Matt Reeves. I'm going to make him very, very uncomfortable.
Nerdman, the only thing cerebral about this trailer is trying to figure out exactly how this made your nipples milky, okay? Because this trailer is just there's
the
nothing
riddle
here. There is nothing here. Dude, did you see Gotham? Have you ever seen Gotham?
Please, I don't talk about that trash show, please. Let's not talk about
DC fans. The DC fans don't stick by their product. See, I watched every season of Gotham, and I felt
when no one shit is trash.
And Gotham Gotham was not garbage. Gotham
and so was the Riddler.
Elements.
If you're going to say that the Riddler was good, it was trash.
Stop.
He was terrible. He was having a homosexual relationship with fucking Penguin at one point. What the fuck was?
No, actually, no. There was
I'm the biggest.
See, clearly you didn't watch it. You even said you didn't watch it. So how can you be making?
Was he in love? Were they in love with each other or some shit? Look, dude, I'm not, dude. I'm not. No, but I want to finish my point. I want to finish my point so that it doesn't seem like a homophobic kind of fucking point. I don't care about that stuff, right? It's not like like I have a problem with that shit. But as far as I'm concerned, Batman villains, the only sexuality they should have, the only thing that should turn them on is fucking with Batman. Like messing with his head, like trying to fucking take down Gotham. That's what should turn them on, not each other.
Not everybody
weird.
has to be the Joker. That would make all the villains one-dimensional if that was their only goal.
But that's what they're doing in the movies. They're making everybody the Joker.
You know?
They're not making him the Joker. Those riddles in the first trailer, those riddles were quite clever. They weren't just simple riddles.
No,
that was what was interesting about it. It was like a Zodiac killer kind of thing.
Dude, what Fanboy is saying is that that's what they're doing. They're making not as far as maybe the craziness or whatever, but the fact that, like you said, you want every villain to like fucking with Batman. That should be their MO.
Only the Joker.
Right.
Yeah. I don't like Harley Quinn even. To me, Harley Quinn, like the Joker having a relationship. I don't dig that. I like when the Joker's by himself and his only obsession is fucking with the Batman. That's what I like. So the same thing with that TV show. I'm like, wait a second, what's going on? They're having some kind of romance. They're in love. The Penguin is like. The Penguin was hurt. The Riddler doesn't love him anymore. What am I watching?
Do you want to know? Because clearly you weren't watching anything. Do you want to know? Because I can tell you, there was no relationship between the two. They were very close, and Penguin was the one that started developing feelings for him. They weren't acted on. They were almost, for the most part, unrequited. So it wasn't a thing where they were in a homosexual relationship. So
they were unrequited. They were unrequited. Yeah. That makes it okay. The Penguin
like the Hobbit.
The Penguin had the
What's wrong with
the Penguin saw him in his fucking Riddler costume.
So they baited the LGBTQ community. They baited them.
Yeah, exactly. It was baiting as well.
That's all. It was just woke brownie points. That's all.
Dude. It was stupid. It was fucking stupid. It didn't work. It actually made the Penguin, who was actually quite good in the beginning.
No. See, I'm going to defend the DC product, which is something you should be doing. If you're going to say something doesn't work, you should fucking watch it first. Because you clearly didn't watch it, because if you did, you would know that there wasn't a homosexual relationship.
I started watching it and I couldn't fucking deal.
Stop it.
I started watching it.
But you didn't see it through, Nerdman. That's the point Mike is saying.
It wasn't until a later season. It was like, I think even season 5. So you didn't see anything. Dude, stop.
Yeah, I kept dipping in and out of Gotham because it was trash. What do you want me to do? Waste my life watching some fucking show?
As a DC
I
fan,
didn't watch it. But I'm
as
a
a
Batman
DC
fan, so
you
I
should
was
be
like
consuming
inclined
the
to watch a
content.
few episodes. No, why should I watch everything that
Wow.
DC does just because like it's DC? If it's trash, I'm not gonna watch it.
Look,
And
Do you
plus,
Look, let
the
me
Joker was good in it.
let me say the real trashness about Gotham before y'all to get back to Batman. What? Why are you doing why are you setting up all the Batman villains and Batman's not even Batman yet? He's still a freaking teenager. Like, I didn't like none of that. They already got Joker.
I do not disagree, but you know what?
Like, I didn't like that premise. That was not a good premise for me.
They were trying something new and different, which is, I mean, I would rather have you guys. Oh well, you know, DC takes chances. You never get that from a Marvel. Marvel's not going to take chances. Going to do the same thing. DC does something different. Hey, here's Gotham before Batman, and so yeah, I don't want to do
like
that.
Different. I like different, but that's not the different I like.
That's stupid different.
Wow.
This movie.
I want different, but not different like that. Like, I don't want to.
You know what I mean?
That fanboy?
This is a DCU fan. They will trash what they don't like. Whereas with the MCU fans, if you were to mention that Loki isn't that good or WandaVision isn't that good, they will go out of their way to go try and defend it. These two guys will trash a DC TV show without any compulsion.
Dude,
but you can't get that from an MCU fan.
Dude, at the very least, very least, regardless of whatever you might think the storyline is trash, the way the characters are trash or whatever, the dudes that played Riddler and Penguin and even what's his name? Oh God, not Freeze. Zaz. They were fucking incredible. They were really good actors. Regardless of whatever you might think about the show.
Penguin but you don't guy even, was you good. The Penguin and the Joker guy were good. The Penguin and the Joker, the Riddler guy was not good. The Penguin and the Joker guy were good.
You just got the Riddler guy was good. You just got done trashing the entire fucking show. You didn't say one positive about it. Okay? And at the very
I don't want to talk about fucking Gotham. I want to talk about this trailer, which was awesome. And dude, first of all, fucking Colin Farrell might end up stealing the show in this fucking.
No, he's only got 9 minutes of screen time.
Has he?
What?
Well, I don't know. Like what I've seen of Colin Farrell as Penguin. What I've seen
because
of Colin Farrell as Penguin.
The only reason the Penguin is in this is because of the storyline of the Long Halloween. Because since nobody knows who Falcone is, they decided to go, let's just put Oswald Cobblepot, totally change his entire origin, totally change his entire character.
Falcone is in this movie.
Replace him as a mob.
No. Falcone's in this movie, dude.
Oh, he is?
It's being he's being played by a really good actor, actually.
I apologize then. I apologize.
No, that's not happening.
Why Oswald Cobblepot is in this makes no sense.
Well, Dave, DC
if we're going
DC has done the Penguin as a mob boss now, so
he has.
That's all he's.
Yeah,
doing.
Off of a
when
recently for the most I would say for the past 10 or 11 years.
What?
Since I've owned the store,
he's been a crime boss for years.
It's been a while.
Elitist,
he's been like a club owner and stuff like that. Yeah,
he's the crime boss. He's a mob.
Elitist, hello, man, and Bosco.
I apologize. I'm only going based off of the comic book, so I didn't know.
Because in fact, even in Gotham, it's been in the comics too. Even in Gotham, the TV show, they had he had a club where there was an ice sculpture in the middle. That was from the comic books. That was direct from the comics.
Yeah, but he was a rich, but he was the son of a rich family.
Oh well, I don't know.
Oswald Cobblepot is basically his whole story arc was he was against is a challenge against Bruce Wayne because of his family name, and he's trying to rebuild himself as the Penguin to try and regain his family name, the Cobblepot family name, because that's why he became a criminal, because the Cobblepots were disgraced.
That's one interpretation, bro.
This is his story arc. That's the Cobblepot origin.
There's been many different.
Okay, well, I'm only going by what I remember. If it's changed, then
because my penguin was raised by penguins, so I don't know about you, but and he has Flipper.
Yeah.
Okay.
Danny DeVito, bro. He was sick. He was sick
all day.
Oh my God, the worst interpretation of Penguin ever.
He was great. He was fucking great, Danny DeVito. I'm gonna Phantom Zone your ass for that, bro. What the fuck?
Are you gonna say Arnold Schwarzenegger was a great cat?
Danny DeVito was
actually. Next, we're gonna say Arnold Schwarzenegger was a great Captain Cole too.
Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze. Actually, he kind of was. I mean, I didn't like the movie much, but he went into that. He went into that role, dude. That was the whole vibe of that movie, and he hammed it up a lot, and it was clear he was having the most fun on that set. So yeah, I would say he's probably the best Mr. Freeze.
Really? Okay.
Film elitist. You've half made me proud, but like you won't admit, like the rest of these DC, like they did a good. I think the filmmakers they've got are doing their thing. Unfortunately, they don't have a plan to put all of these filmmakers' work to get them into a really, really hot franchise. I think they should have been a Superman. They should have been done rebooted Superman and got rid of Cavill, or done a Cavill versus Brainiac movie by now. They should have been doing that right fucking now.
Did you find this interesting? Wait.
If there was,
did you find this interesting that they didn't announce anything about the Black Superman? There was no mention of them whatsoever.
Yeah, none.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was interesting. I think they've moved past that. I think they realize it's ridiculous.
Mike, or I
was gonna say, or do you think maybe they didn't want to announce it until maybe they're a little forward into making it, as opposed to what they did with the prior announcement, like when they were going to do like a Flash movie and a Cyborg movie and all that other bullshit, and they only did like a half of what they announced. So maybe they're actually waiting until they get have it done.
No, well that makes sense, but
they're waiting until they get closer to it.
But they did announce. They basically announced a Wonder Woman 3 movie, so.
I mean, they announced that like the Monday after Wonder Woman 84 dropped. So we kind of knew that was coming anyways. I already knew.
Yeah, but you needed.
Well, wait, did we really? After Patty showed up in the Disney presentation and she was putting on her X-wing and got into the X-wing? I mean, come on.
Hey, Mike, you remember that was only that fat boy saying that. that was only fat boy saying that. Patty gone. Nah, she's not. She's just going to go do something else, and then she's coming back.
Go where the money is. Yeah, why not? If they're gonna let you do shit, then get it. Get a job. Job is a job.
Because this is the truth. WB likes Patty Jenkins more than Zack Snyder. They're willing to get they'll greenlight a Wonder Woman 3 for her before Zack Snyder or anything. I'm not saying that's okay or right. It's just they favor her. They favor.
Well,
her.
no, why?
I think that's silly. I think that's silly. I think both of them proved at a certain point that either they need to have some management, both of them, or they just need to not be making like DC movies. Like I like Zack Snyder like quite a bit in terms of his visual style, and I like some of what he wants to do with the superheroes. I actually enjoy. However, that being said, he needs management. He needs a good screenwriter. He needs
a firm hand.
He needs a firm fucking hand, and so does Patty Jenkins. It seems to me.
Yeah, I agree.
As well. Like after Wonder Woman 1984, there's no Patty Jenkins writing, being in charge of the story. None of that. She's just proved she can't do it.
Yeah.
She needs a good writer.
She can direct.
She could direct, and she's good with the emotions, and she's good with character work as well. But no. That being said, I went back to this Batman trailer. Man, the Penguin I thought was tight in this, man. I like the way the action looks. I think the Riddler looks really mysterious. I think they did more with the Riddler in the first trailer.
He's such an enigma in this trailer.
Yeah, that's funny.
I think the Riddler's going to be good. I just don't like it. I think it's going to be but I think he's going to be good acting wise. But when it comes
to Dano's amazing.
His costume is trash. But acting, I think his Riddler's going to be tight.
Yeah.
How can you tell that from the trailer, though? How did you even get that possibility from the trailer?
Going off of how he's acting, what he's saying, and what he's doing. Not how I'm going off how he looks. He looks trash to me.
Okay.
But that's not good. But that doesn't have nothing to do with the acting.
Okay. So what from the trailer gave you the impression that you hope his acting is good? What
all the hints of the riddles and stuff.
But that has nothing to do with his acting. So,
but it does because he's saying these riddles. That's part of the acting. Him talking, the expressions. All that is his acting.
You mean the narrating?
We didn't get a lot of his expressions and movements in his trailer, but narrating what he's saying and stuff, how he's delivering his lines.
You know something? Excuse me, DC Dots. You know something? I said this to Paul last night because we were talking about. He was going off on another rant about Star Trek. Film Leader says Warner Brothers 84, Shazam, Aquaman, DCEU picking MCU style with the colorful, kid-friendly, dumb films, whatever. But at some point you have to realize. You have to realize though, if you're watching something and it doesn't bring you any joy and you don't like it, then maybe find something else. Like I told Paul, I said, Paul, if Star Trek clearly isn't doing it for you because whatever Kurtzman's doing and all this other nonsense, then stick to the original trilogy, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and then with Star Trek Nemesis, I think was the last one, then that's the end of your Star Trek journey. It sucks that they're not going to be doing things that you like, but sitting here and raging about it and, kid this and slam it, like you were a kid once. Like, would you want something?
I agree with that. Block.
As a parent, would you take your child to go see the Riddler dressed as a fucking gimp? Would you want him to see? Would you? What do you mean? Who gives a fuck? What do you mean?
I would take my child, but my child would know what a gimp is. He wouldn't know what a gimp is.
And this is how you
take my kid to watch. I would take my kid to watch the Batman before I poison him with that MCU trash, bro.
This is how you get kids like DC Dots. Okay, this is how Nerdman raised him. Okay, this is why we're stuck with him like this now. Okay, no, so stop. This is so that whole excuse about the Marvel's kids. And DC is grown up. It's bullshit. Stop it.
No. Hey, Mike.
Look, I took a kid to see The Dark Knight, and he cried.
DC is pretending to be edgy. It's not edgy. That's the problem.
I took a kid to see The Dark Knight, and he cried the whole way through the movie. And
why?
I maybe because I didn't know him.
Oh wait, because you kidnapped him. Yeah.
That isn't the point. That isn't the point right now.
I love how you walk into these like Nerdman wall. Boom, just right there.
Hey,
that isn't the point.
Preach that goodness, man.
The point is that eventually.
Oh my God, Nerdman just made me cry, and not from aggravation. Fucking hilarious. Okay, go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
No, I'm just saying. Look, I don't know if this is going to be a very kid-friendly movie. But I do think that there's a market for like more mature adult kind of based comic book movies.
It doesn't have to be kid.
There are graphic novels, dude. There are adult-based graphic novels. Would you say
the Batman animated series was kid-friendly? Would you say it was kid-friendly?
Yeah, it was.
Was there any problems with it?
I mean, Batman animated series was for everybody.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
I liked it as a kid. I watched it as a kid.
That's the point. Yes. So you could watch it as a grown-up, and that little kid that you kidnapped to watch The Dark Knight could also watch it, and you can both watch it together. So this is what they don't do. This is what they don't do. It's either one way or the other.
You take Deadpool.
No.
Rated R.
Mike.
This is Deadpool that was rated R, and you could still have your 14-year-old kid go watch it.
Yeah. Well, Mike. This is the thing, because I don't blame them. I have to place the blame over to the fans of how they interpret things. Because DC's not dark. The fans interpret it as dark. I don't think WB thinks DC's dark and stuff. People who's running it, and I don't even think Kevin Feige, who runs Marvel, thinks they're kiddie and stuff. Maybe the haters or the people who watch it think they're more lighthearted kiddie. It's the fans interpreting the stuff as that, and this is me, you have to call out the fans. You got to have to call out the creators and stuff because people can misinterpret something wrong and put out a wrong message about something and trap these companies into something, right? Because let's be real, DC was doing lighthearted, goofy movies before the Marvel movies. Remember Batman and Robin and shit?
That's because
nothing
they
new.
became Burton Free license.
Yeah, not saying those movies was good, but
Can I answer something that you just? Can I answer something you just said? Go on. Finish
Even
up,
Adam
Katie.
West Batman, that was a goofy ass fucking Batman. Something. DC fans were like, oh, what the hell is this? It's not dark enough. I'm not watching it. I didn't like Adam West Batman, but DC was already doing goofy stuff. They picked their times when they want to be serious, goofy, and for me, give me a little mix of everything. And that's my problems with both Marvel and DC and stuff. Give me a little mix of everything. Don't just stick to one thing like you're being too lighthearted or too dark here.
Yeah.
Every
And I want to piggyback off what you just said, because I think sometimes people might mistake what I mean when I say taking a mythology seriously. Now, for me, DC's characters lend themselves more to being to different types of interpretations, and you want to see like the Riddler done in different ways. You want to see the Penguin done in different ways, Lex Luthor, all of those, like different interpretations based on the time period you're even in. Like you want to see maybe now like a Lex Luthor who is more of a Silicon Valley billionaire makes more sense than having him be like the corporate Wall Street billionaire of the 90s, right? So I get there's different interpretations of these things. But the one thing I will say about it is like, when I say take a mythology seriously, I don't mean that it can't be a funny movie. Like for me, what they did with Shazam, what David Sandberg did with Shazam and what Patty Jenkins did with Wonder Woman 1 was taking Wonder Woman and Shazam's mythology seriously. It was saying, hey, let's look at the comic books, what these characters in essence mean, and bring that out in the story. And like tell the story from that level and give it like that kind of gravitas that it deserves. I think the same thing happened with Superman 1 and 2 with Richard Donner. I thought that was Richard Donner really taking Superman seriously and thinking like, what does this character mean? And let's like bring out the essence of what this character means and put that on screen. Nolan did the same, I think, with the Batman movies as well as Burton. So they gave they did these movies. They didn't all have to be serious. They didn't all have to be drained of fucking light or anything like that. But they gave us these different tone movies where the characters were allowed to blossom in their essence, who they are and what they mean to generations of fans who've loved them. That's what I want to see DC do. I don't want Green Lantern and Flash necessarily to be completely serious movies, but I want them to be directors to come in and get the essence of the character. And yeah, they can have their own spin on it, but bring out like what makes that character special. If they can do that with their DC characters, I think they'll be on a winning run. And they don't all have to be the same tone of movie. They don't all have to be dark and gritty like the Batman.
Yeah, like at least just try and put some fucking passion to your work. Don't just like, I got this superhero movie, I'm gonna make some generic shit and get over with because it's a superhero. I know I'm gonna make money. If I see some passion into your shit, and
that doesn't work in the real world, because take a look at Aquaman. Aquaman is doing none of the things that you said that they did, and guess what? Made $1 billion. And Warner Brothers was going to go, that formula works, we're doing it again.
And that's okay for Aquaman to be the way it was. I'm not.
So did Joker.
Yeah.
The Joker. They totally revamped the concept for the type of movie it was. Okay, so they basically took what they just basically took what you wanted, Nerdman, and said, we're not going to do that. And guess what? Still made $1 billion.
What are you
so they're not going to follow your formula.
This is the thing. Joker still worked for me, even though I was a little bit against them giving him an origin. At the end of the day, throughout the movie, they was throwing us left and right, because even the main character, the part when he was with Zazie Beetz, it wasn't true. he was being an unfaithful narrator throughout the story and stuff. So we don't even know what was true and what was not throughout
and that screws up the movie.
I wouldn't say it screws up the movie. It just shows the Joker's character that he lies to us. He's not honest about his past. He's not honest.
Yeah, and that's not a good. You can't take the concept. If I'm going to have a history, it's going to be multiple choice. You can have that as a line. You can have that as a character aspect. You can't have that as a way of portraying a movie, because then now as an audience, what am I supposed to take seriously? None of it, because I don't know what part is true or not.
Well, this
AMBW, what do you have to say about this after K-Dots? After K-Dots, I just want to hear what AMBW.
This thing, I know what was true in the movie, and I know what was false. For example, remember when Thomas Wayne punched him in the face for touching Bruce? That was true.
How do you know?
That was true.
But how do you know?
Look,
you don't. You've decided that part is true. There's nothing in that movie to establish it's true.
Because he still becomes Joker by the end of the movie.
So
he goes there and actually shoots the guy at the talk show.
Okay.
The stuff that wasn't true was him being with Zazie Beetz.
Yeah.
Him being at the talk show. Him pretending to be at the talk shows. Him pretending he was at the comedy show.
They showed that him pretending to be at the talk show was false. They showed that in the movie. There's no interpretation, but his retelling of his history, we have no way of knowing what was true.
What do you mean him retelling his history? When did he retell his history? You mean
when
to the psychiatrist?
Okay, are you?
No,
because when he retells the story about how his mother was in that room, okay?
No, he reads that. He reads that in a file.
He reads that. Okay.
Yeah.
No. He's remembering that. He's not reading it. He's reading
reading it, and then they're visually showing it because it's a film. You can't just have a guy reading a fucking thing. You have to show what's happening as he's reading. So he's reading what the mother did, and he's imagining the scene. He remembers it.
Jada's saying that once he read the file, he started remembering what happened to him.
After he read the file, he was remembering what happened. And
you have to watch the film again.
Okay.
Sorry, I have to correct you straight off the bat, because the scene they were talking about was the doctor is interviewing his mother. The doctor's interviewing his mother, and he's reading his mother's responses to the doctor.
No, I don't think so.
That's he wasn't remembering. He wasn't there when the mother was being interviewed.
I know. That's one of the mistakes of the movie.
So how could it have been a memory?
That's right. That's the problem. In the movie, they end up portraying it as a memory. So because they portray it as a memory, is that a true, what did that scene actually happen or not? Which is why I'm talking with K-Dot. We don't know what parts of the movie are remembered or actually true. That was one of the flaws of the Joker movie.
I don't know. I think
I wouldn't say it's a flaw, because even when they show in The Dark Knight, he lies about his past on purpose. He gives you curveballs. He throws you off.
Again, and that works.
He can be lying to himself at times.
That's right. And that works as a character. It doesn't work as a movie concept, because now we as an audience, when the Joker says things in The Dark Knight, okay, he literally has a different origin to every person he talks to. Okay. And I'm going, okay, that's fine. That's how the Joker works. But you can't apply that a multiple choice origin as a movie concept, which is what the Joker movie did.
Wait. So, Jay, would you rather they not do the thing where they showed us what was definitely false in his stories, or just
because then
would you rather they leave it up to interpretation?
Yeah, you leave it up to interpretation.
Okay, yeah, I can agree with you. I feel you on that. They should have left it up to interpretation.
Yeah, because that's how the Joker movie would. That's how you have to make a movie like that. Same thing with Inception. You have to do that to make the movie work.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, in this thing, I don't say the movie completely failed, but I feel you on that. They should have left it up to interpretation. Because as I was watching the movie, there's little tidbits going through it. Like, if you notice the clocks, they was all set to what they was all set to.
Yeah, they're all at the same time thing. Yeah,
right.
And again, I'm going. Well, what is that supposed to mean?
I don't know. You have to interpret that.
You have to interpret it. That's the
your own way. AMBW, I've been trying to like.
You've been neglected. Yeah.
Like I want to get back to this. I mean, I guess we've gone off. We've gone off on a thing. I do actually want to see. Actually, Film Elitist mentioned Joaquin Phoenix Joker against Patterson's Batman. If Patterson's Batman is as good as it looks, that has to happen. In my opinion, I just think that would be a truly terrible fucking mistake if they don't do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Joaquin Phoenix's Joker couldn't handle Batman in any way, shape, or form.
No, I don't think Joaquin Phoenix Joker is in Earth 2 with his Batman.
He's not a super villain. Joaquin Phoenix's Joker is not a super villain.
True.
I think
I want to hear that. I want to go to AMBW. What do you make of that first? Like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker versus the Batman.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was the question? Which one I think is a better movie?
No. Do you think they should introduce Joaquin Phoenix as Joker into this Batman, the Batman, after Joker made $1 billion?
I mean, if they did do that, I would definitely watch it. But I mean, you got to take into consideration he's a lot older than him, and so like if you bring Joaquin Phoenix's Joker into, like the contemporary Batman for Robert Pattinson, like he's gonna be what, like in his 60s, 70s when he fights him?
Yeah, he's gonna be old.
You're thinking real world.
Yeah, he's old. He's a lot older than him.
I think you're thinking real world mechanics. To me, I think you could just literally pop him in as the fully developed Joker and just say, okay, this is him. Like he basically he breaks out of prison.
Like a tragic victim of circumstance. He's not an outright supervillain.
No, he's not.
No, I know, but like I just
like,
think,
I mean, dude,
like honestly, I think it could be different Earths.
Well,
he's not going to fit into the DC universe.
Nerman, this is how it can work. Just like you said, Joker can take place on a different Earth. You bring Joaquin Phoenix in, he can be Joker, but he can just play a fully fleshed out Joker for this Batman here. So yeah, they can do that. Because this Joaquin Phoenix Joker doesn't work because honestly, he wasn't a villain. To me, a lot of stuff he did, like remember when he killed those 3 guys that was bullying him on the bus and shit? A lot of stuff was kind of justified. People treating him like shit. He was doing some weird shit, like putting his hand inside Bruce Wayne's mouth and stuff, but he was a victim of he was a victim of being in poverty in this society where the rich
took away his super
stay rich and of course they poor.
And also the mental illness and
it only works for that. Joaquin Phoenix Joker, I can't see him as like the guy who's great with weapons, creating bombs and stuff. He can learn the stuff.
Being a homicidal maniac.
And he'll be old. He'll be too old. So if you can do it, bring him over here, make him a fully fleshed out Joker, and he can be totally different. It can be the same.
I agree with him. Yeah. It's not hard. Joker 2, he escapes from mental asylum and starts a reign of crime. They just change it to modern day. Then he shows up as a Batman villain, as a fully formed Joker. Exactly my thought.
But there's no reason for him to want to be. There's nothing from the Joker movie to establish him to want to have a reign of crime.
He's got all these Joker acolytes, dude.
Yeah,
he's got a whole city of Joker acolytes.
The character has no desire to be a criminal.
Who told you that?
He was just a villain of circumstance, nerd man.
He's just a villain of circumstance.
He goes in and he shoots fucking Murray for no fucking reason. I mean, what the hell's that?
Well, mind you, okay, nerd
that's not a criminal act.
But that criminal act. Okay, just because a guy. Okay, Joe Chill killed Martha and Thomas. He didn't suddenly he didn't suddenly decide to become a crime boss. Just because an individual kills somebody and because it doesn't criminalize, doesn't make him want to become a criminal empire.
It might be that he comes out and it's like it's just that he's got these acolytes.
So you have to forcefully inject it. Yeah, that's always a great story arc.
If they do that, then they have to do it like this. They have to play out the first movie. Joker disliking the fact that, you know, the poor and mentally ill of his city was treated like shit. And the rich like Thomas Wayne get to stay at the top. The rich stay rich. And people like Murray making fun of the mentally ill and treat them like shit. Same way he was doing the Walking Phoenix Joker. Even though his job is to be a talk show host. That's what they do. They roast their guests and stuff. Mm-hmm. But he couldn't handle that because, mind you, he's mentally ill. He's off his meds. He has so many other problems. He was abused by his mother.
Yeah, the fact that he has to be off his meds doesn't work.
And so what is that going to make him be, is he going to have enough foresight to be like, you know what? The city is doing wrong by people like me, so I'm going to fix them or whatever.
And that's why
if he's mentally ill,
and that's what I say, Mike, he'd have to be a different kind of Joker that I may not
comedy
want.
is subjective.
Because then he's going to be a Joker fighting for the people. It'll be different. It'll be a different interpretation. I really don't want it, but I don't think I'm seeing it.
I don't see. Yeah, I think he can come out more and become more evil. Like that's the way I see it.
That's going to take another movie.
Locking him up would also do that because you lock him up in an asylum. Because for most of the time, he felt justified in what he was doing. And when you victimize him for him believing he was right, he's going to lash out. Even if he's wrong or right, he believes he's right. You tell him he's wrong, he's going to lash out and try to prove he's right. That's a good fucking movie, man. We could over talking about this movie and shit. Joker's a good movie, man.
Anyway, like the point is though, I think they killed it with that trailer. And I hope they start making more movies that are of that quality with that kind of directorial view as well. I think, you know, Shazam in some ways is that, but it's like a little bit like softer or whatever. But
so wait, are these your
they
rankings?
They can do a plethora of different types of movies. Yeah, let's do my rankings. Actually, let's do the rankings. So I'm gonna go last place, as I said, Peacemaker. What's everyone else's last place?
Peacemaker.
Batman.
No.
The Batman. I didn't Phantom Zone him, but yeah, he's good.
Oh, I thought you Phantom Zone him as soon as he said it.
Yeah, I didn't. I wish I had have. That's just patently false. Anyway, so Jaded, you said Peacemaker.
Oh yeah, Peacemaker.
I'm Peacemaker. A and B. A and B?
Yeah,
right,
sorry, I said Peacemaker.
Peacemaker, okay. K-Dots?
For best trailer?
Worst.
Oh, worst?
Worst. For the main ones, Peacemaker was one of them.
And I'll say it wasn't the worst. It was most underwhelming. Peacemaker.
All right. I'm
excited for it. You know, it's most underwhelming.
I'm going second worst. I'm going Aquaman. The whole presentation of Aquaman was the second worst for me. I could go Jaded.
He muted his mic.
Okay. K-Dots.
Second worst.
Sorry about that.
Second worst was Aquaman.
Jaded, second worst after Peacemaker.
Batman.
Oh, shut up, dude. Dude, what? Get the fuck.
I'm sorry.
He is sorry. Guys, Jaded is Tatali, he won't be welcome on this channel. I have blocked him on social media as well. What the fuck are you talking about, Jaded, man? What the hell's going on?
Because you guys are so hyped for a good... Okay. Replay that scene.
Jaded, I'm
Replay
more
that...
hyped for Black Adam. Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
I'm more hyped for Black Adam.
Replay that scene. Replay that scene of Patterson going, "What did you do?" Okay. Now you can.
I've got an explanation for that. though. I've got an explanation for that.
What's your explanation?
I don't think it's bad acting. I think it's. I think that the way he does that in the movie is going to be on purpose. That he isn't fully formed as Batman yet.
Okay.
He's he's just so consumed by his anger, he's almost impetuous.
Okay.
So he's not a fully formed Batman. Because the rest of what he does, the way he's doing his Batman voice, is dope in the rest of the movie, in the rest of the trailer.
Okay.
So for me, that must have been done on purpose, or I feel like that was an acting choice by Robert Pattinson.
Okay. Now. You can dismiss that in the trailer. That's fine. He's gonna be, but if he does that throughout the movie, that's the Batman you're gonna get. You are hoping it's going to be the "I'm vengeance." You're hoping he's gonna be that. I'm saying there's a good chance he's going to be the "What have you done, Batman?" That's why I don't like that. That's why I have the least anticipation.
I can understand that here. If he was like that throughout the movie, then that's a problem.
Right. If he's gonna be the "What have you done, Batman?" that movie's gonna suck shit. If he's gonna be the "I'm vengeance,"
but that doesn't make the whole trailer bad. Though that means that you're worried about a certain aspect of the trailer. That can't make that the worst fucking trailer.
Oh, you want to know why it's the fourth fucking trailer? Because
because you're trying to be controversial.
There's nothing in that trailer that made me go, "I'm excited," because there's just nothing special about the trailer. It was.
I know.
Compare. Whoa. You compare what was done in the Batman trailer compared to Black Adam. You compare what was explained in the Batman trailer to the Flash. Okay, you got so much out of the Flash. You got so much out of Black Adam. You got so much out of the other trailers. Then you did it. Now you might like the trailer, but what its purpose was very minimal to what you wanted from the trailer.
I know what its purpose was. The purpose of that trailer was quite simple. It was to show that it's going to be, the first trailer shows it's going to be cerebral, it's going to be dark, it's going to have a twisted side to it. Okay. But at the same time, they wanted to show in this trailer that this has some dope action and dope visuals.
Okay, so the purpose.
So that's what they achieved. They achieved that and then some in this trailer. I was like, holy shit.
Okay.
This is going to be dope. When he's walking down the hallway and they're shooting machine gun fire at him and he's just like walking through it and just beats the shit out of them, I'm like,
boy,
okay,
that's OP. That's OP
on.
Batman right there.
This is on, bruh. This is Batman. I told you, this is. I feel they should retitle this trailer. This is Batman living his best life. The way he was fucking driving through that fucking bonfire and shit.
Ridiculous.
I agree with you.
Batman.
I agree with you. But every other trailer went, "Oh my God, I didn't expect that. Now I'm interested." With the Flash trailer, you went, "Oh, I didn't expect that." With the Shazam trailer, you went, "Oh, I didn't expect that." With the Black Adam trailer, you went, "Oh my God, I didn't expect that." Every other trailer gave you something to go, "Oh my God, now I'm interested in something I wasn't even interested in the first place." The Batman trailer you didn't go into DC you didn't go into the show and went, "You know what? I'm really not sure about the Batman trailer or the Batman movie." You were already excited about the Batman movie. So the trailer just simply showed you exactly what you were going to expect from the Batman movie. Every other trailer gave you something new, something interesting. The Batman trailer was just a regular trailer.
Well, and see, Jaded,
Regular
and, you know,
trailer.
and that's the thing when you have so many appearances of Batman on screen. But this is what I like about the trailer.
That's the problem.
Is that it's finally giving me everything all together in one. It's
Right.
giving me more of everything I wanted to see from each of the Batmans all together in one.
And
we
to
haven't
me,
got
as
that.
a trailer,
We haven't got that yet from a Batman. We just got.
and you're
a little
hoping,
part.
and you're hoping that that's what's going to happen in the movie. Every
You know
other
what I
trailer.
loved about? You know what I loved about the trailer? I love the fucking performance by the Penguin. I'm thinking this looks dope. I'm thinking the Riddler. I'm thinking the Riddler looks really intriguing. The tone looks great. The action looks realistic and grounded, but fucking cool.
Okay.
All of it looks fucking dope. I don't.
But in 30 seconds, in 20 seconds,
excited.
But in 20 seconds, the Black Adam trailer made you go from I don't know to holy shit, yes, I'm going to watch it. In 20 seconds.
Yeah,
that is
that's
what a
true.
trailer is supposed to do.
That's true. That's
Okay?
true.
Yeah, but
The Batman trailer.
I like the Black Adam trailer.
The Batman trailer did none of that.
Can I give my
It
least?
just simply reinforced what you already wanted in the first place.
Okay. We're on second worst, and we're like literally like we've gone into like some kind of got into some argument. Does everyone just want to finish their list? We'll start off with Rogue Comics, and then we just finish the list because it seems like we're going to argue over some of
Well,
these.
my phone died, so I couldn't give my worst. My worst was Batman. My best was a tie. It was
just go from bottom to top.
From bottom to the top. Okay, Batman, the Catwoman animated movie, and then Shazam and the Flash were tied for first. Oh, you know what? Black Adam was underneath the Catwoman movie.
Where was Aquaman and Peacemaker?
Oh God! Well, Peacemaker would be underneath Batman and the Flash. The Flash and that would be underneath the Flash and Shazam. Peacemaker.
Okay.
And Aquaman. Aquaman would be underneath the Catwoman trailer, but above the Black Adam trailer.
Huh.
Because I mean, I do like.
I wasn't counting Catwoman, but I actually quite like the Catwoman announcement, and I love the fact that they're doing a Green Lantern movie afterwards, Blackest Night or something like that. So,
did they say anything about that on there?
Yeah, they said they're going to do Blackest Night next.
Oh, okay.
Really? Because people were complaining there was no Green Lantern announcement.
Yeah, well,
I think they were talking about the HBO show, the live action.
Yeah, but there should have been a film as well. I want a film, dude.
So the Blackest Night is a TV show.
No, it's an animated movie.
Oh, it's an animated movie. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's dope. I'm super excited. And then the Catwoman movie, I liked it only because they had more different DC characters. I think I even saw Cheetah in there at one point
really?
as Dr. Minerva. So I quite like that they had all these different DC characters that are going to be in this movie.
Yeah.
So if I'm putting Catwoman in, that would have been like quite high. So I'll go off my list. As I said, Peacemaker was last, Aquaman second to last, probably then the Catwoman one, even though these last ones I actually really, really liked. So then it was Catwoman. Then I would put Shazam and Flash. You're right. They were really equal for me. I really, really liked both of them. And I'd even say that Black Adam was equal. I like all three of those trailers a lot, or whatever they showed. I like all of them a lot. All of them got me more hyped for the movie. But the one single best fucking thing that I saw in this was definitely the Batman trailer, dude.
Crazy.
It just fucking. It was out of control.
It fulfilled the
Good.
expectations you wanted.
I'll say that the Black Adam one was a dope scene, and if there was like that scene and then a little bit more, then it would have probably been Black Adam. So if I had that scene, that we saw of Black Adam, and then it showed me a trailer afterwards, then it would have been Black Adam, because that shit was dope as fuck.
That's fine.
Like it just coming out, electrocuting the guy till his skull turned to dust. That's what I want to see in a Black Adam fucking trailer.
Right.
The Shazam one was good because of the fact that they were like taking on all the criticisms of the first Shazam and showing that they'd listened and they were taking that on board, and they were making it more expansive. Love the fact that they're going to be going to the different realms.
Do you think?
And then,
hold on. Do you think about Shazam that perhaps Wonder Woman could show up?
Why?
I'm hoping so.
Makes
I'm
sense.
hoping that they tie it into because of the Greek gods and stuff.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, I got it.
Well, wait. Let me ask you.
I'm hoping so.
Wait. We gotta be clear. Mike, do you think those gods are from their realm or other realms? Because Wonder Woman confirmed that the gods are dead. So
No, except for Ares. I mean,
that could have been a story, though.
Yeah.
That could have been
it was true. Because even in Wonder Woman 84, remember the god of the wishing stone? He was freaking not there.
Well, but how many people actually saw Wonder Woman 84? Come on, we could just forget that.
How many people remember it?
Or they might have already be rebooting it. I'm just saying, but if they haven't rebooted yet, because I don't know when Shazam is going to take place. It could take place after the Flash movie or before.
I think the Flash movie would be dope if it just wiped out Wonder Woman 1984 and they just did Wonder Woman 2 again.
It might just do that.
I really hope they do that. Just wipe out Wonder Woman 84 from ever existing. The worst DCU movie, easily.
Whoa! Birds of Prey.
Nowhere
Easily.
near the worst.
Birds of Prey is a more coherent movie.
Nowhere near the worst.
That alone makes
Birds
it
of Prey
better.
story is shit.
Not when you have Man of Steel and fucking Dark Knight. Come on, there's so many other worse movies. What are you talking about?
You can't compare Birds of Prey to Dark Knight. You can't.
Oh,
Birds
dude.
Wonder Woman has about 15 minutes of it that I like. Even the stuff like where she turned the jet invisible and it didn't really make much sense, like how she just had that power. Even that, the actual scene of the invisible jet flying through the air was quite fucking beautiful. I liked the bit where she broke down, she had to let go of Steve Trevor again. I thought that was Gal Gadot's best acting. I like the flight scene insofar as Wonder Woman can fly, and I like the end flight scene. That is it of that movie. That is the only things. And yes, those scenes are better than anything in Birds of Prey.
Oh yeah,
but the whole movie is trash. The whole rest of that fucking movie, it's incoherent.
You just don't like women. That's what it is.
I like the Wonder Woman one. Wonder Woman's my one of my basically my second favorite DC character.
You are a He-Man woman hater.
It's Superman and Wonder Woman are my favorite characters as well as Batman. They're my three favorite superheroes. I've said it before. Go back on streams. I'm always repping for Wonder Woman 1. I think it's a fantastic.
It's really weird because since Wonder Woman had so little, screen presence and movie presence, other than the Wonder Woman TV show, and the first Wonder Woman movie, how did Wonder Woman become so many people's favorite superhero?
I read her comics.
Oh, it's a TV show.
I read
There's so many people that never read a comic book and they're going, "Oh yeah, Wonder Woman's one of my favorites."
No, Jaded. It's like this. You can't forget Super Friends, Justice animated in the first Wonder Woman animated film, and also this.
Yeah,
it's like with it's like before. I'm trying to give an example.
Gail Simone did a really good run.
It was
Greg
like before.
Rucka did a great run. Everyone should read it. of one, not the new 52 or Rebirth one, but the one before Greg Rucka did.
You mean the one where Wonder Woman becomes a private detective?
No. This is where she's an ambassador.
I know.
It's an absolutely incredible run Greg Rucka did. And you know what? They should base the movies off that run he did.
Oh, really?
Him and Simone's run.
Gail, yes. His, no.
Jaded, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Rogue? You don't agree with that?
I don't agree with using any of Greg Rucka.
Let's finish.
Okay. All right. Anyway,
I got a question for Jaded.
He ignores his son frequently. Don't worry about it. It's usual.
This is what brings it into perspective.
This is what brings what?
This is what brings it into perspective. Because this is true in a way. And I know you're probably gonna say the answer I think you're gonna say. Before Wonder Woman 2017, if you walked up to one person on the street, what will they say is the best female superhero?
What's your face? Black Widow. Because that's all they know. If you take the average person.
Wait. Let's go before 2012. Before 2012. No. I'm trying to ask.
I screwed up your example, didn't I?
No. I'm trying to ask. I should have did ask 2012 because look, before 2012. If you walked a random person on the street and you asked them who's the best female superhero, what would they say? Just the average person.
Okay, hold on. If you were to before 2012. If you were to ask the average person, name any female superhero, the only answer they were going to give you was Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
That's the problem, K-Dot. It's not what's their favorite female superhero. It's who's the only female superhero they know.
Well, they would have said Rogue. They would have said Rogue.
Nobody knows Rogue. You have to know the X-Men to know Rogue.
Yeah, but the films
You said 2012.
Yeah, but the X-Men, the animated 90s series.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm talking the average person. You're talking the average person. They only really know Wonder Woman.
Basically, if you asked anybody, like from 2012, before 2012, after 2012, name the 5 greatest female superheroes, Wonder Woman would have come up.
Well, of course, because
they would have mentioned Rogue. They would have mentioned Black Widow. They would have mentioned whatever.
Hold on. If you didn't see the X-Men movies, Name me 5 female superheroes. Other than the X-Men, if you didn't see the X-Men movies, name me 5 other female Name me 3 other female superheroes.
What you're ignoring about the reason that Wonder Woman is so well known is because of the iconography of the character as well.
That's all. Yes.
It's
not because they know the character. It's
No. What did K-Dot say?
The resume. Because we have to factor in Super Friends, just the animated, the comic books, her animated movie.
Excuse me. Before 2012, if you asked anybody what's Aquaman's powers, they go, he talks to fish.
Yeah, because that was his powers.
All they know about him.
But people didn't understand.
That's right. But I'm talking about the general audience.
Yeah, and I'm saying the general audience before 2012.
Yeah.
Before all of this stuff. No Wonder Woman, not just because of. I'm not saying they knew her villains or her story or anything, but they knew the iconography of the character.
Absolutely.
She's got a powerful kind of, like.
But she's the only female character that does.
There's the kind of iconicness. There's also the silliness and the camp of the character, from the 70s show of her, like, spinning around and turning
before
into
2012, if you asked anybody about the Hulk, the only Hulk they knew was from the TV show.
Bixby. But like that's again because the Hulk has a great iconography. It's a very simple kind of concept.
But nobody's going to say the Hulk is their favorite because they go, I know about the Hulk TV show. Never watched it.
Like the Hulk.
did.
Hulk was Jaded. Even
was
before
big, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hulk was super popular.
Yes,
Like,
back in the
just based off how he
70s.
looks and
I'm
what he does.
I'm talking about now. If you go 2010, okay, you can't go to the average person and expect them to have seen the Hulk TV show.
Look, dude, I think you're going off the point here. What are you trying to
establish a point.
What are you trying to say? That Wonder Woman
Woman
well known, or what?
Wonder Woman is well known. In other words, people are going to say Wonder Woman is my favorite female superhero because, and then you ask them, what's your number 2? And the average person's going to go,
yeah, I'll say this, Jaded,
Yeah,
though.
I agree their options are limited.
Jaded, I'll say this. Wonder Woman, whether people said it just out of a superficial knowledge of her or not, Wonder Woman is the greatest female superhero. She's got the best.
Off of what?
She's got the best story. She's got the look. I'll put it this way. I like the X-Men. I like the X-Men a lot because of the female characters. There's a handful of female superheroes who are really, really fucking tight. Really like good superheroes. But all in all, in terms of just what the character means and what they stand for and all of that kind of thing, Wonder Woman is a much more complete superheroine than most of the other superheroes.
What does Wonder Woman stand for?
Dude, just read the comics. Just read the comics.
It should be obvious. It should be obvious. We all know what Batman stands for. We all know what Superman stands for.
What does Batman stand for?
Vengeance.
Okay, what does Superman stand for? What does Superman stand for? What does Superman stand for?
Truth, justice, and a better tomorrow.
No, they changed that. It's not the American way anymore. What is
better
it now?
Tomorrow. Better tomorrow.
And a better tomorrow. That's what Batman stands for.
Or hope,
That's Superman.
Right? Hope, yes?
Yeah.
You can reduce it to hope. Is that correct?
Yes.
What? No, Superman? No, forget that stupid movie because the S stands for hope. You can screw that movie.
No,
Superman stands for truth, justice, and the American way.
In the comics, he stood for hope for quite a while. It's even since the Mark Wade store,
that's what Superman is established as. Truth, justice, and the American way.
Sure,
Batman is known as vengeance. What does Wonder Woman stand for?
Wonder Woman is peace.
Sex.
Peace.
Nasty
it's
sex.
Peace. Thank you, Rogue. On a serious note, funny as that was,
dude.
Funny as that was,
she wasn't. She was in bondage, right?
Funny as that was, I'm because I want to answer this
question. I'm being serious.
It's peace.
I mean, I got mine.
She's always been a superheroine, right? Like in the comics, who has fought against people who were trying to create like Ares, World War III, massive wars and whatever. And she comes from a utopian island that's all where there's no
where they
racism.
Kidnap men to have children,
that's New 52 bullshit. That's New 52 bullshit. That never should have happened.
Okay.
Never should have happened.
JD, you have to also fact she was one of the first original female super. Everyone else after is pretty much copying her.
Well, of course.
From her inception.
But she was the first. She was the OG.
Okay, I'm not arguing that. That's why everybody knows her. She's got an 80-year history.
And look, JD, I think if she came out today, and let's say Black Widow was the original first superhero that came out before Wonder Woman.
It wouldn't have worked the same way. It wouldn't have worked. Don't say it. It wouldn't have worked the same way because Black Widow doesn't stand for shit.
No, I'm not saying
it doesn't. It's not. She hasn't got it. She hasn't got it like fucking Wonder Woman as a fucking character in the basis of her mythology. Yes, I think the film did a good job of fleshing out her mythology and getting her to stand for at least something within the context of that movie, against female trafficking or whatever. But I'm saying the character of Wonder Woman, Superman, and Batman from their inception when the writers the writers or creators of those characters wrote them, they had something in mind. They were symbols of something.
You don't want to talk about what the writer had in mind about Wonder Woman. You don't want to discuss that today.
William Moulton Marston definitely, when he was writing, there was the whole kink thing, and she was always
you don't want to discuss that.
She was always getting tied up and all of that bullshit.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
That was one side of the thing. That was one side of the thing. But he was also a fucking feminist who believed that if women fucking ruled the world, that it would be a much more peaceful society. So he wrote that into the character.
He's an idiot.
Sure, he could be an idiot. But he wrote that into the character so that she stood for, from the very, very inception of the character, that she was an ambassador for peace from this island. That he believed. He even had some quote about her, like that.
I agree.
She would be a new kind of propaganda, like a female propaganda for like. And that is what the character meant. Now, along the way, DC, because they're a bunch of fucking idiots who don't know how to promote their own characters, lost sight of that and tried to make her cool, tried to make her edgy. They've done the same thing with Superman as well. And every time they try and do it, people reject it. They reject it outright. And then they have to go back to what they originally meant as symbols as characters.
The same thing that happened with if we're going comic book wise, the same thing that happened with Wonder Woman was the same thing that happened with Green Arrow and Green Lantern. There was the sales were slumping, and they had to try and find a new direction. With Superman, it wasn't until a year or two before the death of Superman that, because Superman's storyline was finally starting to wane, people were going, how do we re-inject Superman? And they totally revamped Superman. They killed him off. They got 4 new Superman. They bring him back. He's now a new Superman with long hair and everything. They totally changed Superman. Okay? With Wonder Woman, she went through like maybe 5 or 6 major story arc changes. Not because people were going bored. It's because we need to invigorate this character. Same thing with Green Arrow. They reinvented Green Arrow.
You know how they could have reinvigorated the character? Do a fucking film and do an animated series.
And I'm agreeing with you.
That's how they would have done that.
But because
That's how they would have done that. Instead of that, Danny O'Neill, the overrated fucking idiot, Danny O'Neill, decided to make her a fucking owner or shop owner of a boutique and try to make her
I remember that.
That's fucking bullshit.
That's the problem with Wonder Woman.
That's not the problem with Wonder Woman. That's the problem with comic creators thinking they're smarter than the fucking characters.
But Wonder Woman was the victim of it.
Wonder Woman was the victim of it.
Okay, so because Wonder Woman went through so many, I don't want to say character changes, but it went through so many different changes, there's no synonymous aspect to Wonder Woman. Okay? You would have to take the last 5 years to be able to go, okay, now we have a synonymous Wonder Woman.
I think there is. I think you just have to look at her most successful comics and then just go on that.
Mike knows more about this because he collects comic books more than I do. So
I'll say this. If I'm going off of the Justice League animated show, if you read the comics and our animated film, those to me establish more of what Wonder Woman stands for.
Okay, but the Wonder Woman from the animated movie is different from the Wonder Woman from the TV show, from the animated TV show.
Yeah, but the core of the character is there. The core of the character. They still go with the feminist stuff in the animated movie, right, where she's exploring feminist issues.
They barely touch the animated.
The whole fucking thing of the animated movie is going on about
the animated movie, yes. The animated movie, yes. I'm talking about the Justice League show. They barely try and do the
No, they didn't. There they just did the heroic aspirational hero.
But Black Canary was a little bit on the feminist side, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, the Justice League show, they really showed her qualities as a leader. honestly,
as a leader.
They showed her maternal side too, being the mother of the team in the
right.
A lot of those
And
episodes.
I'm saying the Wonder Woman from the Justice League animated is not the same as the Wonder Woman from the animated movie. She doesn't have a consistent character.
But that's just a different interpretation.
But that's not, I wouldn't say they're drastically different.
Interpretation,
that's not drastically
They're not
different.
that different.
No matter how they interpret Batman, no matter how they interpret Batman, whether it's the Justice League animated show, whether it's Batman Beyond, whether it's Batman the animated series, it's still the same Batman. Okay?
No, not necessarily, but I say they're more consistent with Batman. I'll say they're more consistent with Batman, definitely.
Yeah, like when I saw Wonder Woman in the animated movie and show, the show obviously did more to flesh her out and show her how she was, the mother of the team. She really led that team and gave a lot of support. When Flash was down and stuff, she would, give him some. She would encourage him a lot of times. She encouraged a lot of the members of the team and stuff. Unlike, and you didn't really see that from other people on the team. You didn't see Jon Stewart doing it. You didn't see Batman really doing it.
You said the right word. You said the right word, Nerdman. Consistent. That's the problem with Wonder Woman. She's not as consistent as the other characters.
No, but you asked me what she
stands for you
and what she stands for, and I'm saying from the very inception of the character, it was this kind of feminist philosophy that the creator went with, as well as this kind of notion of her being a symbol of peace. Now, throughout time, as I said, they went through a 90s phase where they just tried to make her an action babe. They went through another phase.
Then they had become Wonder Woman for a while.
And every time they brought it back to that central theme of her being like the compassionate, like with the feminist aspects and with the being a symbol of peace. Every time they brought it back, boom! People liked her again.
And that's why
and that's what they did with the film. And that's what they did with the film. And that's why I love the first film. They did that. They went a bit too hokey in 1984, but to me, the problem with 1984 wasn't that they tried to keep her as the peaceful, aspirational hero. The problem with that was the story was fucking shit. The story was okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, and look, I'm not disagreeing with you, and this is my thing too about it. Like people's biggest issue, and this is my problem. How people in freaking Zack Snyder looking at Wonder Woman now. That fucking sword and that goddamn shield.
I hate that shit. I hate the sword and shield Wonder Woman.
Yeah, like people only think like, oh, she's just a warrior. She's more than a fucking warrior. And Zack Snyder fans forget that she's a loving, caring, and individual.
See, that's my point.
And see, look, I see the problem.
And wise as well. It's
more people know her as Wonder Woman with the sword and shield than anything else.
But sorry, Kados, what were you going to say? Finish.
I didn't want to say super quick. This problem with Wonder Woman 84 compared to 2017 is a little bit too one-sided. One side, she's using the bracelets and the gauntlet. Her fierceness is not as really.
Not in the 50s and 60s. She wasn't, Mads.
But if you go
Mads, if you want to join this conversation, come on.
Mads, it wasn't until after
I'm going to be leaving soon because it's like 12 midnight in where I'm. Well, so if Mads, if you want to come on, we can talk about it.
Wonder Woman was baking cookies for the Justice League. Okay, she was not a feminist.
No, when she first started, she was.
Yeah, but then in the 50s and 60s, you had her baking cookies for the Justice League.
Yeah, but that was because of the Comics Code fucking
Of course, I'm not arguing that.
That was when everyone, Batman wasn't the Dark Knight anymore.
I agree. I'm just saying
going on weird, wacky
adventures
with Robin.
I agree.
Dude,
I'm
all
just
of them
saying,
were fucked. They fucked
and I'm saying, yes. And I'm just saying that Wonder Woman wasn't a feminist in the 50s and 60s. That's all.
Yeah, all right. That's true.
Oh, no, the 50s. In the 60s, she started.
That's true.
She was.
In the 50s.
What are you talking about?
How was she a feminist in the 50s? The whole concept didn't even exist yet.
What do you mean? In the 50s, she was a feminist before then. Look at feminist from she was like from when she was basically
define
for the first
feminine. Hold on, okay, we need to define feminism here because you're getting a real general concept of feminism here.
Dude, if anything, she was a radical.
Wait.
Go on.
Let's get the exact definition because basic equal rights. All right. The advocacy of women's rights on the basis of equality of the sexes.
Yeah. And you think that was being promoted in the 40s and 50s in the comic books? Come on.
Yes.
Yes.
She was. That was precisely what she was doing, and that was what made her so fucking revolutionary in terms of, like when her comic first came out. That and the kinky fucking stuff that was going on with her being tied up.
That only lasted for about 5-6 years anyway.
Yeah, but I'm saying that yes, as soon as William Moulton Marston stopped writing the comics, then you're right. They stopped doing that, and there was the whole comics code.
And I'm just saying
controversy that happened, and then they made it like, oh, she's Steve Trevor's wife, and blah blah blah. Like that. She was and then she became the secretary of
adventuring and then come back to make sure her husband was fine. I mean,
all right. Yeah, and then they did the secretary of the Justice
League.
League.
Be a secretary. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
she wasn't a feminist the entire run.
But William Moulton Marston wrote it as that. She became president. She was like a powerful, she was an ambassador and all of that kind of stuff.
She was always supposed to be an ambassador.
He intended her to be. They did this. They did their own.
They did that too. Well, unfortunately, they also drew and wrote the comics, so it's canon. Well, until Christ.
Yeah, but there were other comic runs where they brought it back to form.
They brought it back. Absolutely. I'm not. I agree.
DC's horrendous when it comes to its characters, man. It's not just Wonder Woman, dude.
Well, they also did some great stuff too. I mean, I'm sorry. Green Arrow and Green Lantern was great.
You could talk about maybe 3 great Flash graphic novels.
It's the creators. It depends
on the creators. I'm sorry. When Wally became the new Flash, that was great.
I'd say it more so depends on the creator because the creator is the ones who get it twisted. When Zack Snyder came in, when Patty came in to do her own interpretation, she did Wonder Woman. Well, Zack Snyder featured her for a short time in BVS. Right. Patty fleshed her out with her character. And I was like, okay, I'm getting vibes of Justice League animated Wonder Woman stuff. I'm seeing it. And then you get to Zack Snyder Justice League where he kind of made her just just more of a fighter than she didn't really do nothing impactful to me in the movie. Like Wonder Woman 2017, where I was attached to her character. And look, Wonder Woman 84 was a bad movie, but I was attached to Wonder Woman's character in that movie because she still had the qualities of Wonder Woman that I liked.
Mm.
Yeah, she wasn't as fierce as she was in her first movie, but people forget, and this is what pissed me off. She progressed. In the first movie, she was
fish out of water type character.
Fish out of water. She didn't understand man's world and stuff. She didn't understand the things about war. She grew up on the island.
It's really weird because she's from Themyscira, so.
Yeah, she grew up on the island as a princess and stuff. She didn't understand all this stuff. And now in Wonder Woman 84, she learned. She had educated herself. And, she doesn't need the sword and shield all the time. She's like, I don't need the sword and shield all the time because it may put a bad message out there. I just need my braces and my lasso. Because she has
my tiara.
Yeah. And she has a new tactic on how
to fight
crime.
Yeah.
And a lot of people didn't understand that because the Zack Snyder fanboys were like, why isn't she using a sword and shield? Why isn't she freaking murdering people? Why isn't she freaking shoving her fists inside people's guts and pulling their...
There you go.
And that's the problem. People think she's once, and that pisses me off. And look,
that's my point.
Wonder Woman 84 had problems, but when it came to evolving Wonder Woman as a character, that went over people's head. The movie wasn't even hard to understand. It was simple, and that shit went over their heads. And that's what pissed me off because I have to go back.
But they did a terrible job. I'm sorry, man. Even what she was advocating in the end, it was like, wait a second. So everyone should just take back their wishes, like.
They wish
that their child didn't have, it was fucked.
No, when I said that was executed properly, but her character evolved in a great way and not so bad way. You know, because Wonder Woman with the bracers and the lasso far more iconic than Wonder Woman with the sword.
Oh, now I'm in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say that I don't mind the shield and sword at all. I like
I
the
don't mind it.
lore.
I don't
I
mind
like
it.
the lore of the shield and sword, and it means actually she can take on people like Superman and stuff like that with that sword.
But see,
So that
You
doesn't
take
bother
on
me.
Superman,
But I
Lord
wanna,
behind the sword.
I just want to say one thing.
And then Mads, please, because she's got.
This is why I prefer the bracers and the lasso. They give off a different message. The sword and shield, totally different message. People only think warrior when they see it with the sword and shield. When I see the lasso and the bracers, I think peace, honor, love.
More defensive.
No, but she isn't defensive. She is not defensive. Wonder Woman's
No, she's not.
fighter.
No, she's not.
Batman's a defensive fighter. Batman's a in the shadow fighter. Wonder Woman can attack you.
We're not saying she's not. We're not saying she's defensive. We're saying that the bracers and the lasso aren't aggressive weapons. So you don't
she shouldn't carry it all the time. Yeah,
you're right.
She should carry it into a serious fight. Like
that's all we're saying. That's all we're saying.
But I hate when people think that and that's what Patty Jenkins saw. She was like,
really?
"Oh, let's make her a defensive fighter." Like she doesn't like, but she will mow through cats. Like she doesn't fight like she's a warrior, bro. Like as well as having this peaceful ideology. Like it's. I know it seems like a bit of contradiction. But that's what she is. I think the best way someone described her
like that. She because remember when she was training with her auntie.
Wait. Finish your point and then Mads, please, because you're going to make me react because I love the character.
Remember when she was training with her aunt and she let her guard down because that's part of how she is as a fighter and stuff. She let her guard down. Her aunt got mad, like, "Don't ever let your guard down. The enemy is never going to give you a chance. You have to do it this way, like how a warrior would." But she really didn't follow down that path because that was not her way of fighting a battle and stuff. And it was in the first movie, and I don't know how people didn't understand it when it came to the second one. I understand the wishing stone shit. It was dumb and it had problems, but as a character, she evolved. Nobody didn't pay attention to that. Not saying the movie's the best thing ever. It has its flaws. The woman as a character evolved from the first movie into something better and good. I'm not saying keep her like that all the time, but just like Jada said, when there's a serious battle going on, Darkseid's coming, pick up the sword and the shield.
Yeah.
But she doesn't need that all the time because
she didn't need the sword when she was fighting the bank robbers. She didn't need her sword and shield.
Right.
I couldn't stand how she was fighting.
Merman, just a small thing. It's small.
Mads.
Justice League, both movies. Remember the part where she was fighting Steppenwolf and her sword fell and she jumped for it? And I'm like, wait a minute. You don't have super fucking strength. Don't rely on that damn. And that was my problem with writing Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Jump for a sword when she's a very strong, powerful, godly being. She could have punched the shit out of
and she should be able to fight without it. Yeah.
Toe with Superman, for Christ's sake.
It's all those little details. It's the little things. It's the little things that matter. But that's
to be fair, that sword does have the ability to split atoms.
Oh, it does?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. Based off of New 52.
That's why it can not off New 52, off much better comics. Actually, it was fucking Alex Ross who first introduced that. And it was a really great idea. But
go ahead, man.
That's why it can cut like Superman. But anyway, Mads.
Yes, you guys did mention about her bracers, the bracelets. Those are actually there for the other people, not to protect her, more to protect them, because they actually reduce her powers.
Oh, they do?
Yes, they do.
Oh, I think that's a new thing, though.
I think it probably is. It probably is a new thing, but at this point, everybody's working off of the more modern stuff.
Yeah.
Because she is half deity, so we're just going to go off of this stuff.
I don't
as
like that
opposed
either.
to
I don't like her being Zeus's daughter. I honestly
no, I
don't.
know. That is, but
Bothers me.
honestly, I like her. I like her the idea of being either Zeus's or Ares, depends on who you're talking, which background you're talking. I like that better than she was just created out of the mud.
I don't know. I
But
always
that's
did
not
like that.
but that's not it. Like she was imbued by the goddesses of
Yeah, I always did
the
like that
patron.
origin.
Yeah, like the patron goddesses gave her all the different abilities. They gave her wisdom, strength, flight, etc. And I always like that because it doesn't go back to a man. Basically, like she's
Good point.
like purely like of like almost
She's
like
her own creation.
immaculate conception, lesbian conception, if you want to go that far. But
I wouldn't go that far.
no, but that was what she was in the
Yeah.
comics before, and I like that. Like she was
Well, she's
just
bisexual.
she gets her powers from the goddesses, basically.
Yeah,
Not like
that was great. I thought that was good.
like
You grow up on an island. You grow up on an island of nothing but women. Yeah, sexuality is going to be fluid. So I have no issue
they
about
never
that.
really
Especially
established
being
it.
leaning that way myself.
Yeah.
In the earlier comics, they always established that
You love
they would
all.
invade, get a couple of men, and then just get rid of them afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, we've gone on like a lot about Wonder Woman, and I think she's a fantastic character. Like, and when you say like she's not, I think she's up there with Superman and Batman. Like, if she was treated properly by DC, she should be up there with Superman and Batman. Unfortunately, in real terms, she isn't because they
She
don't,
isn't.
you know. But like, if anything, that Wonder Woman 1 movie proved is that she should be. Like everyone was like, dude, like Wonder Woman, yeah, this is a new. And so did Linda Carter. Linda Carter back in the day proved it because she was the Wonder Woman for that time.
Yeah.
You know, you always have to reinterpret these characters for the time period so that they to reflect, what's going on in the world at the moment. And if you don't do that, people start going, oh, this character doesn't, make sense in this time, and he's lame, and blah blah blah. Same thing they do with Superman. It's like because they haven't interpreted and recontextualized him in a way that makes sense for the modern era.
Well, Nerman, I think there's a problem with that. Like Superman for me can work at any time because this is the problem.
Right, you can.
Like, I have to blame the audience again. Remember, we live in a very we live in a very depressed society now, so it makes sense that people want to see Superman like be emo and brooding, like, oh, I hate life sucks. Oh, should I help these people or not? I don't know. That's people who look at society in a very negative way.
That's because all they've seen.
Like that.
That's because that's all they've seen.
Tell them to read the Sandman comics.
Because they don't watch the old Superman movies. Just like somebody was saying earlier, they don't watch those Chris Reeve movies because those aren't movies for their time. I understand it because I grew up on it.
Hey,
they need to be recontextualize Superman, but like keep the core of the character, the essence of the character, but do it with the modern CGI and the fucking, all of the spectacle that people need of these movies these days, but keep the spirit of the character the same, and he's gonna work. I believe that 100%. Even this new Superman show shows that.
Yeah,
the people are like, it will work if you just fucking do it the right way.
Yep.
But you need to do it like if there's some new technology in future where movies change drastically, like they have with CGI. You're gonna have to do a new Spider-Man. You're gonna have to do a new Batman to recontextualize it for an audience who's used to seeing movies like that.
No, that's not fair. That's only for the movies. You don't have to do that in the comic books, though.
And that's the problem comes up. I don't understand why people, when it comes to the movies, like we have to drastically change everything, but we'll keep everything the same in the animated stuff, the comics, the games, everything outside the live action movies is pretty much Batman been the same. And not saying that's a bad thing, but he pretty much been consistent. Everything else outside the live action stuff. which is not bad. I say it's a good thing, even though he was kind of revamped at times. Like the Arkham games revamped him, the animated series revamped him, the Justice League animated revamped him, the animated movies revamped him, but he still had the same core values that he sticks by. The problem with Man of Steel, right, and it's weird to me. Someone can like Superman and Lois, right? But they'll also love Man of Steel, even though it's weird. I'm not saying you can't love both. I'm trying to say.
In other words, you can like the animated Superman and the movie
It's like,
Superman's
why don't you
different.
want to see that in live action exactly the way you see it fucking animated? That's my problem.
Right, you can't do that.
Yeah. And look, I'm not saying it needs to be exact, you need to get everything exact, but I watched Superman Man of Tomorrow. That came out last year, 2020. That is OG Superman, but with a modern day spin on him, and he's way better than the way Zack Snyder did him. Way freaking better. He had a better movie than the Batman Long Halloween movie that is connected to. It was better than the Batman movie. So fucking good.
It wasn't. I would say it had some. I would say it had some flaws. I think it could have had a better score, and I think they could have gone a little bit more into like how he became Superman, like the younger age and whatever. But all in all, yeah, that depiction of Superman was much fucking better than the Zack Snyder movie.
And
like,
and
I wish Zack Snyder had directed that script, and seen how that had have gone, because with his visuals and then like that script, I think it would have worked a lot better.
And see, Nerdman. That's why I say Superman always works. But the problem is when you get people like Zack Snyder come in, like, I just want to change him.
I'm smarter.
Yeah, I know better.
It's those pretentious people that think, oh, I know better for the character. No, you don't. The character's already set. If you know better for a character, go make your own charenter and make him the way you want him to be.
Make your own character.
But like stuff
see how successful it is.
Yeah, like people want to come and take someone else's work because they wasn't getting what they wanted as a kid, and want to change other people's work to fit their narrative.
And what pisses me off is like he did the Watchmen, and he paid such reverence to the Watchmen, and like really like did it like panel for panel, like like made that movie, like kept the core. He changed sure, he changed it a little bit, but the core of the characters were there. I don't care what any fucking hipster Watchmen graphic novel fan says. I've read that graphic novel, and he pretty much
not a graphic novel. It's a maxi series.
All right, whatever you want to call it. I'm talking about the collected comics, whatever the fuck you want to call them. I've read them, and yes, there's a slightly different spin, and maybe you might say Zack Snyder misinterpreted some things and made little things a little bit here more nihilistic, but he's allowed to have his own attitude towards what the meaning of his film should be. But the core of those characters was the fucking same. They were like almost identical to the comic. So to me, why he came in and thought, oh, I'll do that with the Watchmen, but with Superman, a much bigger IP, who's much more beloved, I'm going to fuck around and tinker with him?
Easy, because he had to do the Watchmen to prove himself. Once he proved himself, he goes, now I can do whatever I want.
Yeah,
if he versus Superman was his first movie, then he would have done everything he could to prove himself.
Yeah, he would have probably done it right.
Yeah. He had to do the Watchmen right because he had to prove himself.
He was the wrong director for Superman. I thought he was smart enough to be able to do different types of movies, and that's why he chose to do Superman.
Ego is a hell of a drive.
But clearly he can only do one type of movie, and he's really good when he gets the right material,
I'd say one
the
type
right
of hero.
script for it.
One type of hero, Nerdman, which is the Batman type of characters. Those are his characters. The characters that are not the Batman are not his characters. That he's
gritty. He needs gritty characters.
Right. Yeah. Those work for him, and Watchmen, that worked. Like when I saw Rorschach in that movie and he came to life from that comic, I was like, damn. He did Rorschach.
The Rorschach character was really well done.
I love the Comedian, man. Comedian for me is one of the greatest
I just didn't like him in the comic book. So I didn't like
Merman, you like that
Used to be,
sexist
but not
pig.
anymore. You're
You
welcome.
like that sexist pig.
He wasn't a sexist pig. He was a
Jaded,
rapist. He wasn't
did you,
sexist.
Jaded, do you see what he did to that girl he got pregnant?
He's a rapist, but he wasn't sexist. There's a difference.
He was horrible. He was a horrible, terrible, villainous
Well, that
character.
was
But he was performed brilliantly by the
he was
actor. I'm
done
sorry. It was just really, really great. He was probably my favorite character in the movie, actually.
I wasn't.
And then Rorschach, then Dr. Manhattan. But like, it was all good. It was all fantastic. I think that movie is seriously like one of the greatest, if not the greatest, comic book movie ever. Like,
I mean, that's not one of the greatest. It's up there, but it's
top. It's top.
And I have to call it
3.
out, but one of the most inaccurate thing that Zack Snyder did from Watchmen, Night Owl didn't have his beer belly.
Yeah.
Well, they couldn't do that because you couldn't. You know how many months of training they'd have to do to go from beer belly to actually trim, because you get to trim in the comics, right?
No. Well, for the whole comic, he had the beer belly. When he put on that suit, he had the beer belly.
But he was frumpy. He was frumpy, dude.
He wasn't like fit. He used to be fit, but he wasn't fit.
Anyway, let's finish off with this DC fandom thing. I think I'm gonna have to save the ranking of all DC and MCU superhero castings for another stream. I hope you guys will join me for that.
Have an hour video.
Yeah, I hope you guys will join me for that. But DC fandom, I liked the trailers. And I like what the filmmakers have to say about the films that they're making. The mature thing kept coming up a lot. So it seemed like DC might be listening to their audience, that we don't want DC movies to just be like MCU movies. We want you to challenge MCU in a different way. So I liked all of that in terms of the messaging. That being said, no Superman, no fucking Green Lantern, no announcements regarding where the Justice League might appear ever again together.
What?
That
And no Arrowverse.
a problem.
And no Snyderverse was talked about. That's not.
Yeah.
Never mind. I think they're waiting until they at least started production on stuff to really like show us something.
I think they're waiting to see how these next crop of movies go. I think they're waiting to see how these next crop of movies go. That's my personal.
They're not jumping the gun. They're not doing what they did in 2016, where they released a slate.
Yeah,
which was not a good idea.
Then couldn't. Yeah.
I thought it was good at the time. But I was like, man, that was just me wanting them to compete, but that was not a good idea. Poor Planet.
Nerdman.
Yep.
Show this to your son, DC Dots, please. Where is it? Here it is.
Oh, Mike, did you get that link I sent you in the community chat?
I did not. I haven't been on there yet.
Check the community chat. I tagged you in something. You're gonna like it. It's gonna make you happy.
You think so?
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Man. Man, I need that comic accuracy, man. I need my hero.
So while he doesn't have, while he's not like a pot belly or whatever, I mean, he's not necessarily, washboard abs and stuff. So
yeah, you got like a dad bod going on.
Yeah.
He turned up near the end of the series.
Yeah.
After he
anyway,
turned up.
Guys, what are your final words on DC fandom? Because I have to go to sleep, like work tomorrow and stuff. But what are your?
I'll keep it simple so my father can go to sleep.
You gonna tuck him in?
Yes. Make it shorter, less filler. Make it shorter, less filler. More straight to the point. Better panelists. And if you're gonna have panelists, make sure they are funny, please.
I thought Ezra Miller was pretty funny. That was jokes, man. He just did no, but it was just like he came on as so unenthused about, like, he's just like, oh, we don't have anything. I was like, well, this is weird. This isn't Ezra Miller as I usually see him. He's usually a little bit more cheerful and whatever. But it's cool.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Anyway, yeah. Jaded, what do you have to say about DC Fandom?
The idea is fine, but you didn't have to spread it out into like 4 hours. You could easily have done it into 2 hours. Get a little, just condense it and compact it more. Don't try and think of everything that you can think of. What can we add? And that's all they did. Don't take a 3-minute clip and then add 7 minutes of filler to make it into something it isn't.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree as well. Matt?
I unfortunately missed DC Fandom this year, but 4 hours is a lot better than what we had to sit through last year.
Oh,
how long was it last year?
It was an all-day event. Oh my god.
Yeah, I agree.
I liked it though, man. I liked that one, that DC Fandom, the whole day event. There was like a lot more.
And when you got good company, it makes it go by easy. You know.
Nerman only likes it because they showed the Snyder Cut, Max.
They showed the Snyder Cut. They showed Wonder Woman 1984, and it actually looked good from the trailer. Unfortunately, it wasn't, but it looked pretty good.
I enjoyed 84. I don't care what anyone else says.
See?
I'm glad for you.
I enjoyed it too, Max. I enjoyed it too.
I would say something,
Stop
but then Matt will hit me through the computer, so I better shut up.
I might.
Y'all were trashing it before. Stop it. Stop it.
I gave the movie an A.
You know what? It appealed to this little nerd girl's heart. So
good. I wish I had enjoyed it because she's one of my favorite characters. As I said, like top
maybe
3.
you and I can do a watch party or something sometime. And
yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to. I don't know what could help that movie. I've seen it like once. I tried to watch it again like the day after. I just couldn't get through it. I just couldn't see my favorite character like just being mistreated like this. Like even just a basic fighting, like it was just like, what is going on? Like, why is she like Wonder Woman, the whole idea is if she loses her power, she can still kick the shit out of like most people. It's like, and she's messing around with security guards. It's like Harley Quinn did better in fights, and
she didn't fully. Well, Nerman, she didn't fully lose her powers. I mean, she was getting weaker, but she was still kicking ass.
Yeah, exactly, which makes it even worse.
She got beat up by. Look, and look. Usually, second super movies they usually do that. That was a trope. Like Superman 2 lost his powers. Spider-Man 2 lost his powers. Got to gain him back. X-Men, the second Wolverine movie, lost his powers. I really hated that movie.
No, he just lost his adamantium.
Right.
No. He lost his healing.
He did lose his healing in
healing fact the first man adamantium.
Okay.
But back to Matt's.
Yeah. After you finish, Matt, I was just going to ask Rogue, and then I have to bounce, actually.
Yeah, you already are bouncing, so let's wrap this up. As much as I enjoy watching this.
Rogue, anything to say on DC Fandom? Final word, you MC fucking shill.
Listen. What are 2 of my top 10 superhero movies? 2, and they're high. They're
Superman
high.
one, Superman 1, and Batman Returns.
Thank you. So stop with that. It's just they can't seem. They can't seem to get back to that level again, or even the 90s, the animated series for Batman. Well, that's an outlier though. And you know what? Do you know how many?
And what about Wonder Woman?
Do you know how many quote DC fans didn't like Shazam? Oh, it's too Marvel. It's too much like Marvel. See, that's the problem. But we're not going to go there again because you need to go to sleep. Clearly. But the thing is, there was nothing wrong Fandome. I felt, I mean, this is their moment to shine. They want to show the stuff they got coming out. They kept it tight. They kept it to the stuff that they either finished or were close to finishing. Like we mentioned earlier, or like I mentioned to you, they didn't show anything like, you know, the Black Valzad Superman or anything like that. They didn't say, hey, we're going to be doing this, this, and this, and then eventually they're not going to deliver. I felt what they showed was pretty good. With the exception of the Batman trailer, but everything else was the Flash got me excited. I was the Shazam stuff. I wish they had a little more, but I know it's not coming out until 2013, right? So, I mean, they're not even anywhere.
2023.
I mean, so 2023. Sorry, 2023.
This is your syndrome of like your, you know, like this old man syndrome of like I only like what I used to watch with my grandpa.
Really? Because I just spent
farm.
literally about 2 or 3 hours listening to Nerdman say, I like what I want, what the characters that I want. You were sitting there like a little kid talking about, oh, well, they didn't give it to me the way I wanted it. Because, in fact, I think it was Fanboy that called you on that, too.
Talk about Grandpa. You're going to Wonder Woman all the way back to Origins. It's like, come on.
Guys, I got to bounce.
Okay.
All right.
Right.
Peace. Nice to see you again, man.
Nice to see you guys.
Peace.
So don't sit there and tell me about, like, you know, listening to you. I mean, I know that sometimes there will be some things that aren't necessarily intended for me. I think there's a lot of people on the internet that don't recognize that, and they keep going on and on. You know what? DC is going to have a cartoon about a talking Batmobile. Are you going to be able to handle that? They're making a movie about crypto. Are you going to be able to handle that? You know, I mean,
reminded me.
Stop it.
Super Pets. We forgot to talk about the trailer for Super Pets.
Super Pets was above Peacemaker, so it was the second worst.
No,
You say that like that's a bad
was
thing.
better than Peacemaker.
Super Pets was better than Batman. What are you talking about?
No, it wasn't. Super Pets is a stupid idea.
Dude, why? What? See, this is what I'm talking. Jesus Christ!
Super horse.
You do realize
you had Super Pets.
You do realize, dude. Marvel did Lockjaw and the Pet Avengers, and that is one of the greatest comic books that ever came out. Okay, there's sometimes yes, it had Lockjaw, it had Red Wing, who in the Marvel universe is an actual bird. It had Lockheed, Kitty's dragon.
Yeah.
It had the Frog Thor. It had
How can it have Frog Thor?
It just did. Jesus Christ! This is oh my God.
Mike, I want to say something. I want to say something before I leave because I need to ask you a quick question before I leave. Have you seen that they've done a new Aquaman TV show, animated show? Have
Hey,
you
I'm
seen
about to watch
any of
that
it?
right now, Nerdman. I'm about to watch it.
Dude, that shit is trash, bro.
You know what?
Oh my God. I have to do a
It looks
special
fire,
stream
bro.
just on that, man.
Why?
Dude,
Why?
it's not fire.
This is the problem
Go
again
and
with
watch it.
fucking DC people,
Go
man.
and watch it. Just go and watch it.
Lord.
Just go and
DC
watch
fans are
it.
like Star Wars fans. They hate more than they like.
Dude, I'm telling you, fanboy,
of
man,
all the
what the
things-
fuck? Especially things that clearly are not intended for them. Nerdman, Jesus Christ, dude.
I don't. Yeah, it's intended for kids. I get it.
Right.
But you do a so much better Aquaman show. But in any case, it's intended for kids. I started trying to watch it, and I'm just like, I don't know what kids can kind of watch this. The animation.
The same kids that watch Teen Titans Go.
I mean, all right. Well, we'll see.
Well,
if
actually,
it works out for them.
whoa, about the Teen Titans
We'll
Go
see if it
thing.
works out for them.
K-Dot's posted something earlier with a little clip or whatever of, I guess maybe they were trying to fix timelines or something like that, and they
That
fucking
was so stupid.
they fucking wrapped put a pearl necklace on her.
They made sure
Stuck her in the alley.
Really? Made sure she got the pearl necklace. I mean, come on.
That shit was hilarious.
Jaded,
I
they had
was
him put
corny as
Jaded.
shit.
Dick Grayson
Stop.
literally murdered. He threw Bruce Wayne's parents in the gunfire. If that's not dark, I don't know what dark is.
Dude,
That's
that
so
was
I'm not
fucking,
saying it's
that
not
was
dark. I'm
hilarious.
just saying it's corny and it's just ridiculous.
You guys are all old people, man. I don't know what the hell's wrong with you guys.
You were the old
Christ.
guy.
I'm old.
God damn!
I only like
want this.
Superman
I want
1
that.
and
It's got to be
2.
my way. It's got to be my way, or I don't like it.
I get to be jaded. I'm that old.
You are such a hypocrite,
DC
Rosie.
docs, man. Please
You
commit
are
your dad.
such
Your
a
dad needs to
hypocrite.
go to a rest home, dude.
I mean, but Mike, just I understand my father. He likes what he likes, and he's stuck in his ways, and I don't want to change that about my father.
He needs to go to Arkham Asylum for like 2 weeks.
I respect my father's beliefs and wishes, even if
That's
I disagree.
right.
He's still
That's right.
But
you know what he calls me? He calls me sir. That's what he calls me.
Hey, whatever his safe word is none of our business.
All right. On that note, guys, I do have to leave. I have to bounce, bro. Work in the morning. But guys, it's been a pleasure, like talking all this fucking DC fandom madness. DC came in hard with the trailers, a little bit softer with the plan. That being said, these movies look dope. I'm glad they're actually superhero movies. And I'm not taking a shot at the MCU. That's just one thing that I like some of these MCU movies, but a lot of the time it doesn't feel like big, grand superhero stuff. So I do like it's like really like a lot of like really superhero shit. Like that's another thing I failed to mention. Like Black Adam is like superpowered a god kind of thing amongst men, and they're showing it in a really kind of displaying it visually, I think, in a kind of curious or interesting way, kind of like how Eternals is doing, to be fair to the MCU. So I like all of that. Subscribe to all these guys' channels. Jade's got a great channel. He's hilarious as well. K Dot, obviously, my son, it's always speaking facts, speaking truth, speaking truth to power. That's what I've taught him to do. And he's always saying like his very fair assessments of the MCU. So you should watch that. His Infinity War thing is worth the price of subscription alone. His Infinity 4 review. Then we have this MCU shill who only comes out at night mostly, like who's down like below me.
You know why? That's because I'm
Comes
selling
on.
DC comics during the day. Okay, so there.
He's like Batman. When the bat signal comes, he just shows up.
Yeah.
When I hear Nerdman's MCU slander, that's what it is.
I hear the siren call of the Nerd Man.
But it's always a pleasure, man. Yeah, everyone who's joined today, thanks a lot. Thanks for everyone in the comments as well. I'll be back soon to do that ranking of the MCU's castings of their superheroes as well as the DCs. So that should be a fun one. That should be in the next couple of days. I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to the reactions. But apart from that, you know what it is. I'll see you on the flip side. And I know no Rogue loves when I say this.
Don't you dare.
I love you 3,000.
Damn it. Those words will not come out of your mouth.
Peace.